are in listen-only mode.
Hello, guys. How are you? John, are you there?
I'm here. I can hear you just fine, Caleb. Hey guys, delighted to be talking to you again here this Wednesday. Please say hello there if you can hear me. I can see the slides there, Caleb. If you want to go into full screen mode, just go. Let me just message here. Command. There you go. Good
No, I
stuff.
I can't see the questions box there now. That's the only issue.
That's right, yeah. So, I mean, we've got. I would encourage you guys not to get into questions in the chat box. We've got all your questions right now. Janet says, really looking forward to today. Good stuff. Hi, Celeste. Hi, Aaron. Tarun, Sandra, Steve, Tyler, Renee, Linda,
How are you, guys?
Mike. So, so in that regard, guys, we're going to start right now. If you're putting in questions in there, keep in mind that we've got a whole slide deck of questions, so we won't be looking at the chat box while we get stuck into all of the questions. So, in order, not glad to be here, says Maria. Okay, all right, Caleb. Do you want to let's take it away? Do we have anything to say before we get started?
No, let's jump in. Let's get straight down to business here. We got a lot of questions to cover, guys. Don't put any questions into the questions box. At least if you do, don't expect an answer for quite some time. We've got a lot of questions to rip through here, so we're just going to jump in. Just keep in mind as well, guys, some of you are on different weeks, so don't be alarmed if we're talking about stuff that you haven't seen in your particular training for this week. Don't worry about it. It's all coming up in upcoming weeks' trainings. So we're just going to dive in here. First question. You said that you were passing us your accountant for U.S. tax purposes and your lawyer for the ad compliance contact details. Could you share them? John, do you want
So
to?
in module 2, we share the compliance lawyer contact details. I haven't shared our accountant details at all. I see by your comment there about U.S. tax, so that's implying to me that you're not from the U.S. And if that's the case, if you've used Global Inter, they will make an introduction to you for an attorney that would be tuned into your stuff. But in module 2, all of the contact details that we've got, we're sharing with you for sure.
All right. When writing your ad, is it okay to copy and paste several paragraphs from different ads of your database without changing a word apart from our product name? On the contrary, do we need to rephrase and change words to make it original content instead of copied content? What about copy and pasting an entire existing ad exactly 100%? Is there any copyright infringement in that case? Yeah, stealing ads, is a big problem. If you steal an ad from somebody, and in the very same way that, like, if you went into Barnes and Nobles and you picked up a book, and you just started, you like took the whole content of that book and you created your own cover and you said you were the author of it, you would be in a lot of trouble for doing that. So same with advertising. If you did that and you got caught, you wouldn't have a leg to stand on. Someone could sue the pants off you. Now, there's a difference between modeling and ripping something off. Like, there's a difference between modeling something and stealing something. So a very good example is, what I had done with the training there. I pretty much 90% of my particular heart cream ad was uniquely created by me. But there was 10% of it that was like the structure, the underlying kind of skeleton structure of the body copy you could see was taken from a diet ad in another industry. So if you were to hold my ad against the diet ad, you would say, the opening paragraph and a couple of subheads are pretty similar, but essentially Caleb's ad is a completely different ad. So there would never be an issue between, like us and the company or the person who wrote that other ad. That's an example of how to do that on a high level. I'm not going to say that people don't knock off ads, but like if you take an ad and you steal it, you're going to run into trouble. Like if the person who, I can tell you this, if someone stole our ad, we would come down on them with the full brunt of the law. We have our lawyer, and we would go after them with a vengeance. So I would say that there are other guys that would feel the very, very same way. So stealing an ad is not appropriate behavior. Taking content from a magalog, taking like content from a magalog and applying it to the structure of a newspaper ad, that's something different. Again, that's like you're repurposing, restructuring, recreating something different. A magalog would be 10,000 words, so you would never be taking enough content from a magalog to ever be in a position where you could probably get into trouble for that. That's why we kind of shared the Magalog database with you guys. So you could do that. Taking a paragraph here and there, yeah, okay, fair enough. But you need to use your own judgment there. You don't want to be stealing things, and I guess that's the best that I can say about it. What you want to do is copy the structure of the ad. You want to copy, like, okay, this is what they did on paragraph 1. So I'll just take the objective of that paragraph, the structure of that paragraph, and I'll repurpose it for my, product or my market. And that's how you do it, So, yeah, be very careful not to steal ads. Moving on, does the media buyer let you know what day your ad will be in the newspaper within the 2 weeks? No, the media buyer does not know when the newspaper will run the actual ad. If it isn't placed in a paper within 2 weeks, what happens next? Nothing. You move on to the next schedule. You don't get billed for it, and you move on to the next schedule. After it's in the paper, and if you feel you didn't get a good response, what steps do you take to improve the ad? What do you look at first, second, and third? So we have a whole training all about this coming up, in future modules. But essentially, what you look at is first and foremost the headline, then the main subhead, those, and then the main image. So 1 is the headline, 2 is the subhead, 3 is the main image. Especially if you're using the close that we gave you, because the close matters a lot. But, taking into consideration that you're using the close that we gave you, it would be the headline, the subhead, the main image. Can you swipe photos from the direct mail or $1 billion ads like you do with text? I would also be very careful with images. Like a lot of those images might be real. So if you're swiping someone's image, and that image is of a real doctor, and you don't have a relationship with that doctor, and you're using his face in your advertising, then you are in big trouble. So you want to stay away from that. If you're taking like stock photos, that are obviously stock photos, then they're kind of up for grabs. They're up for grabs. So I would say any like non-unique images, like any image that's not kind of a unique or real image is up for grabs. Anything that is a real image, would not be up for grabs. If your ingredient has some warnings, like it can thin blood, do you include that in your ad? That's a really great question. I would never. I would be very careful about selling something that has that could be very dangerous for someone's health. So that's kind of a lawyer question, but my gut feeling tells me I would not want to be selling something that would specifically put someone's health at risk. in a very serious way. Now, there are products out there that purposely thin blood, and that's great for someone who needs a solution to poor circulation. But if you're selling, a weight loss pill as an example, and the ingredient there can thin your blood, and you can have cause a very serious side effect for someone, I'd probably move on to the next product. I probably wouldn't sell that. But I don't know. Like, I've never encountered that because I've never chosen to sell something that has an obvious warning associated with it. So I don't know how to answer that, but that would certainly be a legal question. But ultimately, my feeling, my perspective on it is I wouldn't sell that. Regarding testimonials, please clarify if the testimonials should be from our exact product or testimonials from using the key ingredient. My belief is that it's better that they are for your product. The reason for it is because you don't want to be bringing too much attention to the ingredient. If you bring too much attention to the ingredient and people understand it's the ingredient that's cool, then they may just go online and get the ingredient and not choose to buy your product. So I like to keep everything centered around the product as much as humanly possible. Clearly, if we are starting from scratch with Ship Offers private label formulations, we won't have any testimonials at all. So please address this. Yeah, we covered that on week 1. So if you want to review the training again, what we talked about was, hey, you have the option to get doctor testimonials. If you don't have doctor testimonials and you want doctor testimonials, or doctor endorsements, you can go to Upwork, upwork.com. You can pay. In fact, John and I have a client, and he's just after paying $500 for a doctor endorsement on Upwork. When we started out doing it, we recommended people pay them like $2,000. And then we had a client come along and he's like, why would I pay them $2,000? I just paid them $1,000. And we were like, all right, well then just pay them $1,000. And then we just had a client who got 4 doctor endorsements for $2,000, paid $500 each. So you can do that if you want. If you don't want, you have 2 other strategies. Number 1, you can get the product, share it with your friends and family, and get testimonials from them. Or else you can not use any testimonials, and you can just use like a endorsement from yourself as the president of the company. You can talk about why you made the product. You can talk about the reason why you wanted to bring it to market. Like, we formulated this product to give joint pain sufferers, fast-acting relief within 30 days. We specifically designed this product, to be fast-acting within the body and to not cause any side effects. And you could put that in quotes, says Caleb O'Dowd, president of Caleb's company, and that can serve as a very powerful third-party testimonial. That's just an example. I mean, you can get creative with it, and the idea is to say the very best thing that you possibly can, in favor of the product that's real and legitimate. So if you're talking about what your desire is, we wanted to make this product available to help people who are suffering terribly from acid reflux and can't sleep at night and are forced to give up their favorite foods. We wanted to make this product available because we wanted to help those people, and we designed purposely design this product to be fast acting, and you know what I mean. You can talk it up, and that can serve as a testimonial. So those are some suggestions there. Regarding gathering data on clinical studies, in your example, it was rather straightforward since EDTA was clearly the active ingredient. What about some of the other formulations where there are actually 2, 3, 4, or even 5 active ingredients that are pretty critical to produce the desired outcome? The answer is you research them all, find out which one is the most powerful, the most credible, that says the most specific and amazing things, and then you choose to sell that one as the primary one in your ad. And you can also then, you can talk about, how the active ingredient in Caleb's product is, EDTA, and EDTA is this, that, and the other, and here's what the clinical study says. And, there's also, 3 other very powerful ingredients in this formula that are shown to 1, do this, 2, do that, 3, do the other. and in that way, you get to kind of sell the whole formula in that manner. Do you suggest streamlining it somehow so it won't be? Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Just exactly how I said it there. I have a company selling supplements online. High five. I'm telling you, you may never, after you go through this training, you may never go back. I don't care how big you are. You may never go back when you get this locked and loaded. Can I use the same company name for this newspaper supplement business? Sure. Or shall I register a new DBA using a different name? Which way is better, in your opinion? In my opinion, I don't have an opinion. It depends on what it is you want to achieve for yourself. So, we discussed this last week. I don't really have an overriding opinion on that. If you don't want to spend the money to get a DBA, if you think it's just a pain in the ass, then don't do it. You already have a company. And if you do want to do it, then that's fine as well. I don't really have an opinion on it. It doesn't matter one way or the other, especially to me. So, and like, when I say especially to me, it's like I wouldn't care. If I have a company, that's the company, and that's what I would use, unless there was a very specific reason why, which I absolutely cannot think of right now. Unless there was a good reason why I'd register a DBA. But you already have a company. Why complicate things? Just move forward, start making money. Can the recordings of module 2, 3, and 4 and the bonus if 1 be made downloadable? At the moment, only call 1 and 2 are. I re-listened to call 1 this weekend, and 80% of the calls seemed new to me, even though I was on the call at the time. I believe the calls are downloadable, but the training is not. John, I think that's correct, right? The calls are downloadable, but the training is not.
Well, that's correct. But one edit to that, and that is that we're right now recording video. Caleb has slides on the screen. This is a video that's going to be uploaded to the members area. All videos are not downloadable. But we did run 2 or 1, I'm not sure what the quantity is, audio recording. And when we load an audio recording into the members area, that is downloadable. So we plan to use all video going forward because we want to use your questions and answers in the slides seen here. So they will not be downloadable going forward.
All right. As new groups of students come into the program, would it be possible, maybe with a small fee, to get access to the recordings of the sessions you do with other students? Other than revisiting the subjects we have learned, this could be like a commitment program to keep staying engaged in the process. Just an idea. We'll consider that. That's the first time we've been asked that. I guess after calling this out, maybe we will gauge some reactions to that, and if people are interested in that, then we'll certainly consider it. But as of right now, it's not something that we plan to set up. How will the 30-minute review be organized? John, we will be just sending people, the people who qualified for that will get an invite and will be asked to schedule a time next week to speak with us.
Yeah, there's an email going to go out. Gillian and her team will send out an email. There'll be some, when you click on the link, there'll be some available time slots that you'll choose from, and that will set up the call. So we'll be getting that email out to you tomorrow, and all the folks that are tagged that got that bonus. So Gillian has gone through that list backwards and forwards, and we'll be sending that out tomorrow to you guys.
All right. John mentioned that for the first 90 days we should keep volume low or not scale like crazy and watch refunds. Absolutely. What is an acceptable low volume after we have proven the ad works, i.e. if the target for a winner is ideally 30K a week ad spend, would 5K a week ad spend be reasonable to wait and watch refunds, assuming the ad is profitable and pulls 3 to 1? Guys, first of all, the ad is profitable if you pull less than 3 to 1. That's just our goal for you. So yeah, I mean, any, you know, 5K a week is great. It could be less. It could be 3K a week, if depending on your budget. But yeah, 3 to 5K a week is fine. You know, yeah, 3 to 5K a week is fine. Look, that's just, you know, that's just us being protective of you, you know. But you know, it's we want to make sure that you're in this business for the long run. You know, at 2.5, 3 to 1, you know, you're likely doing very, very well if you're you know, if you're spending $5,000 a week there. You know, so that's good money. You know, it's not get rich and buy yourself an island in the Mediterranean, but it's darn good money. So you're making money there. But high refunds is one of the reasons why you can get wiped out. So you need to get a handle of your numbers there. Yeah. So 3 to 5K a week is good. With regard to the back-end business, that sounds really attractive and valuable. How many customers would we need to have before considering this phase so that it would make financial sense to switch to that model? Caleb elaborated a bit last week about a related question about negative front end. How many back-end offers should we have to start if the back-end model was to be adopted? I presume we could initiate a back-end even when we are still focused on ROI and build and mail out the back-end offers. Yeah, so look, you know, it's you know, they say the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago and today. So the two best times to plant a tree is 20 years ago and today. It's the very same with like your back end. The sooner you get started with it, the sooner you'll start reaping the rewards of it. You know, you're not going to have like a statistically relevant number of names to mail until such time as you at least have 1,000 customers. So, you know, anytime after you have 1,000 customers, it's a darn good idea to begin building out the back end. How aggressively should you do that? Yeah, you need, like, it depends on, like, I'll put it to you this way. Here's where it's a stupid idea. You go off and you hire a top copywriter, you pay him or her $25,000, and, you only have 1,000 names to mail. You know what I mean? So you're going to mail those 1,000 names and get like $1,500 back. That's obviously not such a smart idea. However, if you're building out the back end, if you're doing the copywriting, if you're, then the faster you get that in place, the better off you will be. Otherwise, it's worth hiring people to do it when you have like 10,000 names or more. So yeah, anywhere, like if you're going to do it yourself, anywhere after like 1,000 names is good. If you're going to hire, people, I would say, anywhere beyond 10,000 names is pretty good. If you have 10,000 names, and you got some profitable ads there and you're mailing them, twice a month, that's a beautiful income. That's more than probably, 80% of people make at their day jobs. Yeah. Okay. You guys mentioned your plans to build a company and sell it for $100 million. Would a buyer be interested mainly in a back-end model company? Has a company with only front-end offers very limited value? If it is back-end they want, would evaluation be based mainly on the size of the client database, number of offers, or more a function of revenue generated, i.e. 10 times EBITDA? I don't even know what that is. Or similar. Thanks for sharing your plans. You guys are very inspirational. Yeah. So look, anything that makes money is valuable. Okay. So it then boils down to like, how valuable is it? So, there's some companies are just more valuable than the others. So, but anything that's making money is valuable. If you have created something that's generating a consistent daily, weekly, monthly profit, that's a valuable asset to somebody. However, could it be more valuable? Absolutely. Can you do things to the business to make it more valuable? Yeah, absolutely. So, what we have found in our homework of doing this, the companies that fetch the highest amount of money when they go for sale, are companies that are in multiple channels. That are because multiple channels tells the investor this is a very well established business. This is not a business that could be here today and gone tomorrow. This is a very well established business. It's very well plugged in to the industry. These guys really know what they're doing, and they're acquiring customer sales and profits from here, there, and everywhere. That's a very, very appealing asset. A company that has a substantial, profit generation model is another key value enhancer, i.e. a company that when they take a customer in the door, there is a very long funnel in place that, sells more and more and more product and generates more and more profit from each one of those customers. So they know that, hey, that like however much money it's making today, it's going to be making more money tomorrow, more money the day after, and so on. In other words, there's a life cycle of continuous profit coming into the business, or that's already established as a culture within the business. So that would be the second thing. The third thing would be retail. Retail is massive. Retail, because again, retail is a sales engine. So, if you have your product in 20,000 pharmacies throughout America, and those pharmacies are selling anywhere from, like 100 to 1,000 bottles of your product a week, then that's obviously a massive asset, because they know, hey, I'm going to if I pay 100 million for this in like 3 years or 5 years, I make all my money back based on, like, if I never did anything with the company, if I never advertised it any more than what has already been achieved thus far, in 3 to 5 years, I'll make back my money. And then, from that point onwards, I'm at a profit, even if I don't advertise the business in any way. That's another massive one. And then, the size of the yearly earnings is another one. So, those are some of the metrics that a business that's generating 100 million a year is obviously going to be more valuable than a business that's generating 10 million a year. So those are some of the key metrics that, enhance, or some of the key aspects or elements that really, really enhance the value of a company. And that's what we're all about. We're getting into, we're already in multiple channels, but we're getting into more. We're planning on, growing this business to about 100 million in sales before we actually go to cash out. So we're going to start $100 million business across multiple channels, including retail, and we're going to build out our back end. And then when we have this whole thing in place over the next 4 to 5 years, then we're going to turn around and sell it. And it's going to be, worth, more than $100 million. So, that's what our particular goal is. That's, as we mentioned, there is a group that we are starting, a very, very small group, that we are starting, where we're going to take guys, into our group and bring them along in this journey with us and mentor them along the way, mentor them getting into direct mail, mentor them getting into radio, mentor them into, magazines and retail, and just mentor them in, growing with us, along this journey. So it's obviously not going to be, something that everybody is interested in, but for those, entrepreneurs that are really looking to build wealth in their lives, then maybe that group is a good fit for you guys. But those are some of the elements that go into getting the prettiest penny possible for your business. Question number 1 about break even. It looks like this is break even at 3-to-1 target return. That's not true. So if I was spending $60 on average per order using the 3.2 MER recommended by John, I understand that if I were to generate a net 3-to-1 return, $180, I would need 3.2. No, I don't know. Look, the 3.2 number is an example of a very good number for you to begin, for you to reach towards when starting out for the very first time in your testing only. So there's a few things you need to realize. Once you're scaled up, your break-even MER is going to be about 1.7 or 1.8. Once you're scaled up, you know what I mean? That's kind of an average. It's going to depend again on the cost of your product and stuff like that. But on average, your break-even is going to pan out in the very end. It's going to pan out to be about 1.7, 1.8 MER. So what John was talking about here is, hey, you know what? Your business is never going to be as expensive as it is to run as it is when you first get started. When you first get started, you're going to pay the most amount of money for your product. You're going to be paying the most amount of money for your call center. You're going to be paying the most amount of money for fulfillment and all that kind of good stuff. Essentially, because you're such a small fish and you're starting out for the first time, you're going to be paying the most amount of money. And, what John was pointing out is, hey, at that very early stage, 3.2 sees you covering all of your costs and, making a very little bit of money, or a little bit of money. But, 3.2 is that's get rich money. Those are get rich numbers. So I just want to kind of point out there, I don't want people to be confused about that. 3.2 is very much get rich money, get rich metrics. Because
if I could add there as well, Caleb, I will make that clearer in the video. This question has come up a couple of times in this bunch of slides, and I'll look back at that video and I will clarify that point. So I apologize if I caused a small bit of confusion there. The fact that the question has come up a couple of times, I'll re-narrate that video and make that very, very clear.
Yeah, but I mean, the goal is. The reality is anything, there's phases, as we talked about. There's the testing phase, and then there's the kind of the rollout phase. But, if you're hitting 3 or 3.2, you should pat yourself on the back and get ready for a windfall of cash. They're excellent numbers. You guys talked about the key metrics and what to test for the ad. How about excluding papers when the ad is a known winner? In the example of Module 2, there were 2 papers with an MER of 3, 1 at 3, and 2 papers were mega winners. Would you proceed with papers with MER of 3? Would you consider the MER of a schedule of newspapers as opposed to individual newspapers when cutting losers? You're always going to have losers in your schedule. So whatever you get is what you get. If you test, if 10 newspapers run, 5 of them were winners, 5 of them were losers, and you just broke even, then that's what your ad done. There's no point separating at that early stage. There's no point in separating the winners from the losers at that early stage. There is a time to separate the winners from the losers, but that'll be later on. So the answer is literally that. You need to run your ads, and you need to look at the collective response rate, the collective MER. For those of you guys who don't know what we're talking about, again, don't worry. You're just in a different week. All of this stuff is coming up in future weeks. So, don't worry about it. But yeah, whatever you get is what you get. And certainly when you've spent about $500,000 worth of money running ads, then you'll be in a position where, you'll be able to say, okay, now it's time to be kind of repeating on winning newspapers. So at that stage, you would exclude your losers and focus in on your winners and just run your winners once a month. But that's all media buying, and that's all coming later on down the road. But the answer is at this early stage, whatever you get is what you get. So your ad needs to convert. And there's no point removing losers because you still have to pay for those losers. And you're going to have losers in every ad schedule. Every ad schedule is going to have losers. I don't care, how successful your ad is. We've had ads that have pulled 6 MER, which is an astonishingly high number. And, there was plenty of losers in those schedules. So that's just how the game works. Trademark question. Can I put TM to my brand name before I register it? If not, how to get the TM? Or does it even matter to use TM after the brand name? Look, I believe, I don't have the answer to that, to be honest. The way that we kind of do things is we create a product name. I Google it. If it exists, I don't use it. If it doesn't exist, I use it. I don't put the TM there personally. I test the ad. I keep testing and testing until I make it profitable. When it's profitable, I start fattening up the bank account. And, from that point forward, I start, paying for things that, need to be ultimately paid for, and trademarking would be one of those things. That's kind of how we do it. Question on running in multiple channels. You guys mentioned that you run in newspapers, direct mail, radio, etc. Would running the same front end in multiple channels not cannibalize other channels? Would the front end not die earlier? No. It would not. No is the answer. Absolutely not. You would extend the life of your campaign. Different channels, reach, you need to realize as well, as I was saying to you, there's 20.44 billion newspapers printed and sold in America. You might run your ad in a newspaper that has 100,000 circulation. And, you might be targeting, for example, heart patients. 50% of that 100,000 people in that newspaper might be heart patients. And you just need 6 sales to make that profitable. So you need 6 sales out of 50,000 people, as an example, to make that profitable. So that's you've really just, come in contact with a micro fraction, a real genuine micro fraction of your market. So if you can target those people in radio, direct mail, retail, TV, Facebook, Google, and you can pick up a different 6, from, as I said, a different 6 from the radio, a different, 10 from direct mail, and a different, you're not going to burn out your ad. You're just going to tap into more of your market. You're just going to acquire more market share. So one does not cannibalize the other. One enhances the reach of the other. So I hope that answers your question there. In Module 3 live webinar, Caleb and John keep referencing a letter and free reports that go into the package that is shipped to the customer. The only place in the pre-recorded training modules that I can find any video discussing these items is in Module 2, Overview of Fulfillment, this video. So the answer, like what we're talking about, is free reports that you have to create yourself. You can do that by going to Upwork or some of the other places where, you know, you can hire writers, and you get like a 4-page report created for like $20. And you know, you put those free reports, you get them printed and you put them in your package and you send them out to the customer. That's what we were referencing. That's what we were talking about. We don't have free reports to give you. So we were talking about free reports that, you know, are part of the offer that you create when, you know, when acquiring customers. So part of that offer is that you give away free reports, and you need to go and create those free reports. And we had a big chat about it last week. Can you tell me more about a club offer that you can add at the end of the call at the call floor? Yeah, so I presume you're not talking about continuity. You're talking about the club offers. So the club offer.
We should probably start by defining that club offer, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So the club offer essentially is, we first came in contact with the club offer when we were doing direct mail, and we essentially were told, hey, you know what? There are these companies out there. They're clubs. They're discount clubs. So essentially, you know, you sign up for, you know, I don't know what it is, $9.95 a month. You get a little booklet of like tickets, you know, that you can get discounts. You get discounts on petrol. You get discounts on the movies. You get discounts on magazines. You get discounts here, there, and everywhere. You get 10% off. You get 15% off. You might get 20% off here, 10% there. You know, you get discounts on all of these kind of everyday items, and you just pay like $19.95 a month or $9.95 a month to get all of these discounts. So these clubs essentially, you know, they've teamed up with call centers, and they essentially say, hey, at the very end of the call, if you pitch this, we'll pay you guys, plus we'll pay you, the call center, plus we'll pay the customer, like us, you know, hey, we'll pay you, GFM, and we'll also pay John and Caleb. And in direct mail, the money you earn from that can actually pay your call center costs. In the newspapers, because it's a different model, about 90% of people who call into the call center from direct mail, they end up ordering. Whereas in the newspapers, only about 40 to 45% of people who call in end up ordering. So the payments from the clubs is it's not as much money, but it is still free money for you guys and for us. The reason why we're happy to do it is because it's totally non-competitive. So we obviously wouldn't let another company come in and at the very end of our call, they sell their own health supplement. You know, that would be competitive. That would be, you know, us paying to advertise to acquire a new customer and then giving that customer for free to someone else. But these offers, these club offers, are totally non-competitive, and therefore we're happy to allow these guys to do it, because it either A, makes us money, or B, lowers the bill that we end up having to pay to the call center. So we advise that you use the clubs, you agree to use the clubs. They will either earn you money, or else they will lower your bill. You will pay less money to the call center for them to, you know, essentially take care of to essentially do their job for you. So call center will bill you every month, and if you agree to give them the club money, they'll bill you a lot less money. John, do you want to add anything to that?
No, that's it. And I just wanted to add really that it doesn't interfere with your clients, with your business. We haven't seen it interrupt our metrics in any way. That's usually the question that people would be thinking about it. If I put this on at the end of my call, is this going to interfere in some way? And we've only seen that it has a positive impact on your cost base. So that's the way we look at it.
Yeah. Okay, Caleb and John, everything so far is fantastic, but I have to say Module 4 is gold. Thank you very much. Thank you for putting it together. I feel 200% confident because you have provided all the steps, techniques, gotchas, which is helping me put my checklist together when I am ready to launch my test ad here shortly. High five. I feel like I now have a real business with the infrastructures in place to scale it to whatever level. Thank you so much, or thanks so much once again. Just a few questions. All right, high five, bring it on. How best to test your ad? Caleb brought a very important point regarding appeals. He recommends we have to research our competition and market. Please need more direction where to really find newspaper ads on my chosen market, because there are not that many people advertising supplements in the newspapers, as we all know. I've been doing research on my first chosen market, mainly online, but really just need where to find those papers so I can test the headlines, sub-headlines, and see what my competition is doing with their USP. I'm working really hard and love researching, just need more direction and I will find it, LOL. All right. So you're probably not going to find it, is the unfortunate answer. There just isn't that many people advertising in the newspapers. Simple as that. So where are you going to go to find ads? We have, as you know, we have $1 billion swipe file in the training program, where there is 70 to 80 ads there that you can use as templates for your own stuff. In addition to that, we've given you guys, I don't know, maybe 300 direct mail packages, maybe 300 direct mail magalogs containing proven sales copy, headlines, subheads, proof elements, credibility elements, benefits, selling arguments, offers, free report ideas, every last thing you could possibly want on every possible market out there. The internet is a good place to look for research on what appeals are working, because appeals are universal. Someone who has a memory problem has the same problem, whether they're looking on the internet, in direct mail, or in the newspapers, or on TV or whatever. That person is the same person. But the sales, like the copywriting strategy, is very different. So, what I always say is the internet can be a great source of ideas for like finding appeals that work great. But the sales copy strategy is not to be used in the newspapers. The brother or sister to newspaper advertising is direct mail. They're brother and sister, or brothers or sisters. I don't know, whatever. But they're very, very closely related. And that's why, we put 300 direct mail packages into the private members area for you. Those are winning magalogs in every possible market that's out there. So you will find lots of appeals. You will find lots of headline ideas, subhead ideas, image ideas, benefit ideas, proof elements ideas, credibility elements ideas. You'll find ideas for your free reports. Just every kind of idea you would need, you're going to find in that database. So I would direct you back there to check it out. The unfortunate truth, as I mentioned, is just that there's just not that many guys really advertising in the newspapers. Currently, there's about 12. There's about 12 guys doing any kind of, serious volume. and therefore you're just not going to find them. Really, to be quite honest, you're not going to find them. And I don't have a resource for you. The only thing I could tell you to do is, like find, like 5 or 6 newspapers and just buy them every day, around the country. If you could find someone to do that for you, get them to buy the newspapers, 5 or 6 different newspapers in different parts of the country and have them mailed to you every single day. But I'm telling you, you're not gonna find that much out there. In pretty much most of the markets that are worth pursuing, there's no competition. There's no competition. Someone was saying to me there recently, hey, like I can't, you didn't put enough anti-wrinkle ads up there. That's because there isn't many ads to put up there. And it's not that like that's a really great thing because there's no competition there. Someone else said, hey, beyond your ad, I only see one other heart ad. That's because there's no one else advertising there. Same with like the vision market, and there's just no one doing it. This is the opportunity. This is the massive, massive opportunity that's in front of you. So I would say your go-to resource is going to be direct mail, and we've put like 300 direct mail packages, about 300 direct mail packages into the members area there for you. So I hope that helps you, and I wish that there was more that I could say, but this is the opportunity, and the pros of having no competitors in these massive markets far outweighs the cons of not having, lots of advertising copy to view or review in those markets. Just wanted to confirm if Caleb is suggesting that the main appeal being made should be in the sub-headline. No, that's not exactly what I was saying. For example, is your market the heart patients, and there is blood pressure, cholesterol, blocked arteries, poor circulation, etc. Do I pick just one main one, like poor circulation, based on the outcome of my research and highlight that in the sub-headline? And if the MER is 3.2 or higher, scale. But if not, then test with blocked arteries. So first of all, we explained the 3.2 thing. That's don't get hung up on that. That's big money numbers. You can absolutely, without a doubt, be making money on a much smaller MER than that. In regards to your question, yes is the answer to that. Like finding out what appeal is hottest. If you don't already know, then that's what you're going to have to do. Yeah. If you have no experience in the heart market and you've no research to reference and you're trying to find out, hey, what's the biggest appeal? Ultimately, you're going to have to do something like that, which is, you pick blood pressure, you pick, cholesterol, you pick blocked arteries, you test all 3 of them separately. You can do it that way. Or you can come up with kind of a general headline that kind of captures the total audience, like I did. Top doctors now recommending new skin cream to heart patients. That pretty much reached out to the whole market. In the newspapers, the general rule is that you want a highly specific solution to a very general problem. So, you want a highly specific solution, like it unclogs arteries, like a cream that unclogs arteries, to a highly general, a very general problem or a very general, prospect. And that would be like heart patients and cardiovascular problems, heart problems. So heart problems, very general issue that, tons and tons of people have. And then a skin cream that like gets rid of plaque is a very specific solution. That's kind of the strategy for doing that. But that would not put me off targeting, blood pressure folks specifically or cholesterol folks specifically. However, I would tell you that, I would not allow myself to be so uneducated, on how to move forward there. Again, I would be going back into the direct mail database, and I would be seeing. I would say, okay, my gosh, there's 5 or 6 or 7 Magalogs here in the heart market, and 4 out of 5 of them are talking about artery plaque. Or like 3 out of 5 of them are talking about high blood pressure. And that would kind of, I would take that data. I would say, hey, if these were massive winners, and like 3 out of 5 of them, they're going after this one appeal, then obviously that's a vein that they tapped into. That's a hot appeal. So I'll probably start there. So I would start where it's a proven good idea for you to start. So I definitely would not be selling, for example, like angina, like a solution to angina in my headline. Why? Because I've never seen, a winning example of an offer that exclusively sells a solution to angina. I have seen offers that are exclusively based around high blood pressure, poor circulation, artery blockages. Believe it or not, I've seen very few that are, focused on smaller problems like, as I said, angina. So I would start with where, it's proven to work. So I'd start with those appeals. But I would also consider testing a kind of a rally the troops type headline. And like you saw in the ad, top doctors now recommending new skin cream to heart patients. I would test some sort of a general, rally the troops, capture the largest segment of the herd type headline. And I would, I'd cast a big net and pull them into a tighter sales message. So I hope that kind of makes sense. And once I have already identified, for example, I was very well educated on the heart market. I knew that artery plaque and plaque blockages, that was the hot one. Of all others, that was the one that was generating, the biggest, that had the widest reach, that was the biggest hot button, because I had been watching what was going on in direct mail. John and I were in that market in direct mail, and we knew that was the one to begin with in the newspapers. So we did not, start testing blood pressure and cholesterol and poor circulation. What we tested was just various different headlines around that one appeal. We tested a benefit-based headline. We tested a USP-based headline, and then we tested a social proof headline, and then we tested a credibility-based headline, and the credibility-based headline won. And that was the top doctors now recommending new skin cream to heart patients. So when you know what appeal works, then create different headline versions around that appeal. If you don't know what appeal works, then you got to go and find out what appeal works. But in our day and age, the answers to what appeal should I pursue, the answers to that question are in the direct mail swipe file that we have provided you. So I hope that answers your question, but that is the answer to the question. Optimizing, assuming all of my ducks are in a row and I've done some optimization with the headlines depending on my appeal but not achieving the results I want. You mentioned to look at the price points. How do you go about changing the pricing on the product, since you mentioned the standard pricing that you recommend that has worked really well is $59.95. What factors or rationales should I consider when I make those price changes? So you should not worry about changing your price points. Like if your ad isn't working, it's not because of the price points. We have figured out pretty much the best pricing structure across the board. But that's not to say that it's the best pricing structure for every market. But if it's not, my point is that you're not going to fail. Your campaign is not going to fail because of the price points. Your campaign is absolutely going to fail. If it does fail, it's going to be because of the headline, the main subhead, and the image. And in that order also. If I felt I had a great image and I had a pretty darn good subhead, then, it would be exclusively all about the headline. So I wouldn't mess with the price points right now. You'll know if you have a problem with price points. Your phone, your call center metrics will tell you that. But if you're not getting enough phone calls, then that's because, of your headline, your subhead, and your main image. So that's what I would be focusing on later on down the line. Like if you want to thoroughly optimize your ad, then I would be focusing on price points. But John and I have kind of reached the stage where we've tested this so freaking much that we're just not bothered testing the price points anymore. We've figured it out. It's something that is worth messing around with. It can have a big impact, but I'm telling you from experience, your ad's not going to fail because of the pricing structure that we gave you. If it's going to fail at all, it's going to be because of the headline, the main image, and then a far third would be first and second would be the headline and main subhead, and a far third would be the image. So if I tested an ad and it wasn't working, then it would be those three things I'd be focusing on. I would not be focusing on price. However, if my ad was up, rocking and rolling and kicking ass and taking names, and I really wanted to take it to the next level, then yeah, I'd mess around with the price points. But I mean, it's not a good place to start. I know you touched on main images in earlier modules. Can you please elaborate more on your strategy and rationale and thinking when looking for a killer image to use as the main image? Should my main image correlate or relate to my main appeal? Yes, absolutely. The closer you can match your image to your headline, the better off you will be. So at the very, very highest level of conversion, review the heart ad. So the heart ad talks about, top doctors are now recommending a new skin cream to heart patients, and then there's a doctor recommending a skin cream to a heart patient. What that does is that image is so tightly aligned and in support of the headline that now the image and the headline become inarguable. In other words, it triggers instant trust and belief. If I was to say to you, hey, let me just try and think about it. Anyway, you know what? Never mind. It's all about being instantly believable. And a lot of the times people, in their headlines, they'll say something that is not immediately believable. It's instantly unbelievable. And when something is instantly unbelievable, people just leave. But when something is instantly believable, actually exactly what happens kind of on an energetic, emotional level, like when someone says to you something that you completely disagree with, or something that, you immediately hits you as being bullshit, you recoil, you stiffen up, you become defensive, you disconnect, you tense, recoil, stiffen up and disconnect. But when somebody says something to you that you instantly believe, you instantly trust, and is totally aligned with what it is that you think and believe, you relax, you open up, you become more interested, and you just become more open. And that's the power of
the folks writing into the question. Hey Caleb, I dropped you there, or you dropped off for about 30 seconds there. And I also just want to make a comment. There's lots of people writing questions into the questions box, and just to say it again, everyone, we're not going to be getting to that for some time until we get the questions on the slide deck done. So sorry to interrupt you, Caleb.
Yeah. So just to repeat there, sorry, I got dropped there, but at the highest level, matching a okay, well, let me say it this way. So if you meet someone and that someone says something to you that you immediately believe is bullshit, you're going to emotionally recoil. You're going to emotionally stiffen up, become tense, and become distrustful. You're essentially going to put your defenses go up. However, conversely, if someone says something to you and it's totally believable, and it's aligned with how you think and feel, it's totally believable, and it's not, it doesn't trigger your BS response, you relax, you become open and receptive. That's what happens when you try and bullshit your prospect with headlines that are not believable. They're bouncing from one headline to the next to the next to the next in the newspapers, and then they come across yours, and within a microsecond, your headline gives your reader a feeling, and if that feeling is a feeling that makes them recoil, stiffen up, become defensive, they'll just move on. But if your headline gives your reader if it does the polar opposite of that, it relaxes your reader, it creates instant trust and belief, and pulls them in, then you've just really overcome the biggest hurdle that people have in acquiring customers, which is to just properly attract your prospect into your ad. The Heart ad is a master example of that. The headline makes a statement that is credible, and the image supports the statement visually as being real and credible. The headline says top doctors are recommending this thing, and then there's an image of a doctor recommending it. You can't argue with that. So immediately a heart patient comes upon that, sees that headline, sees that image, relaxes, becomes interested, becomes immediately trustful, and is open to receiving the rest of the ad. So to answer your question, the closer you can get to that, the better. So if you can find images that support the headline, your conversions will soar. And if you find images that do not, your conversions will plummet. So, for example, if you say, top doctors now recommending new skin cream to heart patients, and then there's an image of an elderly couple walking down the beach with a golden retriever, that's not, it's not aligned with the headline, and therefore it creates this huge disconnect that throws off the whole power of the message. So the trick is to find images that support and make believable your headline. So that's that. And when you can do that, you'll be making a lot of money. I totally get that the key to growing my business enormously will come from the back-end system, i.e. reaching out to customers that I have mailed and emailed and selling other products. However, I will definitely need mentorship when I get to that bridge. Per my goal, that will be around 90 days based on John's video regarding I don't know. Okay, the rest of it is missing. Yeah, look, what we've done is we've provided you with tons of direct mail sales copy. So, um, we've provided you with a manufacturer that has, lots of products that you can sell. And we've provided you with over 300 examples of direct mail sales copy that you can use to create landing pages on the internet if you want to do the internet side of things. And we'll also serve you if you want to create, back end direct mail, campaigns to your list as well. That's certainly a training in and of itself that we will not be and cannot cover in this particular training. This is all about newspaper advertising. It's all about launching a newspaper business, newspaper advertising business. So that's something that we're not going to be covering in this training. Unfortunately, it's an entirely different training. But what I will say is we've essentially armed you to the teeth with all of the sales copy and all of the vendors that you would need to begin serving your customers on the back end via direct mail and via email. Before scaling, you indicated to make sure that the fulfillment center has the product to meet the demand. I am starting with ship offers and have not reached out to any others. Will it be wise then to start reaching out to more folks, or based on your experience with ship offers, this should not be a concern, I am guessing? Yeah, it's not going to be a concern.
Yeah, if I could just add there that one of the major advantages that you're having with ship offers is that their supply line is very broad and very deep, so you're not going to have interruption to continuity of supply with your product. So that's one of the big advantages. A lot of folks, when they start out in this business and they're doing it through custom formulations, and like our own experiences down through the years, you end up sometimes gapping out of inventory, and you're having to switch off your sales channel while you wait for inventory to get back in, and so on. We haven't really got into this in a big way, but a huge advantage of working with somebody like Ship Offers is that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and looking forward to continue working with you as I grow my business, because you guys are naturals when it comes to training. Wow, thank you very much. And impacting knowledge. That's great. Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to working with you as well. So, high five. Always good when we get compliments, John, on our teaching abilities, considering we're not teachers. So, that's great. I guess, a big cause for concern for John and I when we were doing this was, we're not teachers. I don't know how we're not teachers. We haven't done any courses on teaching. So, to get compliments on our teaching here is really great. So thank you very much. When it comes to further elaborating on the USP and the body copy of the ad, would you advocate using the benefit of the benefit as many copywriters use, or is this telling too much for a newspaper ad and too far away from how a reporter would write? For example, plaque blockages in the arteries get dissolved so you can avoid scary trips to the doctor. Yeah, I didn't understand your question. That's a great question. I'm happy you gave me that example. Otherwise, I would have been confused. Bypass surgeries get cancelled, so no risk of dying on the operating table during surgery. That's a great question. The answer is that's a stylistic question, and this is why I was saying to you guys that how we the newspapers is such a different channel, it's such a different sales copy strategy, that online copy does not work. This is an example of one of the the differences between the two. This person, whoever you are, that's a great question. High five. The answer is you're dead right. You would not, a newspaper reporter would not do that. And you need to be careful with that kind of stuff, because it can come across as you said, too salesy. I think what was the benefit of the benefit? or telling too much for a newspaper ad and too far away from how a reporter would write. Yeah, a reporter would give the facts, would give the statistics, would give the details, but would not, go into like too much of the emotion of it all. Now, we got a question there before, which is, do newspaper readers, do they buy more on logic or emotion? The answer is they buy on believability. So like if you're talking about like clearing artery blockages, you can talk about that factually, but it's an emotional topic. So you don't need to overemphasize the emotion. You don't need to overemphasize the danger of an artery blockage. Believe you me, you're talking, to someone who is living with that artery blockage and feels, every day they get up, that could be their last day. They're looking around and they're realizing that, this could be it. Today could be it. So you don't need to like, light any more of a fire under that person's ass, it's already a big issue. So if you saw in our ad, for the skin cream there, we didn't go into like the pain of it all. You know what I mean? Because that's sales copy, and we didn't want to be like, we're reporting on a story, and a reporter would just talk about the facts, the figures, the reality, and the story of it. The reporter would also be talking to an audience, which is a very different approach than, every other kind of sales copy course out there. Every other sales copy course would be like, talk to your prospect, use the word you a lot, speak to that person's wants and needs and communicate and use the word you a lot, your, and all that kind of stuff. Well, guess what? That's not the case in the newspapers. A reporter would be talking to the readers as a group and would be reporting on the facts, the figures, the statistics, the details. So that's kind of what you want to do there. You want to stay away from over emphasizing benefits, from over elaborating upon things, from adding far too much emotion to kind of like, you just don't want to be over exaggerating. It's not that people, like the question was, previously, do newspaper buyers buy on logic, instead of emotion? Because like I see that your ad is not, like these crazy emotional headlines. The reality is, as I said, newspaper readers buy based on whether or not your ad is believable. So it's not about the benefit within the benefit. It's not about, selling and telling. It's none of that stuff. It's just about being believable. You have to ask yourself, would the way that you're communicating, or would the things that you're saying in your ad, or essentially would your ad, would you believe it? Because if you wouldn't believe it, then you need to write that ad. You need to go back and like rework it and present it in a way that is believable. Because the more you could the more your ad would convince you to buy, the more it's going to convince someone else. Everybody, like lots of people in the whole copywriting world, and I don't want to get into a whole copywriting training here, but like a lot of people in the copywriting world, they just put words on the page. They've really got no respect for how those words are going to land, in their reader's head. They think they're writing like an ad, and you're not writing an ad. You're talking to a person who's every bit as intelligent and skeptical and distrustful as you are. Everyone on this call is a very intelligent, very skeptical, very distrustful person. We all are, and we're not going to be bullshitted too darn easily. We're too wise. We're too long in the tooth for that stuff. Why? Because we've been bitten and ripped off and scammed and cheated too many times in the past. We're too long in the tooth for that kind of crack now. So if you want to bring it, if you want to sell me, Mr. Advertiser, you better be real and you better be believable. And that's the way you look at it. So I don't think about writing ads as writing ads. I think about it being believable. My dad, our dad, is like a typical Irish, old school dude. And I often think about him when I'm writing ads. Would Dad buy into this? Because if he wouldn't, and believe me, he'd be a tough one to sell. So if I was going to write an ad to sell something to my father, I'd need to appeal to exactly what it is that he would want, and I would need to make it ridiculously believable. It would have to be bulletproof. And that's the secret. That's really the secret. The more you can make it believable, the more your conversions will soar. Everyone is constantly asking, like, in the whole copywriting community, what's the tip? What's the trick? What's the little nugget that's going to turn my losing ad into a winning ad? Yeah, there are tips, there are tricks, but they don't last for long. The real secret to explosive conversion rates, the real secret to explosive advertising, the real secret to launching massive businesses is to be believable. It's everything. So I hope that answers your question there. In one of your ads, I see one extra sentence at the very end that you don't have in the video about answering question number 6. The sentence is, those not getting through before the 48-hour deadline must pay more for the product. Since you said the wording of this clause is extremely important and has been tested a lot, should this sentence be included at the end or not? Look, you can include it. If you can enforce it, you can include it, and if you can't enforce it, then don't include it. But it does help. But you know what? It's not the sentence so much as the strategy. Like, the strategy is a takeaway. Hey, if you don't order, there's a consequence. If you don't order within this period of time, you're going to lose out on something. So it's like the fear of loss. That's the tactic. So if you understand the fear of loss, you can play with it. Those who fail to order, the product is very limited. There isn't a lot of it available. This doesn't apply to you guys because, everyone's working with ship offers, but, trust me, it would apply to you if, you were selling your own uniquely designed custom formula. You could say something to the effect of, supplies are limited. And, if you lose out on this opportunity to order, and secure your product, you may have to wait, for new product to be manufactured, which could take 6 to 8 weeks. That's another very true, very powerful statement to make. The other thing you could say is look, if you don't order within the next 48 hours, you may be forced to wait for further announcements in this or other publications. That's another way you could say it. It's just another, hey, if you don't order, this is what's going to happen. So it's the tactic there. But yeah, you can use that if you like. We didn't put it in there just simply because we didn't feel that a lot of people would be able to use it truthfully. Okay, can you give us sample phrasing of what to put in the document that we have doctors sign off on in order to use their endorsement? Here is what Shelley has told me to do in the past, and that is to essentially, print out the ad, send it to the doctor, and have the doctor, print out the ad with the doctor's quote in the ad or the doctor's endorsement in the ad, and then get the doctor to write a little note next to his endorsement saying, I, Dr. Caleb O'Dowd, give John O'Dowd, owner of, O'Dowd Inc., laboratories, my full permission to use this statement in his advertising, of the product, John's product. My phone number is, my mailing address is, my email address is, and then that's it. And then you just keep that on file. And then get the doctor to sign his or her signature to that file, and then you just keep that as reference, and that is it. That's what Shelley has told me, and that's what we've done, and that's good enough for us. I hated English class in school. I hated school. So I didn't excel at writing. Me too. Do you guys have anyone review your article like a former or retired newspaper reporter to make sure the punctuation, sentence structure, spelling, and grammar are correct, and to make sure it's formatted and sounds like it's been written by a newspaper reporter? The answer is we don't, but I can tell you this. John's wife gave me a recommendation for an application that has changed the game for me. And the application is called Hemingway. And I love it. It has just changed the game for me, really. Hemingway has significantly improved my writing skills and ability. Hemingway will give you all that you need in terms of sentence structures and punctuation and spelling. It'll like color code things and say this sentence is too long. It'll say, hey, you're using you're using too many passive words in this sentence. Like change the passive words. It's really improved my writing significantly. So Hemingway is an application. I don't even remember, John. It was a while now. Is it free or did I pay for it or how much was it? Do you know?
I don't remember. But while you're speaking, I'll look it up here online. If it did cost anything, it wasn't anything.
Yeah, it was like peanuts. Yeah. So. But yeah, I don't really have anyone review my ads. I just, I reviewed them myself, and now I run everything through Hemingway, and Hemingway sorts me out. I used to.
I'll put this link under this post when we're finished. But just for any of you who have a computer, obviously you have a computer in front of you. HemingwayApp.com, app. HemingwayApp.com.
Yeah. So yeah. So Hemingway will correct your English. It'll correct your sentences, the sentence structure, your spelling, your grammar, your punctuation. It'll look after you. It'll take care of you. All right. You mentioned that you were going to show us how to get testimonials from users of our product when we started getting customers, but I haven't seen a training on that. You have mentioned sending out letters on one of the Q&A calls. Is this how we do it? If so, can you provide us with a sample of the letter or the wording we would use for a letter to send customers? Yeah, I'll make a note of that. We actually have a letter. So let me write that down on my high-tech piece of crumpled up paper here on my desk. Get that testimonial letter. All right. Thank God we have computers. I write like a 4-year-old child. All right. Please explain the theory of why an MER of 3.2 is a break-even number. It's not. It's not. Throughout this training, you've said your goal is to bring in 3 times ad cost. Seems like an MER of 3.2 is exactly that. But if you're saying it's break-even, then these two things seem like they're in conflict. Yeah, there's just a misunderstanding there, guys. So but what we were talking about is that, starting out on a very, very low test, you will be making money at 3.2. But certainly, when you begin to scale, your numbers come down significantly. So guys, please, if you're getting 2.5 MER, that's high five. You're making money. You're generating profit. And you're, even lower than that, you're doing pretty good there as well. So 3 is killer. Anything above 3 is really, you're doing very, very good. So we're going to go back and revise the training just for clarity there. But, we're going to be going back over that. In the 4 key call floor optimization systems, please elaborate further on what a performance hero is. Is this someone with a specific role of dealing with and understanding the call floor?
Yeah, so it's just it's a term to describe somebody who is going to be looking at the data and information and driving a ratcheted continuous improvement performance. That's obviously you if you're a one-person show at the outset. And for those of you that have, organizations around you with people who are doing work and so on, you need to consider assigning this task of performance hero to one of your staff. So what the whole emphasis here is that one person, and for Caleb and I for many years, it was Caleb and I, and sometimes me and sometimes Caleb. The whole idea was to just track a number of key measures, listen to calls, and drive the performance. So what this did was it put us in a position where our performance continually got better, because 95% of businesses don't go and do this. And as a result, 95% of businesses have service providers who don't engage much with their clients, and the client doesn't engage much with service providers. But my wife, when we moved back from Ireland, or back to Ireland years and years and years ago, when she was trying to get us re-established in Ireland, we'd lived out of the country for many, many years, she would get very frustrated with services in Ireland, and she'd often tell me that, what, she said, it's only the squeaky wheel gets oiled here. She said, I have to make a song and dance sometimes to get things done here. And it was a piece of language when Caleb and I were talking about it, that for us, we felt we were doing the same in business, where we were just making sure every week that things were being done correctly. And essentially, by working with different suppliers, suppliers would become well tuned to us to say, I better fix that, because I know if I don't fix it, they're going to be back on the phone tomorrow. John and Caleb, or today, some of the folks that are in our company, we'll just keep making sure that stuff gets done. And as a result, the vendors that we work with today represent that, where they get stuff done. And I suppose this phrase of performance hero, as we started to engage with clients, we could see that this basic understanding was well misunderstood, or what was not being implemented in other businesses. So the more we could hear stories from people around us and even clients, we realized actually, that this was an important piece of advice. This is your business, and this whole term performance hero came from that. So maybe I'm talking a bit too much about it, but I hope it makes sense. Caleb, if you have any more to add to that.
No, that's it. Yeah. Okay. So we were our own performance heroes for a while. As we start to grow this business, we're putting an infrastructure in place to take this to 100 million or more, and we have assigned a performance hero to our call center operation these days. So that's that. Okay, whew. I've been working hard on my weight loss newspaper ad, and it's over 950 words long. Have to place it on a diet. Yeah, I use the training outlines to fill out the information for my ad, but looking back at the pre-paper ads in the training file, my media ad looks rather dull compared to the previous successful ads you supplied. and they tend to be more hype. And sounds like you have discovered a wonder pill and the best thing since sliced bread. Would those media ads be accepted now, or would they be dismissed as fake news today? I don't know. Those ads, we don't know the people who wrote those ads. We just know that those ads were very, very successful. So successful that that they ran for a very long time and ran in a lot of newspapers. So it's not about would the media ads be accepted. Pretty much every ad will be accepted except ads that has a sexual nature to them. Every other ad would be accepted. It's not about whether the ads would be accepted or not. It's whether you, as a person, as a business owner, want to take the risk in running ads that do not abide by the laws set forth in the industry by the FDA. I don't particularly, a lot of those ads that are in there, maybe there's some of them that push the envelope a little bit, but a lot of them are quite compliant. It's okay to be, it's okay to talk about something as if it's, the best thing since sliced bread. That's perfect. I mean, if you have a good product and you really believe in it, then, a lot of people were like, geez, you speak very passionately about what it is you do. Yeah, I'm because I think it's the best thing since sliced bread. I love this business. I love the life that this business has given me. I love the opportunities that I have as a result of this business. And I love the people who have benefited tremendously from me sharing this business with other people. So yeah, I'm on fire about it. I speak about it very passionately. And the same should be true for you. As long as you're selling, a product that is awesome. So I wouldn't be worried about that. I also, to be quite honest, I wouldn't, I got a long talk from Gary Halbert one time, and Halbert used to read books all the time about criminals and the mafia and, criminal gangs and the mafia and professional criminals and robberies and great heists and stuff like that. And drug dealers. And he was always reading that stuff. He was always watching movies about that stuff. And his thing was, these guys are incredibly intelligent, like master criminals, master scam artists, very high level drug dealers. They're master, manipulators. They're master persuaders. They're master business people. And while their approaches are, illegal and immoral, you should learn from them, because, behind the, let's call it evil intention that they have, they are applying principles that, are universal and can be used ethically. And it was a very interesting lesson for me to learn from him. So, someone was asking me, hey, some of these ads in there, they're not you, but previously someone was asking, hey, some of these ads, they're old and they're, ridiculous. Like I study a lot of Gene Schwartz ads. Guys, there was no comprehension of compliance back in the 60s. His ads today would put you in a lot of trouble. But the ads are genius. The strategy is genius. The formulas are genius. The sales copy is genius. The appeals are incredible. So yeah, his sales copy is completely uncompliant. But that doesn't mean that you can't learn a ton of very, very valuable information from those ads. So I think I kind of wandered off your question here. You know, if your ad is dull in, you know, it looks dull or whatever. I mean, look here, every ad looks dull in a Microsoft Word file. You know, I'll just point that out. You know, it doesn't look sexy or exciting sitting in a Microsoft Word file, but like when you put it up in lights there and you format it into an ad, you know, it's probably going to look very different. But what I would say to you is if you're not happy with the ad, then, you know, like you need to go back, take a look at the direct mail swipe file that we gave you and consider leveraging some of the sales copy in the direct mail swipe file in like that's in the weight loss market there. There's tons of direct mail in the weight loss space there that, you know, there's tons of copy in those magalogs that you can leverage. That was very proven copy. Very, very proven sales copy. So yeah, you can leverage that. You can go in there, you can use it to pump up your ads, and that's what I would advise you to do. There's also some very powerful weight loss ads in the $1 billion swipe file. And some of them are very sophisticated, very advanced, and very compliant. You know, the ad that I showed you, I forget what it was. I think the headline is "Sales are booming for fast acting diet pill." That's very compliant, and that's one hell of an ad. That's a blockbuster. So I would check those out. I would direct you there. Check them out. I think you'll get a lot out of those two resources. What media FDA disclaimers, if any, do you include in your ads? Yeah, you would use an FDA disclaimer in your ads. If you look at the bottom of many of the ads in the $1 billion swipe file, you get the exact FDA disclaimer that you would use in your ads. So check out those ads. What FTC disclaimers do you include? You would use, if you're paying someone, if you're paying like a doctor, you would put something in there like you know, all doctors mentioned are remunerated for their services. In regards to the testimonials, you know, you would, you know, like if the testimonials are covered in the FDA disclaimer, you know, results are not typical or something, you can put in there like that. What safety, caution, warning information do you include in your ads? None, because you shouldn't be selling something that, you know, requires you to put a safety, caution, warning in there. You know, they'll normally say, you know, like a normal general safety warning is like, you know, pregnant women, you know, or lactating women, you know, should not use this product. But I mean, we're pretty much selling to boomers here, so it's safe to say that there's not going to be pregnant women taking these products. Is there any particular format or software that the final ad needs to be in when we submit it for publication? Yes. The format is called InDesign. So you'll get a PDF created, and then, you know, you will have that converted into InDesign. InDesign, InDesign. So when you go to Upwork and you hire someone to do that, you know, that's a very popular format that lots of designers will be very, very familiar with, that they'll be able to give you back your ad in InDesign. What bonuses or gifts are there other than free reports? None. So you give discounts and free reports. That's it. What do we do if we don't have or want to include special reports for the 3 and 6 month purchases and only offer discount pricing? I don't know. You know, I mean, if you don't want to use our system, then, you know, you can do whatever you like. But, you know, our system is our system, and reports are a part of that. So if you don't want to do that, then, you know, it's possible that you can expect lower conversion rates. Are we only offering free shipping and handling on the 3 and 6 month packages and somehow charging a shipping fee on the single bottle orders? That is correct. The idea is to invite people to order the 3 and 6 month bottle packages and deter people, from ordering the 1 month supply. Do you find certain products tend to get larger volume orders? No. While other products get smaller bottle orders, not in my experience. If so, which categories fall into the high and low end numbers of bottles ordered? Not in my experience. Have you tested scripting of starting at the single bottle and offering the upsell rather than the downsell? Yes, I have. What type of results differences did you have? Complete failure versus massive success. Note, I ask because I've always been trained to do it the other way around, and it's been very successful. So curious. Yeah, you know what? Like, if you present your lowest, most unexciting offer to people, they will always, like, it's easier to downsell than it is to upsell. That's a fact. I don't know who would have trained you to do it the other way, but whoever would have trained you to do it the other way probably is not a very sophisticated marketer that has a tremendous amount of experience split testing, because it is a golden rule in marketing and advertising that it is easier to downsell than it is to upsell. So we lead with our higher. Like, if you say, hey, listen, you can get a 1 month supply for, $59.95, or, you can get a 6 month supply for $299. I mean, like, obviously people are going to be like, well, I think I'll just go with the 1 month supply. So the idea is to not do that. The idea is to present your very best offer up front. Like, look, you get this, you get this, you get this, plus you get this, and then to top it all off, you get this, 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 and this, plus you get free shipping and handling, and they're like, wow, that's incredible, and a good, 30 to 40% of your customers will be like, whoa, that's fantastic, awesome, that's fantastic, yes, sign me up. And then for the people who don't go for it, you say, all right, well, look, if you don't want to go for that, then I have this other offer, and, you don't quite get all of that stuff, but you do get this, 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 and this. And they're like, now the second one doesn't seem as exciting as the first one, because I get a lot more with the first one than I do with the second one, and I really did want those free bonuses, and yeah, I'm paying more per bottle now than I would be, if I had just gotten a 6 month supply. You know what? I think I'm going to go with the 6 month supply. A lot of people, that happens a lot on the calls, but a lot of people then will go for the 3 month supply. But the same thing happens when you downgrade to like the 1 month supply. They're like, all right, I don't get any of the free reports. I don't get any of the discounts. And I have to pay for shipping and handling. Bummer. You know what? I think I'll just go with the 3 month supply. So by downgrading people, you put them into a place of like understanding that I'm losing out all the time. I'm losing out on this, I'm losing out on that. And therefore people are naturally motivated to upgrade to the better order option for themselves. Doing it the other way is a sure path to ruin. Yes, we've tested it, and it's a bum deal. So it's not the way to do things. The general rule in marketing and advertising is that it's easier to downsell than it is to upsell. So that is the answer to that. So everything that is in that script is not there for the fun of it. And it's not there because we believe that it should be there. It's there because it's tested, it's proven. It has demonstrated itself in cold, hard dollars, money in the bank, that it has earned its right to be there as a result of earning financially the highest returns in comparison to all other aspects and all other things tested against it. That script is not messing around. That is absolutely the most highly advanced, sales script out there in the marketplace. And I'm telling you guys, you have no idea what the power of that is. We've had companies that we've shared that script with, and like overnight, it's been an overnight transformation, for them. It's an overnight transformation. The fact that we're just giving it to you guys as part of this training, whoops, I don't know what happened there, guys. The fact that we're just giving you this as part of the training, is a big deal. It is a big deal. So you guys are really going to understand the power of that later on down the road, or actually maybe you'll never even understand it. But you're starting at such a highly advanced place. I would not mess with the script. The script should not be messed with. So that's my answers there. What is a sweet spot cost for normal shipping and handling? I don't know what the sweet spot is, but good pricing for the 1 month supply, the good shipping pricing for the 1 month supply is like $4.95, $6.95, $7.95. What is the sweet spot cost for rush shipping and handling? We don't do that. We rush ship them anyway. And how many days is rush delivery? We don't offer that. So maybe we have in the past, but we've stopped doing it.
Yeah, actually, if I could just add there, Caleb, first of all, to Mark, yeah, the call is live. And I just wanted to add there that I added a new video in Module 3 for SKUs and pricing. So when you get to Module 3, or if you're already there, you can check out that short video on pricing, and I share things like shipping and handling stuff as well. So you can take a quick look at that. It's a short video, goes through all that stuff. And as Caleb said, we don't do the overnight shipping stuff. We've never had great experiences with either cost or being able to make sure that customers get everything they want. Either the cost is prohibitive, or something can go wrong in making sure they get it the next day and stuff like that. So that's not something we're going to push you guys to do. If any of you want to experiment with it, of course, we're not saying don't do it, but it's just not something that we're lining out as a key requirement for your formula here.
Yeah. Is it better to offer free bottles than reports? Not with our formula, meaning buy 3, get 1 free, buy 5, get 3 free. Not with our formula. There's buy 3, get 1 free, buy 5, get 3 free is like the standard offer, like in the industry, by guys who really don't know and haven't tested like a lot of stuff. But certainly over the phone with our script. Actually, I shouldn't say that. There's a lot of guys that know what they're doing that have that offer. But what's different in our case is that we've tested it, and it's not more profitable than how we do things. Not at all. Take, our script, there's several like key things that work in symphony with one another to bring about the conversion rates that we're getting. And, when all of those things work in symphony, they overcome, the need to give away free bottles. Free bottles in our script lowers conversion rates and increases costs. We have found that good reports, no one cares. Here's the reality. People care about getting value. They don't care about getting free bottles. People care about getting value. That's all. And value is very much a volume. It's very much a quantity of items related issue. It's not like, quantity of bottles related issue. So, you get 3 free, like the word free and then the extra, stuff That's what's really driving the impression of value. But giving away bottles cost a lot. You give away 3 bottles, you've just added $15 to your cost to fulfill that order. Whereas if you give away 3 free reports, you still get the 3 in there, and you still get the free in there. Plus, you get like interesting topics that are like high perceived value in there, and it probably will cost you $1.50 to fulfill on those. $3 max. So it's not wise to do that in general, because it's the value that people are looking for, and value comes in more and better forms than giving away free bottles. So with our script, you don't need to give away free bottles. We don't. We've tested it. It's not a good deal. It costs extra money, and it lowers conversion rates. You mentioned bundling the 3 reports to make it cost effective and also easy for ship offers. Does this mean the bonus for 3 and 6 bottle orders is 3 reports? Wouldn't 1 report and 3 bonus reports get confused at ship offers? Yeah, look, there's a couple of hacks that we advise, that are optional for you guys to avail of when getting started. This is kind of a hack that you can use instead of printing, 3 reports for the, together for the 6-month buyers, and then a second bundle of reports, which would be just 1 report for the 3-month buyers. We're just saying, hey, as a means of getting off the ground, you could just create, 1 report that contains all 3 bonuses, and you could give it out to the 3 and 6-month buyers. And, the 3-month buyers feel like it's their lucky day, and the 6-month buyers get what they paid for. And, when you're up and running and in a better position financially, you can separate the 2. You can have all 3 reports bundled together, and they just go to the 6-month buyers. And then, separate to that, you would just have the 1 report that goes out to the 3-month buyers. But if, you don't want to incur, the additional costs of doing that, then it's a quick little hack that you can use until you get your business off the ground. And it's no harm, no foul. If anything, you're adding, some you're making a deposit into the bank of goodwill with the 3-month buyers. When calling the regular product a plus version, doesn't this cause a problem on reorders when the exact same ingredients are on the regular product bottle? Anyone who, gets that would be, would continue to get the plus product. So anyone that you give the plus product to would essentially continue to get the plus product on reorders until such time as you're in a position where you can separate the 2 products later on down the road. Again, that's a hack that sees you making a further deposit into the bank of goodwill with a certain segment of your customers, while availing of a very, very high level, mega profitable strategy that's going to put a lot of money in your bank account. For the welcome letter and any reports, what are the logistics of getting them printed and then sent in quantity to ship offers? Does ship offers have in-house printing and assembly capabilities? Couldn't they run out of letters and reports? John, maybe you want to take that one.
Okay, I was distracted there. Which one is it?
So for the welcome letter and any reports, what are the logistics of getting them printed and then sent in quantity to ship offers? Does ship offers have in-house printing? Huh?
So ship offers, I would not recommend. They offer to say, yeah, we'll take care of some print. I looked at them last summer and I thought they were very expensive. So I wouldn't be recommending to do that. So what we have done is I've organized printed materials to be printed separately, and I've included in Module 2 print services that you can use that are cost competitive, and have them shipped over to ship offers. So how I do it is, one of the girls here at least does it. What they do is they manage like a month's supply of print materials, and they ship them over. And when you talk with ship offers, they'll give you some details there about where to ship them to. You have to fill out a little form to say that, expect a delivery of 1,000 of this, or whatever your quantities might be, 500 or whatever your start-off quantities would be, for example. And you then have them shipped over. And in that video that I've made there about pricing and SKUs, I show you how to assign a SKU, a stock keeping unit, to the actual document so that it's picked up every time your order goes out. So that's in Module 3. So print services, I've listed them in the Module 2 settings there under list of contacts, and you just have them shipped over. I wouldn't recommend ship offers. They're expensive. Use a better service that I've recommended there. And that's that. So Module 2 and Module 3.
All right. Is natural and or all naturals still a selling point, or is this a problem in the ad and in the FAQs? I can't imagine how it would be a problem in the ad or in the FAQs. Is it a selling point? I don't know if it's a selling point. But I would put it in there, like like somewhere in the ad, I'd absolutely talk about how this pill is not a drug; it's a natural, solution. I would like to call the ingredients herbs and nutrients rather than supplements in the ads and in the FAQ. Is this okay? Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that for some specific reason, then okay. I would not, particularly call them herbs or nutrients myself. I would refer to the pill as, a health supplement or just a pill, or a natural pill, something like that. But it's up to you, I suppose. MER again. There was a lot of mentions about 3.2 MER as a good indicator of break even. When we started out, to me, it seems high because of my interpretation. It means for every $1,000 spent on advertising, we need $3,200 in sales. Can you clarify why there's 22 left over for other costs to break even? I understand there are costs for products. Yeah, look, we've covered that. So we're going to correct that. At 3 MER or 3.2, you're making money. You're making good money. So probably starting out, you guys are going to probably have a break even of something below 2.5 starting out. And as your business grows and you start getting closer, you start spending 10 grand a week, 20 grand a week, 30 grand a week, that's probably going to come down to, on average, somewhere around, 1.8, 1.7, something like that, when you're up and scaled up a little like that. So, we were just saying, hey, 3.2 is kind of, that leaves you at a good profit margin when starting out, considering that, your business is never going to be as expensive as what it's going to be when you're starting for the very first time. You want to add something there, John?
Just to say that I just saw some of the comments there. Tim mentions that the Hemingway app is a free app. So cool stuff. Sorry, Caleb, to distract you.
Ooh. Okay, when going through the initial testing phases, if we are not getting at least 3.2 MER from the test running our ads, are we supposed to make sure we can get that number and continue to optimize our ad to be safe before scaling the ad so we don't lose our shirts in bleeding money on a losing campaign and ad costs? So, you're going to have to determine for yourself what your particular break even is. We have a training on that talks about, how to add up, like what your break even is. I mean, it's very simple. You just add up all your costs, So you can do it on 100 orders or 1,000 orders, whatever you like. You can say, hey, it's costing me $5 a bottle for every 100 orders. I sell 150 bottles. So 150 times $5, is $750 or whatever it is. So that's $750 for product cost on for every 100 orders. Then to generate 100 orders, I had to spend, I'm making this up. I don't have the math in my head, but I had to spend like, $2,000 or $3,000, or $4,000, whatever it may be, on advertising. So now it's like $3,750 for advertising plus product. And then the call center, cost me, $1,000 to acquire those 100 customers. So now the call center in on that, it's like, it's whatever. So you just keep adding up all your costs and you say to yourself, right, for every 100 orders, my break even, is like where I am right now. My break even is 2 MER, or 2.2 MER. That's what I need to clear in order for me to break even, and anything above that then is profit. So you have to just essentially add up all your costs, and then, later on down the line, when your costs are going up, when you're scaling your business, you're going to go back to ship offers and you're going to be like, hey, what's the story? I'm paying like $6 a bottle here, like I can't continue to pay this. You guys got to cut your costs down. It's costing me too much. And they're going to be like, all right, well, look, you're selling 300 bottles a week there now. We'll take the $6 down to $6.50 and we can review it again when you're doing 500 sales a week or whatever, and then you're going to go back to your call center. You're going to be like, hey, what the heck, I'm paying too much money. You guys got to renegotiate here. And then they're going to renegotiate with you. And the same with shipping and handling. And that will happen again and again and again as your volume goes up and up and up and up and up. And that's a very natural thing. All the vendors are going to be expecting you to renegotiate their costs as your volume goes up. So over time, when you start getting to a place where you're spending, 30 grand a week on advertising, your bottle cost is going to come right down. Your call center costs are going to come right down. So whereas you might have started out with your break even being 2.5, now it's 1.8, and that's kind of how it's going to work out. So, John, maybe you want to add something there?
Yeah, if I could add, so I like the journey that you're going to go through. So I'll just echo what Caleb says, and maybe add just another couple of personal comments there too. And that it's always going to get cheaper the more business that you do. However, you don't just sit there and wait for it to get cheaper, right? Nothing is going to change by itself. So as you scale up, you put an emphasis on reducing costs as you scale up. And so with that being the case, sometimes what you do is you make adjustments to your business in ways of, we mentioned there a great question about printing. You can change print providers as an example as you go and get quotes for other better costs. I've started you out there with an excellent base cost on the service provider I mentioned in Module 2. But every place where you're spending money, you take reference once your volumes get up and going. So after your test period, after your 90 days of getting into position, then as you start scaling up, at least 5-6 months in, you're re-evaluating absolutely everything across the portfolio. That's not to say that everyone you pick up the phone to and say, I'd like a reduced cost, is going to give it to you. That's just not going to be the case. But what you start to do is find ways in which to pull that cost on. So we're talking phase 2 stuff right now, but the whole formula here as you kick off is it's going to get cheaper and cheaper the more volume you do. So keep that in mind as you build your business and as you start pushing in on where you're going. So guys, I just wanted to add that, Caleb. It's a pretty same message here.
Yeah, the reality is things get better, things get more profitable, and they get a lot more exciting the more you grow. So that's what we're all about, guys. We're all about getting to the stage where, and I can tell you this as well, like the bigger you become, the bigger the stick you can kind of carry. You know what I mean? That's a saying, like, you can wave a big stick. In other words, you kind of command more respect and attention when people when your vendors start to realize, hey, jeepers, I'm making a lot of money from this guy or gal here. I really want to keep them around. So, I'm willing to negotiate to do whatever I can to keep them as a loyal customer. And when you're in that position, then things can get really cool and really profitable for you. In your example ad that promotes the EDTA cream, mentioned several things that sound like clinical study results on your product. Statements like the results of 34,000 patient case studies here in the US are impressive to say the least. Many patients taking reported 50% reduction in artery plaque. Were actual users tested by their doctors after taking your product to objectively demonstrate a 50% reduction in plaque? The answer is yes. We had customers mail us in their like the results, a scanned copy of the Doppler tests and ultrasound tests that they had received at actual hospitals. You have to realize we had a lot of doctors around the country recommending this product, number one. We were also selling this product for many years and had acquired many customers. We had over 2,000 raving testimonials from customers. This is really powerful if that is the case. However, since I know following up like that would be very expensive, I suspect may not be the case. This feels like it is potentially, no, it was real. It was real. Yeah, can you please comment? I feel it's very important to get it right. Yeah, look, the reality is when you can move into a place where you have a really amazing, genuine product, you're going to want to flesh it out and make it as really as impressive as you possibly can. That was such a transformational, game-changing product. There was already an industry of about 1,000 doctors around the country, there still is, that own and operate chelation clinics. So, you go there and you have an IV chelation treatment, which means that you go in, you sit down on one of those lazy boy chairs, and a nurse comes along and sticks a needle in your vein, and they drip into your veins EDTA. And, people go there and they spend thousands, like millions of people go there every year, and they spend thousands and thousands of dollars getting this treatment. And then then the EDTA supplements came out, and, that was a cheaper solution than chelation therapy. But studies were done on those pills, and they found out that like the stomach acid actually kills off 95% of the EDTA before it gets into the bloodstream. So pretty much taking those supplements is a waste of time. We came out with a cream that was clinically demonstrated to deliver the EDTA through the skin. It broke the skin barrier and delivered EDTA down into the veins and arteries, and delivered 1,200% more EDTA into the arteries than EDTA supplements, and it was like many times cheaper. It was like $3,000 to $5,000 for chelation therapy, and it was a couple of $100 for the cream. So it was many times cheaper, far more convenient than the IV treatment, and it was a lot more effective than the health supplements. It was an incredible product, and it was also, supported. We had tons of patient case studies. We had over 2,000 testimonials. I forget how many doctors we had that were recommending the cream to their patients all throughout the country. So we really built up that product to be incredible because we had a lot of time to do it. And when you have an incredible product that's very unique and you have something like that, then you can go all the way with it, just like we did. What should the dimensions size of the main picture be to go in the ad? Oh, that's a good question. We'll get the answer for you and get it and we'll post it somewhere. I actually don't know off the top of my head. We just, we've been doing it for so long that we pass it over to the designer, and they just know what the size is and they do it. So I actually don't have the answer to that, but we'll get it for you. John talked about Performance Hero. Is that a call? We already talked about that. Please give more time to talk about this again in a specific way. I didn't get it. We already spoke about that. So if you didn't hear it, you can pick up the call recording of this call tomorrow where we did speak about it. Caleb, talk about appeal. What does appeal means exactly? Appeal means, like the one kind of sales hook that's going to appeal to your customer the most. So, if you're a heart patient, with artery plaque, then, you may not be so interested in a solution that's, all about high blood pressure, but you might be very interested in a solution that dissolves artery plaque. So going after the artery plaque appeal, that's the whole solution to artery plaque. That is an appeal. That's the best appeal to a person who has a problem with artery plaque. So it's essentially, appeal. An appeal could be described in a number of ways. It could be described as the one, solution that appeals to your prospect the most. It could be like the one hook, the one headline that appeals to your prospect the most. It could be described as the one, the one product or the one solution, the one promise that's going to resonate most powerfully with your prospect. Does that mean testing or optimizing the same ad, or appealing, meaning testing is running ads for multiple products, then choose the best ads of the product converted the most? Is that I suppose you mean main appeal, meaning exactly what you mentioned. I really struggle time to understand it. Yeah, it's just, appeal. It is what I just said. You have a heart patient, and let's just say that there are 100 heart patients in a room. Okay, 50% of them, suffer from artery plaque, and they know that, that's a huge problem for them. And if they don't solve it, it may be the cause of, their untimely, death. Then of the other 50% in the room, 20% of them suffer from high blood pressure, another 20% of them suffer from cholesterol, and another 10% of them suffer from angina. So if you walk into a room and, full of 100 heart patients, and you start talking about poor circulation, you're not going to be of interest to you're not going to be of interest to anyone in the room. If you start talking about angina, 90% of the people will be totally uninterested in what you have to say, and only 10% will be interested in what you have to say. If you start talking about, artery plaque, now 50% of people in the room are glued to what you're saying. All of these things are different appeals. You're talking about different appeals, you're talking about different solutions. So within your marketplace, you can consider it in that way. You're trying to find out, hey, what's the most responsive group of people within the marketplace? What are they responding to the most? So you got to reach out to them and appeal to different interests within the marketplace. So in the same way, you could test one appeal, and it would be, dissolve deadly artery blockages without pills, needles, or surgery. That would be one appeal. Cut your blood pressure, 32%, in 21 days. That might be another appeal. Boost blood flow around your body, without, taking dangerous drugs. That might be another appeal. And you would essentially, if you tested all of those appeals, you'd get, if you tested those 3 different appeals, you get 3 different answers. One of them for sure would generate more sales than the other 2. And the winner is what you would move forward with. So I hope that answers your question. When testing 3 different versions of the ad, how much does each version typically differ from the other 2? How much has changed, different headlines and appeals? Yeah, like we have this all the time. There's like a lot of people, they'll test headlines, and they'll test different words in the same headline. That's total BS. You need to swing for the fences when you're starting out. So they should be totally different headlines, totally different. Like, it depends. If you don't know what the right appeal is, like we had this discussion earlier, if you don't know what the right appeal is, then, you need to test different appeals. So if you don't know what the heart market is responding to, then yeah, you probably need to go out and test the blood pressure appeal, the cholesterol appeal, the poor circulation appeal, and the artery blockages appeal. And then you'll find out, hey, you know what, the artery blockages appeal, that's what produced the most sales and the most profits. Then if you need to go a layer above that, then you would test different versions of that headline. You might talk about like top doctors now recommending new fast acting pill that dissolves artery plaque. That might be a credibility based headline. Or else, you can go with a USP based headline around the same appeal. And that USP based headline might be, as an off the top of my head example, new pill dissolves deadly artery plaque, without side effects, in 30 days without side effects. Hugely uncompliant headline, but just for an example here. And then that might be, that would be like your USP based headline. And then you might go with a social proof headline. Sales are booming, heart patients rush to get new pill that dissolves artery plaque. And that might be your social proof headline. And then you'll find out that, the market doesn't respond to the USP based headline, doesn't respond to the social proof based headline, but you got a big nice bump in response by, going with the credibility based headline. And then you just kind of move on from there, So ideally, you would never be in a position where you don't know what appeal to start with in your market. We've given you over 300 magalogs in the direct mail database. That's going to tell you what appeals to start with. For someone who's in the memory space, you're not going to talk about, you're not going to want to start, by with some sort of like boost your concentration based appeal. You're going to want to start with, like all of the ads you're going to see in the direct mail database, they're all going to be based around improving your memory. So that's the appeal you're going to want to start with. And from there, you're going to want to create different headline variations around that one appeal, because that's the one that's proven to make all the money. So I hope that answers your question. Besides doing competitive advantage, how else can we find different appeals in the market? Look, the topic of copywriting goes very deep, and here's what Halbert told me. It's better that you don't become a great copywriter. It's better that you become a good copywriter who tests a lot of stuff, and implements things. So we did become pretty darn good at copy anyway, just because we've been doing it for so long. But the goal is to never go so deep, because you'll make a lot more money, by writing and running good copy than, and running a lot of it, than you will writing perfect ads. Perfect ads take time. They take a lot of energy. They take a lot of effort. Better to have 3 ads that are generating 2.5 MER than it is to have one ad, and like that you got going pretty darn quickly, than it is to have one ad that took you 6 months to create that's generating, like 4 MER or something like that. So don't go too deep with this. What I've given you is pretty much all you need. If you just find winning ads, find winning newspaper ads or else direct mail sales copy, that's what you'll find there is tested, proven, multi-million-dollar generating appeals within your market. Take them. Take them. That's incredible, tested, proven research. Yes, you can investigate your prospect. You can spend like months researching, your prospect to find those hidden appeals that have not been discovered yet. But I'll tell you, it's a high risk pursuit. It's a laborsome pursuit. And while you're doing that, I'll be making millions of dollars, in your market, while you're messing around with that stuff. So don't bother, There's a lot of research that's already been done by other marketers. Other guys have spent millions and millions of dollars and years figuring this stuff out. And all of their research is in their magalogs. And you get to get it for free. Okay? Don't make this more complicated than it has to be. It doesn't have to be that complicated. Take the appeals that are already working, roll them into your ad and start making money. And let that be that. I feel like headlines are about 70% of the importance of the ad. That's not right. It's actually 80%. Can you go over some of the best practices and tactics for creating winning headlines from a psychological point of view? Again, yeah, it's a massive topic. Look, at its core, there's only one formula, but there's many ways to apply it. At the core of every headline, you need to identify your prospect. You need to include a proof element. You need to ensure, at least in the newspapers, that your headline is promises a news story worth reading to your prospect. And number 4, your headline must trigger a who, what, where, when, why, or how question, so that when you capture your reader's attention, you turn that, attention into readership. So there's 4 core aspects of a winning headline. There's many applications of that. But at its core, if you just keep writing headlines that specifically target your core, your absolute prime prospect, again, look at the heart ad. Heart patients. Boom. If you're a heart patient, you're a heart patient. So when you read that ad, that ad is exactly for you. That that ad is exactly for you. That's like the first most critical thing. Number 2, you need some sort of like proof or credibility element. The fact that top doctors are recommending it means that this product must be really good. So now I've triggered belief. The whole ad, the whole headline is newsworthy. It promises a story. It creates an idea that is not complete. If I was to walk up to you and I was to say, hey, in my pocket, I've got something that could change your life. And then I just stood there silently. I mean, what would you be thinking? What's in your pocket? In other words, I've given you a message that has piqued your curiosity, and now you want to know more about it. And that's what you want to do with your headlines. And in order to do that, you need to just write them in a way that it triggers a question. So if it's like, hey, I've got something in my pocket that could change your life, the natural question is, what is it, dude? What is it? Tell me. What is it? That's what you want. So that is that's at the core of those elements, those aspects are at the core of every breakthrough newspaper ad in existence. Now there's a lot of headlines out there that are still successful even though they don't have that. But what I've just given you is the strategy for generating breakthrough headlines, because that's how we write our headlines, and all of the media buyers that we've worked with over the years has essentially have told us, I've never seen ads that convert like yours. Part of the reason why is because of a great deal of the reason why is because of that headline formula that I've just given you guys. So you need to identify your prospect, include a proof element. Your headline needs to be newsworthy, and it must trigger a question in your prospect's mind, the answer to which can only be discovered by reading further into the ad. Genius. Don't let that fly over you. Don't let it go through one ear and out the other. That's that little spiel is worth millions of dollars to you guys. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. Millions. There's people that will study sales copy for the rest of their lives. They'll never discover that. It's just massive. So that's it. Beyond that, there's all sorts of triggers that you can put in there. You can put the speed trigger in there. You get these results in 5 minutes, in 30 days, in 90 days. There's exclusivity. You could talk about, that this limited supply. It's only for readers of the Miami Herald. I mean, there's lots of other things that we've covered in the ads that you can play around with. Lots of other things that you can play around with. But they're all in that ad. So I would just say go through that ad again. You'll get all the triggers. You get all the nitty gritty killer tactics. But at its core, those are the 4 elements of breakthrough sales copy, breakthrough headlines. And we never do we depart from that. Every headline that we write has those 4 elements in it. If there isn't, it's, something is wrong. Caleb banged his head too hard getting out of bed in the morning. We just never have a headline that goes out the door that doesn't have those 4 elements in it, period. Boom. That's it. There's no variation from that. Okay, what does the AutoShip offer include? What do you charge for AutoShip of the Standard and the Plus products? Do you give your customers a discount? If so, how much? 20%. So whatever version they order, they get 20% off. And that's that. So there's no additional offers. It's not something that we feel should be heavily sold. You can oversell it. You can get a lot of people on board that are not really committed. And you can get a lot of chargebacks, and you can get your merchant account into a lot of trouble if you oversell that one. So you should be shooting to get about 50% of people. You just say, hey, listen, would you like to be enrolled? We've got this discount club. Essentially, before your existing supply runs out, we'll send you another supply at a 20% discount. Plus we'll give you free shipping and handling. And that's that. Don't oversell it. You'll get 50% of people to sign up, and that's enough. Can you provide more guidance, acceptable criteria for the cost per order, calls per 1,000, and cost per 1,000? Yeah, I mean, in regards to your media buying, you're going to want to keep your cost per 1,000 below $11 on average. Your calls per 1,000, anything below 2.5, like one call per 2,500, and you're doing really well. If you get one call per 2,000 or less, you're generating gargantuan profits. But anything below, you're likely making money below one call per 3,000. You're making very good money if it's one call per 2,500 or less, and you're getting rich quick if you're generating a call per 2,000 or less. Cost per order, don't care about it. It's not something that we care too much about. It's not a metric that really means anything. The cost per thousand the cost per thousand is a media buying metric to manage. It's just like it's like, hey, make sure my cost per thousand is $11 or less. That's just an instruction to the media buyer. Your calls per thousand, that's a clear indication of like the performance of the ad. So if you have an ad and it's generating one call per 5,000, then you got a problem with the ad. You guys will never, well, I won't say never, but it's very rarely will you ever have to worry about your call center performance from a scripting perspective. You will have to worry about a call center performance from a call center performance perspective, but that's why we gave you those systems for optimizing your call center. But the script will always kick ass and take names. So it'll pretty much, for 95% of you guys, it'll all boil down to calls per thousand. And those are the metrics there. You're probably making money at like one call per 3,000 or less. You're making good money at one call per 2,500 or less, and you're getting rich fast at one call per 2,000 or less. We're talking about calls per 1,000 circulation. So if you have a newspaper and there's 100,000 circulation, and you got 50 calls from that, then you got one call per 2,000 circulation, if my math is correct, and it's probably not, but I think you guys get the message. Can you further discuss how we can lower abandonment percentage and what is an acceptable number? John, maybe you should help us out here. Also, what is the typical upsell percentage we can expect, and what percentage should we strive to achieve? John, I'll just answer the second one there. You should be shooting for about a 30% upsell percentage. But it won't matter, it doesn't matter. What you're ultimately looking for is the average order value. So as long as your average order value is over $180, then, everything is good. So you don't need to worry about the upsell percentage. You just need to look at your average order value. And as long as that's above 180, you're kicking ass and taking names. John, the question is, can you further discuss how we can lower call abandonment percentages and what is an acceptable number?
Yeah, so thanks, Caleb. The abandon rate, first of all, I think I went through this in the training. When you get there, it's the call floor is going to place a standard 10% number in there, so like they would view that as standard. You're going to be focused on making sure that number stays low when you start to ramp up, and how you do that. If we talk about getting into bigger numbers past your initial test, then you're going to want to be giving them a forecast to say, look, I expect this many calls this month, and I expect that you'll do well on the abandon rate, etc. So there isn't a lot that you can do. What you need to do is work with the call floor, like the folks we've introduced you to, who have plenty of staff on hand that can answer all the calls that are coming in. We had bad experiences with this with different providers down through the years as we became their biggest client. You never want to be the biggest client of a call floor, because of what it can run the risk of is that they can't keep up with your call volume. That's not going to happen here with you guys, I expect. At this early stage, it's when you start adding campaign after campaign after campaign, and you start becoming a much bigger fish. In time to come, you want to get into the business of providing them forecasts on a per monthly basis. So as you start out, guys, just keep your communication loop open with the call floor. Tell them what your plans are, and tell them how many calls will be coming their way. And they essentially, just make sure that they understand that and assign your account with the proper headcount internally. But that's how you go about that in your business in general.
All right, please explain what is included in the welcome letter. Could you please provide a sample letter for our reference? Not really. Here's what I'd say. You don't need to have a welcome letter immediately, but a welcome letter is just, hey, dear customer, thank you so very much for trusting, our company and for purchasing this product. We really value you as a customer, and we're delighted to be delivering this product to you. We're very happy that, to be serving you. Our goal is to essentially make your life better. And we really believe that this is a fantastic product that's going to help you achieve that. So all you got to do is just begin taking this pill, once a day, twice a day, after meals, whatever. And, get ready to experience whatever reason, benefits it is that they purchased, whatever it is, if there's memory, get ready to experience, enhanced memory over the next, few weeks or whatever. And it's just a warm welcome aboard. You're awesome. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your business. That's all. It's nothing complicated, nothing, for you guys to be worried about at all. As an alternative to getting on people's lists by buying products to see what direct mail they are sending, can we just sign up at who'smailingwhat.com? Any experience with this service or others like it? Yeah, I signed up for Who's Mailing What. It is absolute garbage. It does not serve our needs in the health supplement space whatsoever. They don't monitor the health supplement space. So I don't have any resources for you guys other than to go and sign up, get on these lists. If you're serious about this business, you'll do it. It's a wealth of education and knowledge, but that's all that I have to offer you because, when you do that, you're going to get the most up-to-date, current, kick-ass direct mail packages for you, and you'll always be up to date. So I don't know of anything other than I don't know any other way to do it other than that. Any chance you could add some good alternative call centers beside GFM in case we need them in the future? Yeah, John, do you want to answer that?
I could add alternative call floors, but again, it's like asking me about, could I provide an alternative to ship offers? We haven't worked with another company outside of ship offers in this manner. So as some of the folks shared with me recently that they were using voxnutrition.com, but some of you who are already experienced with Vox Nutrition piped up and said you haven't had a good experience with them. So I feel like I've placed you guys with people who we know and have, battle tested, might be a phrase we could use here, that you guys are going to be fine with these companies and going to have good experiences. But, to give you further folks, I can sit down here and mention other people to you, but I'm recommending GFM. If we put other resources in there, you'll be testing them out, so to speak. We have plenty of experience with other call floors, and the reason we've put you with GFM is because we know you're in safe hands.
Okay. Is there some kind of save them from refunding script that you use if they call in asking for a refund, or do you just have no questions asked and give them a refund? GFM will assist you with that. They are the guys that essentially take care of that, so you can talk to GFM about that. When you say we can build this business up to about $300,000 a month and would only work about 6 to 8 hours a week total to maintain it, what work tasks exactly take up the 6 to 8 hours a week for you? That's
Yeah,
great.
I'll answer that one, Caleb. So, most definitely, as you are in your early phase of it, I would encourage you to be listening to calls. I would encourage you to be checking that all of your system is working. So, system would be checking how many orders shipped out yesterday versus how many sales you took the day before. You would be looking at any refunds, and you may have a small quantity of chargebacks to manage, but you'll be going through investigating those. You'll be analyzing all of your information just to make sure that it's all making sense. And if you spot any outliers, things that don't make sense, they're worth investigating. They're worth checking out. They're worth tracking back. If you had a customer who was annoyed that a product didn't arrive on time, you'd spend a bit of time tracking when did it ship, how come it didn't make it on time, making a phone call here and there to see did everything work out. So your 6 to 8 hours a week is making sure, like an auditor, that everything is working as it should. That's what the 6 to 8 hours is. You can do less than 6 to 8 hours, but you run the risk of things not going the way they should. So you want to be on top of your business. You want to make sure everything is working, and that's literally what those hours are spent doing.
Okay, I have seen this course run through several different affiliates the past few weeks. Can you give us an idea of how many people have signed up total through all affiliates, so we know how many we will be competing against? More than 100, 200, 300 higher. There's three answers to that. The first is, that's, like our business, and I don't feel it would be appropriate to answer that question. Number two, I would think that it would be better for you to be more focused on your business than our business, for your own sake. And number three, as we mentioned, we are not in a position where we're ever going to be acquiring, enough people, or not acquiring, but bringing enough people through this training for it to ever make a dent on the quantity of volume that is available in the newspapers. So, this kind of question keeps coming up, and I wish that it didn't, because it's just, wasting time and energy. If you're worried about this kind of thing, then your brain is in the complete opposite direction of where it should be. You should be focused on your own success, not what's going on in our business. You should be very focused on what's going on in your business. And as I said many, many times before, there's 20.44 billion newspapers printed and sold every year in America. So even if there was 10,000 people that came through this training and all 10,000 of them were operating in the newspapers, you're still not going to make a dent on, all of the possible volume that's out there. As I was saying to you guys before, again, 100,000 people in the newspaper. You need 6 customers in order to make your advertising profitable, within that newspaper. So, I'd much prefer that you be more focused on your business than our business, because that's what this training is all about. It's all about making you successful. But if you're, so concerned about what's going on with us, then you're not concentrated, you're not focused on your own efforts, and, you're probably not going to get the results that you want to achieve out of this training if you're constantly, worried about what John and I are doing. So I would just say, hey, you know what? Put your brain in the right direction. Get focused on making yourself successful. As you can see, we're going way above and beyond, in terms of giving you guys everything you need. We're on these calls, all the time. Anytime we talk to our buddies and we say, hey, you know what? We're spending 5 hours on the call here serving these guys, they just think that we're absolutely insane. Anytime we tell them we're giving you guys our scripts, we're hooking you up with our vendors, they're like, really? No one does that. You're giving away too much for too little. But we want to do everything in our power to help you succeed. So, I hope you guys are seeing that. I hope you guys are feeling that. And I hope that, the person who asked this question, I hope that you would be more focused on your own success, because that's what we're focused on. We're focused on your success. So I just hope that kind of, I hope that hits home with you, There is a bonus with a little gift icon in the members area. Nothing is in there yet. What will the bonus be, and when will it be released?
So the intention of the bonus is just for us to put stuff in there that's supplemental to the program, and it's going to come after the program is finished.
Yeah.
So when you get as far as week 6 or week 7, we'll be adding bonus materials there.
Yeah. So what is the upsell percentage we should be aiming for? The upsell percentage should be somewhere above 30%, but it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. What matters is the average order value. If you have an average order value below $180 with our pricing structure, then you have a problem that you need to go and talk to the call center about. Excuse me, guys. That needs to be addressed at that particular point in time. But you will very unlikely, it is enormously unlikely that you will have a problem with your average order value. Very, very unlikely. The offer structure, the offer structure and the upsell and the whole scripting and rebuttals will take care of your average order value. And that's why you're not going to have to worry about what percentage of upsells you're going to have to worry about. The script takes care of that. Okay, will we get a lot better results if we mail the bonus reports in regular mail versus email? And if we just email them, would that hurt conversions, or do people really care whether it's paper reports or PDF? Only about 50% of people will give you their email. So, if you're going to just deliver it by email, then half the people will not get your report. In certain markets, it may be different. You'll get 60, 70% of people to give you their email. But yeah, you like standard average, you're going to get about 50, 60% of people to give you their emails. So better to deliver it physically. If we choose to email the reports, there's the answer, okay. Could we send the reports out after the refund period? No. Either through mail or email to reduce refunds? No, because that would not be ethical. Or do you always just send them out right away, or have you tested this? We would never even consider testing it, because if you're saying, with your order you're going to get these reports, then you better deliver those reports with the customer's order. So, you're not going to say over the phone, hey, after your refund period is over, we're going to send you these reports. No one's going to feel like that's a cool thing. And you're going to cause massive problems. So I would not do that at all. We've never tested it, nor would we. If you are testing 3 different ads to start, are you testing them with $1,000 each, so $3,000 total, or are you testing them with $2,000 each, so $6,000 total? You can do it whatever way you like. If you're going to test 3 different ads, you could do it both ways depending on your budget. Certainly we've done it, both ways. These days we just have a little bit of extra cash, and therefore we test about $2,000. We get about $2,000 in ad spend to drop per ad. It's certainly up to you though. Let's say we originally budgeted $2,000 for our first ad, but after watching this week's training, we decided we might run 2 ads. Would it be better to take the $2,000 and run it all on one ad, or should we take the $2,000 and split it into 2 ads of $1,000 each? Yeah, I would do the second one. If you just have $2,000, I would split, I'd split the budget in 2 and do it that way. Test 2 different ads. John mentioned the 60-90 day refund this week. So is 60 days okay instead of 90 days? And would 60 days hurt our conversions at all? Yeah, I mean, we don't do 60 days, we do 90 days. So maybe there was like a misunderstanding there or something, but it's a 90-day refund period that we advise people to use. Okay, you mentioned refunds are higher for certain niches like weight loss. What is the best and worst case scenario across several niches that you have seen for refund percentages in the weight loss, blood pressure, high cholesterol, blood sugar, memory, joint pain, and skin niches, and any other niches you care to mention? We're not in all niches, so we're not in every last one of them. Certainly we have clients that are in some. Blood sugar is like 12-13%. But like, you know what? Before I even say that, it's like it's not the niches. Well, it is the niches. Weight loss, like niches like weight loss, male potency, joint pain. They can be generally higher refund markets. But we've also got we've got a client in the joint pain space and his refund rate is like 10%, we got a client so I mean, it boils down to how much, like how ridiculous your ad is, so if you're saying to someone, hey, lose 27 pounds in 14 days, and that doesn't happen, you've set the stage for disappointment. Your ad has set the stage for huge levels of disappointment. And as a result, that massive letdown that you have set your customer up to experience is going to come back in your face. It's going to come back in your face in regards to a high refund rate. So conversely, if you're advertising in those markets where refund rates can be high, but you're like setting reasonable expectations, then your refund rates are going to be fine. We've seen in the weight loss space some guys having a 30% refund rate. And yes, we've got like a client in the weight loss space and they're at like 15, which is perfectly normal for that space. So it like two guys in the same market, what makes the difference? How much, BS is being presented in their ad? So like everything that we've been teaching you guys is to make your claims from the evidence, not, pulling it out of fresh air and for it to be complete and utter BS. You're not even making claims in our formula. You're reporting the results of clinical studies. And there's no clinical study on earth that's going to be like, we found out that, overweight individuals lost 57 pounds in 14 days eating cheeseburgers, watching TV all day long. That's not what clinical studies report on. They report on the facts and the figures, and that's what we, that's where we are. We're in that realm of not over promising and under delivering. We're in the realm of accurately promising and accurately delivering, and therefore you shouldn't expect 30% refund rates. Anything below 15% is very acceptable for all of these markets. It's also price related. Our script does generate, a pretty darn good, pretty darn good average order value. So anything below 15% is pretty good. And if you guys advertise, your products in this industry, the newspaper ad industry, selling health supplements, anything below 15% is pretty darn good. And is factored into the numbers. And if you advertise in any of those markets using our formula, that's what you should expect to receive. If you don't BS your prospect, if you base everything off clinical studies, you set realistic expectations. You're not telling people that take this pill and you're going to regrow you're going to regrow new joints. You know, you're going to cure your arthritis, and you're going to be doing somersaults down the street in 7 days. You know, if you're not doing that stuff, then you're not going to have anything to worry about. So in all of these markets, weight loss can be very high. Joint pain can be very high. You know, male potency can be very high, but you know, if you're selling appropriately, you don't have to worry about that stuff. So, yeah, that's what I'll say there. So is John basically saying that we should not scale until after the refund period expires, whether it is 60 days or 90 days? And what bad exactly did happen in the past to you guys when you chose to scale before the refund period expired in the past? It's not that we saw anything, like it didn't really happen to us. We just watched other guys get wiped out. We did very high-end training with a very small select few clients who paid us $100,000. And these were high-end supplement guys who, you know, had pretty much advertised in the newspapers in the past. And they told us, you know, we had scaled up really, really quickly. And without having an understanding of our refund rates, they were, you know, like, you know, they were essentially, you know, over claiming, not basing their advertising on clinical studies. And, you know, what ended up happening is they just got wiped out with refunds. So, you know, it's something that we want to protect you guys from. So, you know, we're basically saying, you know, you should not go crazy scaling until you've got your numbers. You know, as we told you, this is like a marathon. It's not a 100-yard dash. You know, if you guys take it slow, you take it steady, you're going to be in this business for a very long time.
Yeah, well, also in early days, Caleb, we had a couple of nasty experiences too, where we blew the lid off capacities in our business. So you guys aren't going to go through that. You're using, for example, for those of you that are using ship offers, you're not going to run out of product supply. You're not going to, you're working with a call floor that isn't going to not have enough staff to answer your calls, things like that. So there's many limitations that you can blow the lid off if you scale too quickly, but we've set you guys and put you guys into a position where a number of those key concerns have been taken off the table for you as a result of the suppliers we've connected you with. So that's the kind of stuff that we would have had tough experiences of early on.
Yeah, we made a lot of, yeah, exactly. We blew up our call center. We had like thousands of calls coming in, you know, not enough staff to answer them. I mean, you know, so lots of experiences got to do with scaling, but we didn't have, you know, a particular nasty refund issue, but other guys did. So moving on here, when you said once we have a back end, we can lose up to 10% on the front end, how much exactly would we reduce our prices by? For example, if the price is $59.95, do we reduce the price by 10%? No. So, you know, by lowering the prices, what you do is you acquire more customers at less profit. So you would need to determine that for yourself, but you know, you'd probably work in tests of $10 reduction. So you might test $49.95, $39.95, and $29.95. And you would see, you know, how many customers you can acquire at a 10% loss. Because the goal will be to acquire at that stage, when you're in that place, the goal will be to acquire, you know, as many customers as you can at a 10% loss. So, you know, what you might find is, you know, you're still making profit at $49.95, but not a lot. You're breaking even at $39.95. And, you know, you're taking a 10% loss at $29.95, or you might find you're taking a 25% loss at $29.95, and and the $39.95 is the one for you. So, but we would test in blocks of like $10. So, you know, we base the whole pricing structure off, you know, $59.95, $49.95, $39.95, and $29.95, and test those out and find out what the answer is for your particular business. If we have call abandons, how can we call these call abandons back so we don't lose them? Can we get the number from the call center on caller ID or in the dashboard and call them back ourselves?
Yeah, the call floor, that's a question to talk to the call floor about. If you choose to do that, they're not going to be big fans of wanting to do that so long as they keep the abandon rate under control. There isn't a lot of money to be made in that, certainly in phase one. In a high volume business, that would be something that you can switch on in phase two, but it's not something that's going to stand out as an attractive thing for you to attempt to do at the start. If they were to have a big problem with abandons and they messed something up, I would most definitely put pressure on to get them to call back abandons immediately. You don't always get through to your abandoned calls, so there's a percentage hit on getting back to folks that have been abandoned, but I wouldn't put that in front of me as an important strategy for phase one for sure. That's not going to be something that's going to pay you back doing.
Okie dokie. I have opened a US account in Canada as well as the Moto merchant account. Should I be going to Macromark now or Steven Seagal to open a gateway with the call floor?
Yeah, well, if your ad is ready to go, then that's kind of your go signal to get on with everything at this point. So, if you're all lined up, you've got something to show to the call floor. You've got an ad ready to present to them, and you're getting everything into position. Yes, now is the time. If you don't, I'd hang on and get the ad done, and get everything else organized such that when you do reach out to them, that you've got something in hand to start getting busy on.
You had mentioned that we should order products from Magalogs to get more Magalogs delivered to us, but will they be sent to us if we don't live in the US? Probably not. The best thing to do is to get yourself a US mail forwarding address. I have one here, wherever I am, I just change the address. They forward that stuff to me wherever I am in the world. So better that you just get a US mailing address and have them shipped there, and they can be forwarded on to you wherever you are. Could we create a Facebook page for the members so when the training is finished and we could help each other out at least for the first few months? We don't have plans to do that, guys. We don't have plans to do it right now. It's something that, we will consider, but we really don't feel that you guys are going to need it. I mean, what kind of questions are you guys going to need to be at that, like, you're going to need that you haven't gotten here already? So we'll think about it though, but it's, I don't know for now. How will the media buyer have my sales information? Do they get access to these numbers? Are they getting those numbers from the call floor? I'm a little confused on this. If cards are being declined due to the merchant account provider, how do we fix this? And are we able to go back and capture these sales if the problem is resolved with the merchant provider? John?
Okay, how will the media buyer have my sales information? So the media buyer and the call floor have to be connected. They get reports there that you get also, and they're able to see the performance results. How do they get access to these numbers? Because there's an exchange of information between the call floor and the media buyer with you as well. Are they getting those numbers from the call floor? Yes, I'm a little confused in this. Okay, so that's sorted. If cards are being declined due to the merchant account provider, how do we fix this? And are we able to go back and capture these sales if the problem is resolved with the merchant provider? So you'll get when you have a merchant account, you're given access to your merchant account panel, and you can read off not only from your own merchant account panel, but you'll also be able to see from the call floor panel the declines. And you're saying we'll be able to go back and capture these sales. Well, the agents are well trained in how to work that detail. So, for example, if a customer tries to order a 6-month option and they get declined, the agent will go through recapturing on the call live, because they'll see that the actual transaction has been declined while they're on the call with the customer. So they'll work it out with the customer. And of course, if they get a sense that the card is being declined for, it's not because of incorrect data being like a address name and stuff like that, they'll work the order then back to a lower price to try to capture the order. So that's all worked out online or on the phone call, and the agents are well versed in how to go about that. So that's something that they're going to be working on your behalf. Do we have to register to collect sales tax? Yes. Do we collect it only in the state of Colorado? Yes. If you're working with ship offers, they're in Colorado. And what do you do, guys, for phase 2 for the back end? How should we do this? We phone them, mail. What works best? What kind of things do we mail them? Okay, so that's more of a direct mail question. So as you're in phase 2, there are many new options that present to you once your ad is scaling up. You've got the options now to start. You're building a customer list, and you can do direct mail to them, offering them more products, so to speak. So, but we're not talking about phase 2 here, but that's the kind of thing that we get up to. And you have many examples actually in the members area of all of the materials that you can see in direct mail packages as an example. I think many of us will have more questions. Okay, and start doing this for real. I'm probably another month away while I set everything up. Will you?
Yeah, I mean, guys, we're not offering, we don't have an ongoing support, set up for this. I mean, we're spending 5 hours on the call here every week, with you guys. I mean, there's so many questions are being answered or asked, and we're giving answers to absolutely everything. So, all of the questions that you guys are going to need are being answered here, and the answer is we're just not offering ongoing support after this training is over. $180 is balance between average ticket and refunds. No, $180 is the average ticket. Like if essentially your campaign has generated 100 customers, and you've essentially generated $18,000. Then you would divide, if your last schedule in the newspapers generated $18,000 and you acquired 100 customers, then each one of those customers on average paid you $180. That's what it is. Is $180 a reference point for gold offer? No. It is what I just explained it to be there. Where does ship offers selling price, our cost, come in as a consideration? Might have missed this. Did you share any pricing on products from ship offers catalog? We didn't share any pricing on ship offer or any information on ship offers pricing. But
yeah, each of those products that you choose all have different prices. So it's in your engagements directly with ship offers, depending on your product choice, that you'll get a quote. So it's not that you missed it; it's that you probably haven't been chatting to ship offers about your specific product and cost at this time. So as soon as you do, you'll have all that information.
All right. Media broker. Does the media buyer share with the marketer, or does the newspaper share with the media buyer at all a sample of the actual ad print copy circulated, say in PDF format? How do you access that? You're going to send an InDesign file to your media buyer. Within that InDesign file is going to be your ad, and then the media buyer sends the InDesign file to the newspapers, and then the newspapers will open up that ad. They'll take it and run it in the newspapers. I'm interested with continuity program. What is required from a new startup, and how do we obtain rebill capability facility enabled by credit card companies and our merchant processors? Yeah, it's probably...
So continuity is going to all be based around you having a merchant account for continuity. So in Module 2, I share the contacts there for you to reach out to the merchant processors. And I just, I've cautioned you guys already in saying that, the objective here is to get a merchant account first, and, get continuity thereafter. So discuss it with the merchant processors there, if that's your objective, and make sure that in your discussions with the merchant processor that you set the expectation of if he's advising you or she's advising you not to apply for continuity at this time, then follow their guidance because they're experienced in this regard. If they're up for it, then great. But by all means, as you're engaging in a merchant account, take the advice of the broker that you're working with. So, for example, Steve Segal in the US or PayRamp as an example. So let them guide you in that regard. A continuity shouldn't be your out the gate expectation if you don't already have a merchant account for continuity. So while you open the sentence there with "I am interested," I get that, but I would encourage you to don't make that a critical path element and stop if you can't put that in place from the outset.
Yeah, don't stop if you can't put that that together in the outset. Is the FAQ part of the script which we must submit to the call floor? The call floor will take care of the FAQ for you. GFM are very, very experienced in answering frequently asked questions and overcoming any objections that they have.
Yeah, they'll send you a questionnaire, and you'll fill in the questionnaire all about the product, and that will form the basis of the FAQ. So follow their lead in getting that together, but they'll ask you for information all about your product, etc.
Do a double strength version of your standard product. Okay, does ShipOffers support customized formulas which add 2 times the milligrams of active ingredients? I do not think so. We covered all of this last week
They support getting custom formulations, but it's the very scenario that we talked to you about of, in order to provide you with custom formulations, you're going to engage in an 8 to 10 week cycle, a deposit down to buy those supplements, etc., etc. So, the whole idea here is for the upsell side of things with the ShipOffers hack. There's a video that I made there in the members area about that. I think it's in module 3 about this. So please go take a look at that one if you haven't seen it yet, and make sure that you understand what's being said there. They do technically offer the formulations and stuff like that, but it's expensive. It's got a long lead time, and if that's why we would suggest that you take a look at that short video.
Okay. Any reference online from the FDA which specifies safe dosage levels specific to an ingredient? The FDA does not kind of provide that information. So, it would be based on the clinical study results or well-researched safe dosages defined by scientists around the world, and the manufacturer would essentially know all of that information and make sure that what's in your product is absolutely unquestionably safe for use. If it was not, they would be thrown in jail by the FDA. So the industry is very tightly regulated in that regard, and you can be sure that whatever products you're selling from ShipOffers are very safe for consumption, and that's not something you need to worry about at all. Is an upsell offer a must-have component of each campaign? Yes. If decision is to have an upsell offer, must we have it during the testing phase to have it tested as well? Yes. Where in the life cycle of a campaign do we introduce upsell offers? Immediately. It'll probably be very difficult for you to succeed without having an upsell offer, and we discussed upsell offers last week. So you have the option of either A, not doing it and taking a serious, not putting an upsell product in there and taking a serious hit in your financial success, or else B, you can pick a second product from ShipOffers and choose to sell it in where we have the plus upsell laid out for you. Or, as we mentioned, there was several clients who came through this training employed a growth hack, and what they did was they essentially named their product that they got from ShipOffers the plus version, and then they offered the plus version to everyone on the call. For those who signed up for the plus version, they got the plus version. For those who chose not to sign up for the plus version, they also got the plus version, and it was perceived as the company making a deposit into the bank of goodwill with their customers. And it's essentially a growth hack that allows you to avail of the highest performing, upsell and, like complying with all of the elements of the script. And then certainly when your bank account is fattened up, you would choose to transition away from that, where you would have actually two products, the regular product and the plus upsell. But I would say that it's a very key, critical, fundamental part of the success of your campaign to have an upsell in your offer, and therefore we advise you proceed out the gate with having an upsell.
Yeah, so a couple of comments there, if I could just add as well. Upsells, for those of you that haven't got to the upsell section, it's in Module 3. There's a whole discussion all about it. And for those of you that already have gone through the upsell stuff last week, I've updated a video based on our conversation there last week about the plus. So again, the members area now should have all that you need about upsell. So if you're not there yet, it's coming. And if you are there yet, I've added an extra video there about that based on some of the Q&A that we got recently.
What marketing materials do we provide to the merchant account application?
So the merchant broker will tell you this when you connect with him or her. They're going to look for a copy of the ad, the script. I was asked there last week to put an abbreviated version of the script for the merchant account in the members area. I did that. You'll be asked for a lot of personal details, the names, the addresses of your business, as well as yourself. And you might be asked for, things like bank statements, all those kinds of details. So, follow the lead of your merchant broker, asking, that what I'm giving you here isn't the exacting list. You need to talk to the merchant broker, and they'll give you all that you need to provide them. Okay, so the second part, that is ingredient list for the first chosen product, I understand, but then in the future, do you have to keep supplying ingredient lists for other products? Yes, actually, this is a great point. I'm glad that you asked this question. So the question here is that, hey, if I've just gone through, I got a merchant account, I got all set up, and I'm selling now, and business is operational, and away I go, and now I've decided I want to do another product. What do I do in that case? Well, you go back and talk to the merchant broker and say, I've added another product and I'd like to sell that one as well. So you got to make sure that the merchant account, the merchant broker, and yourself are all in line with each of the products that you're selling. What guys have done in the past is they don't bother telling the merchant account about the fact that they've added 2 or 3 more products. And I would not advise that. You'll end up in difficulty sometime in the future if your merchant broker or provider realize that you got an account for one thing and you're selling another. That's not a good plan for your future. So you got to stay in line with your merchant brokers on the stuff that you're selling.
Okay. Thank you for training. This looks like a real business that we can set up, and not the typical pie in the sky online millions dreams that we are sold to the IM crowd. High five. I have the following questions at this point. 3.2 MER.
Yeah, I'll address that one. And once more, guys, I know we've talked about this one a couple of times. I'll make an adjustment to the video in the members area to make this point much, much clearer.
Yeah, so we'll just move on from that one. We've covered it already. What is a reasonable MER to aim for? Look, as we said, like you're going to, like when your business is up running and you're spending about 30 grand a week on advertising, you're going to, like when all things wash out, you're going to end up with a break even MER of about 1.8, somewhere around that. It could be 1.9, it could be 1.7, it could be lower, it could be a little higher, but about 1.8. So, like 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, you're making money. 2.5 is great, let's just think about it. Let's just say you're spending $100,000 a month on ads, and $180,000, of the revenue that you generate a 2.5 MER. That's $250,000. $180,000 of that it covers all aspects of your business. You've got $70,000 left over in pure profit. You know, if you generate 2.6, 2.7, if you generate 3 MER, you know, you got $120,000 profit left over. So when things wash out, you know, the numbers change in this business. Is 10% a reasonable refund rate to be expected for our campaigns? I seem to remember hearing this in one of the training video calls. Anywhere from 10 to 15% is very, very reasonable. Upsell, complimentary product instead of plus offer. What should be the price point for the complimentary product? Should it be the same as the main product? No.
I also added a video on pricing in module 3 there, guys. So I take you through each of the options, the 1, the 3, the 6, and the upsell product. I outlined the pricing in there as well. So it's in your members area. You can watch that.
All right. Doctor endorsement job description PDF mentions an agreement to sign with the doctor. Do we have a sample for that? It's not an agreement. It's just you need to get a sign off. So Shelley, our lawyer, has told us you just need to get a sign off. So you would send the doctor the ad. The doctor would print it out. Next to the doctor's endorsement, you would have the doctor say something to the effect of, my name is Dr. Caleb O'Dowd. I give full permission to John O'Dowd, owner of XYZ company, to use my endorsement of John's product in any and all advertising, and then you would get the doctor to sign his or her signature to that, include his or her telephone number, mailing address, and email address, and that's all you need. You need a sign off, and then you would just keep that document on record somewhere and on file, and that's all you'd need. Is there a sample welcome letter that we can ship with the supplement package? Yes, it is. We already discussed that. You can just create one yourself. It's just a welcome aboard. Thank you very much for ordering. This has been the best decision this is going to be the best decision you've ever made. We really appreciate your business, and we're looking forward to serving you. Plus offer. Typically, do you add more ingredients into the regular supplement to make the plus offer, or just increase the dosage? Typically, we would just add an extra couple of ingredients that make the product do a couple of extra things. So it's the regular product that does all of these cool things, plus, it has these additional 2 ingredients that do these additional cool things. So that's generally what we do. I would like to have ongoing training, advanced training after this course. Selling supplement will be my business life, and it's my pleasure to have you and John as my mentors. All right. Well, look, we're going to be, for the guys finishing up week 6, we're going to be sharing information with you guys about that. I can say safely, we're looking to, it's not going to be for everyone, guys. It's going to be very exclusive. It's going to be very expensive. It's definitely not going to be for everyone. So we're going to, it's got to be a fit for us. If you qualify, you're going to have to get on the phone with us, and we're going to have to determine whether we're a good fit to work together. So we're not looking to work with everyone, and we're only looking to work with the right people, because essentially we're going to be working together on a much deeper, much more intimate level. There's going to be a lot of, it's just going to be different than this. So it's not for everyone. Really and truly, Anyway, after week 6, we're going to be, we will send you guys a little video about this. And for those of you who think it's a good fit, you'll fill out a questionnaire. We'll review it. If, from the questionnaire, we think that, you are a good fit for this, we'll schedule a call. And if during the call, we think that, your personality, your goals, your ambitions are a good fit for our personality, our goals, and our ambitions, then we'll invite you into the group. And that's how it'll work. But I'm just letting everyone know that, you know, it's not for everyone. So, okay, let's move on. I'm assuming that I need an endorsement for my specific product, the name of which will be on my label. Otherwise, do my own interview endorsement from my company until I can add a user endorsement or a paid doctor one later, right? That's absolutely correct. High five. All right, SKUs, John. That's maybe you can take that one.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, in Module 3, I've entered a new video there on pricing and SKUs, so we've got that covered. So then the question is the mix. So mix is where like you offer a 1 bottle, a 3 bottle, and a 6 bottle. And in Module 2, I talk about the mix meaning you know, how many orders will be for 1 bottle, 3 bottle, and 6 bottle. And the mix ratio serves any purpose or use. Well, it will help you forecast the quantity of bottles that you will be selling. It will help you forecast your pricing, and in Module 3 I talk about pricing as well. In fact, the pricing and the SKUs video is the same video. And you can use that to determine, you know, as an example, if a third of your orders are going to be for the 1 bottle, then that's a third of the orders will be for the $59.95 price point. If 42% is going to be for the 3 bottles, you'll multiply that out as well. So you can start to see how the relationship between mix, between the different configurations, and your pricing and your bottle count all becomes important for you to understand. And that's where you get your average ticket of $180. Once you get all of your, let's say if you take in 100 orders, you can now break up that 100 orders into 33% of them are for the 1 bottle, etc., etc. So that helps you understand. The mix helps you understand your forecasting of where you're going. So sales calls data, which exact pieces of data get recorded in the datasheet of the CallFloor database system? This includes sales call and subsequent product returns calls, if any. So sales calls data is going to record things like you know, how many orders that day or over a specific time period. It's going to look at conversions, calls that came in that didn't turn out to be sales, calls that came in that did turn out to be sales, the percentage of that, the average ticket, we just talked about $180, the quantity of calls, the total amount of monies that have come in for those sales, and out of your panel that you get access to from the sales floor, you can export the stuff to Excel. Yes. So you know, that's an example of what you will get. It will be just all the statistics from the amount of money you came in, the amount of calls that came in, the amount of sales, the amount of upsells, and the amount of club sales. We talked about clubbed activity earlier in this call. Then the sales call, step 2, probe the fear. Will call agent capture and record the fear? No, he won't. He or she won't be writing in a fear. It will be a live discussion that he uses she uses the information to engage the caller in the discussion. So they don't record it, they don't write it in somewhere or anything like that. Their sole purpose at that time is to convert the call to a sale. So that's their job. When a sales call gets terminated unexpectedly, will CallFloor or agent call back to resume the sales process? That's a great question. Now, probably not. But you can talk to your account executive if you want to put that protocol in place. You can talk to him or her about that. So you can chat to Steve about that. It's not a common thing. It does happen. Calls do get unexpectedly terminated. The line just drops. But it's not something that stands out for us as something that you have to go and organize. So that's not the case. Okay, Caleb, do you want to hit the next slide there?
Apologies, guys. Barking dog. I'll hit the next slide here. Call audit.
Okay, call audit. Yeah. Okay. So if you want to step away for a few moments, I can do this here. So it seems to be my stuff here. Call audits on the CallFloor system via login. Any quick access to all no sales calls easily. Any idea on retention period of recorded calls? Do you recommend to audit calls immediately after every ad run? Okay, so the calls will be there for quite a long time. In fact, they're not there like moments after a call, like they're usually there the next day. And I've noticed in the GFM panel that not 100% of the calls are there either. It's more like 80% of the calls are in the recording system. I found difficulty with it from time to time, actually, when I've been hunting for a specific call. I've had to go and infrequently, irregularly, I've had to ask the account execs there to go get me a call recording of a certain caller or something to that effect. But the calls are usually there the next day. And so let me just look at these questions here again. On the call floor system, any quick access to all no sales calls easily? Yeah, all the calls, like I was saying there, about 80 to 80 something% of all the calls are there for you to listen to, whether they're sales or not. Any idea on retention period of recorded calls? I actually don't, but I would think that it's about at least a month, if not longer. So ongoing support after the course, will it be recorded to be shared?
Okay, guys, I'll jump in there. Look, the course is going to be recorded. John and I will sit down and talk about ongoing support. It keeps coming up here. We'll think about something, guys. Certainly, it hasn't been on the cards. It hasn't been part of the plan. It's not something that we're set up and capable of doing right now. In our mind, there's no support needed. I mean, we're spending 5 hours answering every possible question that has come up. I mean, we've spoken about back end, we've spoken about front end, we've spoken about all the numbers, we've spoken about all the just everything. So, I mean, if you guys still want support, then, after all of this, then, John and I will sit down and we'll think about what we can honestly and legitimately commit to, and we'll get back to you. I understand that this just keep coming up here, so we want to serve you in every possible way that we can serve you guys. So I mean, if this is what you guys want, then it's time to crack open another couple of beers here, John, and figure something out. So if that's what you guys want, I mean, it just keeps coming up again and again and again. We'll figure something out. Give us some time. We'll figure something out for you guys. All right. Bonus report. I'm not sure if we will have training coverage on bonus report. Here are the questions. Is a bonus report a formal medical report from some institutions or some summary? Yeah, we covered all of this last week. The
only thing to be careful of there is that some folks weren't on this call last week, as an example. So
I don't think it's okay. So I mean the bonus reports, guys. We will, I'll make a note of it here. We'll put some sort of a quick training together on the bonus reports. But essentially, what you're going to want to do is go to Amazon. You're going to want to create 3 reports. 3 reports that are 4 pages long in total. You're going to want to put them into a PDF report. Guys, they're going to cost $20 a report. You can probably get it done for $20-$30 a report. Go to Upwork.com. And there's only going to be 50 million people who are going to want to write your reports for you. And all you got to do is go to Amazon. So let's just say you're in the joint pain market. Go to Amazon.com, type in arthritis, pain, joint pain into the search box there, and you'll get back tons and tons of book titles. And what I would do if I were you is I would use those book titles as idea starters for great report titles. And I would come up with 3 different report titles all around the same topic. So if you're in the heart space, just an easier example, if you're in the heart space, you're selling a solution to, artery plaque, then, you could create one report about cholesterol, another report about high blood pressure and another report about poor circulation. Off you would go to Amazon and you would type in high blood pressure, and you'd get tons and tons of book title ideas that would be idea starters for your report on high blood pressure. You would do the same for cholesterol. You do the same for poor blood circulation. And then off you would go to Upwork and you would just say, hey, I want, a 4-page report written on this topic. Boom. I'm prepared to pay $20-$30 and I need it done ASAP. And Bob's your uncle, as they say. Just get that, and then all you got to do is just say, hey, send it back, get a cover designed for each of them on Fiverr.com. And for, $105, you can have 3 reports, all, done, dusted in PDF, ready for printing. So that's exactly how we would do it. Do we have examples of reports? Yeah, we can get something. I'll make a note of that there as well. Okay, John, Steven Seagal.
Okay, so Stephen is a very cool guy, merchant broker, knows everything there is to know about merchant accounts. He responded very quickly, list of requirements to accomplish the same. I was quite shocked to read that he's asking for 3 banks of statements. Is that really necessary? If he's asking for it, then it's necessary. I looked through all the $1 billion file folders and all the Magalog articles. There's only one ad for hypertension available, and all the others are just headlines and papers without any details. So, Caleb, hypertension, is that a popular one where we'd have past ads for?
Yeah, it's high blood pressure. So, there absolutely is. Not like, so again, like in the $1 billion swipe file is newspaper ads. And, because there's so little competition in the newspapers, it's unlikely that in some markets you're even going to find one single ad, because there's just no one advertising in the newspapers. Now, in direct mail, the direct mail database, there's over 300, direct mail magalogs there. And there's absolutely, magalogs in the blood pressure space, the heart space, the cardiovascular space. And there's plenty of content, plenty of winning headline hooks and examples and appeals there for you to leverage in that particular space. So that's not going to be a problem. Check out the direct mail database.
All right, and you're trying to find a product for the upsell for hypertension and ship offers, but they've only got the one product called blood pressure support. They do not have an option to increase the dose of one of the active ingredients like garlic.
Yeah.
Perfect upsell would be a supplement called K2, which helps prevent hardening of the artery, which would help to lower, but they do not have that either. Can I ask ship offers to make a double strength? I don't know if you'd ask them to make a double strength, but I think you should talk to them about your desire to have a product like this. What they may be able to help you with is finding you the ability. This is something you'll have to talk to them about. I'm not giving you the answer. I'm giving you a cue to explore the answer, and that would be to say to them, "Hey, I'm looking for a product like this. Could you find me a product like this?" And their answer might be, "Well, let's go look at it, but maybe we could find you an off-the-shelf solution for like 200 bottles or something like that you'd have to buy up front." So that could be an alternative for you, but that would be a personal choice for you to go do that if you wanted. But it could be a potential alternative. Discuss it with them and see if that's something that works for you or not.
Yeah, and what I would say as well is, 2 things. Number one, you can avail of the Plus growth hack that we discussed on this call. If you want, you can do that. The other thing is, I know that Ship Offers have a cholesterol product, which would be a directly targeted product to your specific prospect in that case as well. Anyone who has high blood pressure also has cholesterol, and vice versa. The two go hand in hand. They're brother and sister problems. So, you could absolutely upsell their cholesterol product. Okay, I'm frustrated with my representative from Ship Offers, starting with waiting for 2 weeks. Ouch. To get the initial telephone, the consult, okay, yeah. To not receiving the follow-up email from the rep with answers to my questions and other details as discussed. I did copy Sarah at Ship Offers with the email correspondence, but never heard back from her at all. Is there any way for me to change the representative? I don't know, guys. This is the issue. I mean, like, we've reached out to them.
So I think this is from Paul, and if it is from Paul, I know, Paul, that there was you'd copied us on some stuff there. I mean, we didn't have anything to say about it, but I saw that one of the guys wrote back there saying that he had actually emailed you, but maybe it got caught in your spam folder or something to that effect. So I know that you're engaged now, and that there was a meeting set up. I think this is Paul's message. So I think this one is in the throes of being sorted. And I think I also mentioned there, if you look at the video about reaching out with Ship Offers, there's a link that the guys asked us to share with you guys to connect with them through the link, more so than connecting directly with Sarah. And that link has seemingly expedited a lot of the connections. So please grab that link. It's in module 1, week 1, on reaching out to Ship Offers. So, but look, I understand if it's being delayed, then I understand it's being delayed. So there's very little Caleb and I can do in this regard, other than just make sure that you guys connect with them in the right way.
Yeah, it's frustrating for us as well. I mean, we're recommending these guys, but at the end of the day, they're not, we're not partnered with them. We don't have any control over their business. We're a client of theirs in the very same way that you guys are a client of theirs. We have emailed them. We have asked them, hey, what's going on? And the reality is they're operating their own business. Sometimes they get swamped, and sometimes not.
Oh, yeah, actually. So I know, Caleb, I'm the one who chats with them more so than yourself, and the only reason I mentioned that is because I've chatted with Sarah, and her whole thing is, look, we're all over it. Any of the guys that are in your program, we're absolutely looking forward to getting them set up and so on. They know that this is a 6-week program, and reaching out to them very early on in the program, gives you and them huge time to get connected. So like they're not trying to push you away in any way. They're searching to serve you, and this element of just scheduling is something that we just need to get you guys connected with them through that link. So look, I think they're a really solid and very, very good company, and I think that just getting connected for one-on-ones is one filter that they put in place there. They wanted to talk to everyone, and that's just slowed things down a small bit. So I think all of this is very positive. I'm very, very happy that you guys would work with them, and I think you'll have the same experience that we've had with them, which has been just overwhelmingly positive on our side. Getting connected for a one-on-one, I'd hate to measure them as this is your full experience with them. I know at this early stage it may be delaying, but I think all will work out. Some of you guys have told me that some of the other companies that do this are not people to recommend, but this, we were recommended very highly with Ship Offers, and they have been that experience for us. So hold tight, get through to them, and work out your details with them directly, guys.
Okay, the conversion rate is projected to be between 30 and 40%. Should we expect a ramp-up time to attain this number? And if yes, how long should that take? That's a good question. If there is a ramp-up time, it should not take very long. Not with the script, not with, it more often than not, you'll be hitting, 35, 40% out the door. And if not, it'll be very, very quick thereafter. John, I don't know if you want to comment about that, but it's not something that we've had a problem with in the past.
Yeah, the only thing that would interfere with 30 to 40% is things like, you haven't given them a script. They don't know what they're selling. Something's gone wrong.
Yeah.
You haven't tested an 800 number or something like that. I mean, So like you should, if everything is working, if your ad is bringing in calls, and the agents have been trained, you should be able to start hitting good numbers, very quickly out of the gate. So it's more about your ad at this stage. It's true to say that when you are scaling up with big volume, then you'll have stabilized results. Our experience down through the years is, when you launch a new campaign, you typically get into a position with higher volumes, your conversions get better. They rarely get worse. Do you know what I mean? So they don't get worse; they get better over time. So, but not better as in like they all of a sudden jump like a huge percentage in conversion. So I would think that if you're in the region of 30 to 40% out the door, anywhere in there, your numbers are going to get marginally better as your volumes increase.
All right. Thanks, and keep up the great teaching and mentoring. Awesome. High five. If we're just getting started, I know you recommend using one of ShipOffer's standard products. Is this essential? It's essential if you don't have a product. If you already have a product, then that's the product you'll use. And if you already have another supplier, then feel free to use them as well.
Yeah, and I've seen some interactions there where there's quite a number of you that already have products. So, like that being the case, don't think that we're saying drop that and go over to ShipOffers and do this. ShipOffers are a solution that I think you would use anyway, because of the excellent model that they've put in place, and their reliability and their continuity of supply and all those all those benefits that they bring to your business. But equally, I know that a lot of you, or some of you at least, have existing products. So you can proceed with your existing products, so long as they fit the whole demographic of the papers and the formula that Caleb is outlining here. So, is this essential? So yeah, that whole question about is it essential? There are terms there as to why it would be essential if you don't have an existing product. If you do, then you can use your existing product.
Before I ask the questions, I just wanted to say that this section of lessons was really amazing and exceeded my expectations by quite a bit. Thanks for not holding anything back and giving us easy to follow formulas. I one time took a course, and won't mention any names, but I was pretty pissed when I paid the same amount as yours and was left to figure everything out on my own and be creative. So I greatly appreciate how much detail you went into, and the fact that we don't have to be creative. Those 2 swipe files are unbelievable. Thank you so much. All right, high five. That's great.
Very nice to hear. Yeah.
What's that?
Very nice to hear. Thank you for taking the time to write that. I very much appreciate it.
Yeah, much appreciated. Okay, proof, video, pictures. Where do we get them? Do we have a formula for how many to add in each article? Are they expensive? So the pictures, you can pretty much get them on. Look, if you have the ability to create your own real pictures, then that's the best case scenario. If not, you can work with a guy like Larry Owen, who we're going to be hooking you up with in later modules. And Larry can create images for you. He's certainly not cheap. Larry is the Lamborghini of designers. He's the the top of the range dude. And he'll charge you anywhere from $500 to $1,000 to create a custom image that you can use. But you can just go to iStock Photo, Getty Images, and get them there. Do you have a formula for how many to add in each article? No. Well, one main image. No, that's as standard. There's one main image. Pretty much 80% of the ads that we create will just have one main image in it. If there's an opportunity to do some kind of before and after image, then that's a great opportunity. But other than that, it's one main image. Are they expensive? Well, Larry can charge $500 to $1,000. Getty Images and iStock Photo, I don't know. You can pay anywhere from $10 to $20 for an image. Recap 3 video, article writer name PK something. I'm guessing you are using a pen name. Yes. Do you have any tips on coming up with a good one, or does it not matter? I don't know. I don't have a particular tip. I like kind of initials. It's perfectly legal and kosher and acceptable to use pen names. Pen names are perfectly legal, appropriate thing to do. I don't have any training on that. I just like kind of initials with a kind of a credible sounding name at the end. For me, I don't know. I just make them up. And if it rubs me the right way, I'm happy to move forward with it. I don't have a training on that. It's not a system. It's not a formula that I follow for doing that. It's just something that I come up with myself. Third-party credibility video. When you mention to make our own testimonial, do you have to use our real name or can you use some type of pen name? Yeah, again, it's perfectly acceptable from a legal standpoint to use a pen name. You can, for the president of the company as an example. We've been told that it's perfectly acceptable to do that. So if you do not want to use your own name for privacy or personal reasons, then you don't have to. You can come up with a pen name, and we're told that it's perfectly legal to do so. Flesh out the ad. You mentioned that you use pictures from direct mail ad in your article. The one with the clogged arteries versus clean arteries. Yeah, that's like a before and after example that I was talking about before. How did you find the same picture? I did not. I think I had Larry create them. Or did you somehow cut and paste it from the PDF? No, I did not cut and paste it from the PDF. I had Larry create them, I believe. It was so long ago, I don't even remember now. I had Larry create them, and yeah, I would have had to pay for them. I think I had Larry. It was so long ago, I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure. Actually, yeah, it was Larry that worked on that ad with me. Yeah, it was Larry. So, yeah, I paid Larry. I don't remember how much it was, but Larry was the guy. Can we literally cut and paste small sections and put together the little tidbits from all over the place? Yeah, you can do that. Or do we have to change up the wording on each part that we want to use? I mean, you're going to have to change up the wording. Like, I hope, we're not talking about copying that heart ad, right? Because, that heart ad, number one, is the most ripped off ad in the whole newspaper industry. So like replicating that particular ad is probably a fast track to failure. But certainly, you can take copy from the direct mail packages, and mix it in with, like, as long as you're using the formula, you've answered the 6 questions that we've spoken about. You take you can take copy from the Magalogs, run it through that formula, like structure it in regards to the 6 questions, and then apply it to one of the newspaper ad templates, and you've got yourself a winner, or at least an ad that's highly likely to succeed. Can we actually use testimonials from the direct mail Magalogs? Absolutely not. It would be illegal to do so because those guys did not give you the testimonials. So, that would not be legal to do so. If we see good ones from doctors or patients, yeah, absolutely not. If you were to use, someone's identity without their permission, that's a very serious crime. So I would not do that. Putting it all together, where did you get the 3 million doses in your heart ad? That was because that was exactly how many we had sold. It was a lot more than that, actually, but, we couldn't actually calculate it. But what we did was we said it's definitely 3 million doses. So that was a claim that we could absolutely substantiate, but it was a lot more. We just weren't tracking how many we had actually sold. I see the original ad you were inspired from said 10 million doses. Was that from your actual sales at that point? Yes. Or did you get that from total sales of that ingredient from other people's sales? No, that was our product. And can we say something like this if we have no sales yet? Look, you can say what you want. You can absolutely say anything that you want. It's just a case of, if you're, if someone asks you to provide substantiation and you don't have that, then it'll be very clear that you have lied in your advertising, which will not be a good thing for you. So it's better that you only say things that are true, that you can substantiate, that you have evidence that that's true. That's why we kind of only, we don't even make claims. We report the results of what was discovered by scientists who had conducted double-blind clinical studies. It's a very different approach to creating advertising. And in that way, anything that, like, if we're ever asked, hey, prove that that's true, we can just say, okay, well, here's the clinical study that, was conducted by scientists from Harvard, and here's the whole documentation. You can go and read all about it on this link, and we're totally bulletproof. So you want to kind of, if you haven't sold 3 million doses of your product, then it's better that you don't say that. Can you say it? Yeah, you can say it, but that's a decision that you can make for your own business. It's certainly not something that we would choose to do if it was not real on our end. The answer is medium. I always download, like when I do it, it's a medium-sized image. iStock Photo gives you the option for like small, medium, and large. It's the medium one that I pick. When will we be learning how to register for state tax in Colorado? John, maybe you can have a shot at that one. When will we be learning?
Yeah, I've been... all right, I'll put a video in there. I've made a rule here that I'm not going to put anything in here about tax because it's just not our forte, but your accountant should be doing that. But I'll make a short video here on it and put it into the members area. I feel bullied into doing this, to be honest.
Bullies.
I feel kicked on.
It's just tricky.
I had a rule and I'm breaking it.
yeah, I know, yeah. But guys, the answer is, like, we're very, like, worried about giving any kind of tax related advice to you guys because that's just a very tricky thing for us to do. We're not tax accountants, so I hope you kind of understand our reservation there. And I hope you understand that we're trying to serve you in ways that we can kind of stand behind, As John said, we got a recommendation from Vox there, and we said, look, we haven't worked with them. You guys are asking us for a recommendation, so the recommendation that we have is Vox. And then several guys were like, oh my God, we worked with those guys, they're awful. And, we kind of feel like, oh gosh, it kind of burns when we attempt to recommend something to you that we're not skilled at, we're not experienced with, or we don't have experience with. And that's why we're kind of very nervous to get into the whole tax, sales tax, any kind of tax discussion with you, because we're just not skilled. That's not our area. That's not our forte. But look, we'll do the best we can for you guys, and I hope you can appreciate that.
Yeah, in this case, I just want, I feel like it's your accountant that should be telling you this, not what our accountant does for us. It should be your accountant tells you to do. So that's the only backdrop I have. But as I said, I said I'll do it here, so I'll do it.
Will we also need to register our LLC to do business in Colorado in addition to the state tax registration?
No.
Okay. I have a phone interview with Ship Offers on this Friday. Assuming we are on schedule to finish this program, what week from today should we give to Ship Offers to let them know we are ready to use their fulfillment services? The answer is whenever you're ready, like whenever your ad is done, locked, loaded, you're ready to advertise, then that will be the time that you'll be letting them know that you'll need to be shipping product. Will Ship Offers give me the prices, my cost of their products on my first call with them? I presume they will, John, right?
Yeah, I mean, look at them as a vendor. I mean, like the purpose of your phone call is to do business. So I think you should talk all about doing business. And obviously, in any interaction like that, you should get your costs and any questions that you have answered. So You know, like I only worry that like I make this point because like your question kind of implies a very tentative connection that you're going to have with them. I mean, when I pick up the phone and introduce myself, even when someone doesn't know me or whatever, and I'm trying to find out information, it's straight to the heart of the matter in our discussion. So it's a two-way street. You kind of get on the phone. They want to know who you are. You want to know who they are. And, hey, I'm interested in doing business, and I've been looking at your product catalog. Here's the products that I'm interested in, or a product that I'm interested in. And I'm just about to, put a new campaign in place here, a print advertising campaign. And, for the next 2 months, I expect it to all going well, go nationwide. So with that being the case, I'm interested in this particular product, and I'd like to talk to you to hear about the process of getting set up with you guys, and I'd like some cost details as well. And here's the name of that product, and so it needs to be a kind of a forthright, confident discussion. So, like, if it's I'm all new, I have no idea, please teach me. That's not the right way to approach that conversation. So you need to kind of approach them with confidence and clarity, and we're about to do business together. Let's get stuck in. That would be my advice to everybody about engaging not only ship offers but any vendor that you engage. I hope that makes sense, guys. And it just business is about confidence building, and I would encourage you to kind of approach all of your vendors with that confidence of engagement.
All right. Since I am just starting out and do not have a product with double ingredients, for example, for an upsell, I understand I can offer another product, assuming my first product will be for not $69.95, $59.95. What price should I sell?
So I put a video in there in I think it's in module 3 that you can get the answers to that question for sure. I laid all the pricing out per option, so that video is there for you.
Awesome. If I seek a doctor endorsement for my product with many ingredients, would sending him supporting information on, say, the top 3 or 4 ingredients be sufficient to have him write an endorsement? Yes. Starting out, how many 800 numbers should I request? As many as needed, in order to like the media buyer will tell you, hey, we're gonna test 3, 5, 10 newspapers, and then that'll be the number of 800 numbers you'll need. So you need to coordinate that with the media buyer. How many special bonus reports should I have printed per report this first go around on my first newspaper ad? I don't know, 20 or 30 if you can get that many. I don't know, John. I mean, it depends, I suppose.
For your test, not so many. I mean, like it's a cost question for you, so I don't know how. Like, once you know what your ad spend is, and you then sit down and calculate, okay, so if I get, how many orders am I hoping to get from this, you'd get a couple of 100 reports printed for sure. Would be actually, hold on, how many special bonus reports? You know what? Let me add a note underneath this video. I need to get my pencil and paper here out, and I'll add a note under this video in the members area to answer that question.
All right. When you've been mentioning that the goal is to make $3 for every $1 spent, did you mean that is to break even? No, we already spoke about the break even thing. Yeah, guys, we'll move on from that one. We covered it many times on this call already. So yeah, we already covered that. I hope that you've gotten your answer already. If you have not, you can just listen to this recording. We've covered it several times. This recording will be in the members area tomorrow morning, so it's covered several times. You mentioned a flow chart on the last call. Can you please provide one so we can have a clear idea moving forward on what order to take steps in setting up the infrastructure around the business? We find that some steps are dependent on others and easy to get confused and mix them up.
Yeah, so the flow chart, I didn't do it since we spoke last. I'll try and get it done tomorrow. But the flow chart that we talked about last week was the business model. It wasn't a flow chart of one step, through 6 weeks to, the last step. So, and while you ask for that, That's quite an elaborate thing for me to go and work on. So I don't expect to do what you're asking for in that list. What you can see me doing here, us doing, is week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, week 6. And, you know, everything new that's mentioned as we move along here is stuff that you can be taken care of. So I don't have a to Z flowchart plan here to lay out for you. What we've done is laid it out for you in each of the weeks for the things that need doing. So that's my approach. The flowchart I'll be putting in place here will be more about how the business model works. So can you give us some clarity on how Great Falls Call Floor and Ship Offers integrate? So when you get an order through Great Falls, then, you know, in the early hours of the morning while everyone is asleep, Great Falls will send the orders to Ship Offers. Do we need to set up our own order database, CRM systems? You don't need to, and give to both companies, or do the two companies already work together and integrate us into their systems? So when orders come through the call floor, they can be accessed by Ship Offers for fulfillment. Yeah, they set it up such that the orders are sent over. You do not need a CRM. If you have a business already and you already have a CRM, then you can connect your CRM to that business. Next question that I suppose that people ask is, okay, so I don't need a CRM to get started, but will I need one in the future, and when will I know when I need it? When you're scaling up to large volumes, you'll need it. You know, you'll get to a point where you start to feel like, geez, I've got a lot of customers going on here. I need to keep managing them. I'm feeling like I'm getting disorganized. That's probably a time where you would introduce a CRM. It would be, in my mind, it would be a couple of months in, once you've got yourself stable, once you know all your numbers, once you've got everything working really, really well, and you've decided you're going to start scaling up now. After maybe 2 or 3 months, you should put in your plans then the addition of a CRM at that point and have the business pay for it.
Okay, what is the pricing structure in that would make what is the pricing structure in that would make sense starting out?
I mentioned it there. Yeah, Module 3 is a video that goes through all the prices. There just aren't any high-priced products in Ship Offers catalog that looks viable to support the business. Okay, so it looks like that what we explained to you in Module 3 is the configurations of what you're actually selling. It's not like you're putting an ad out there to sell one bottle of something. What you're actually selling, once people pick up the phone and call your call floor, the sales agent is going to attempt to sell them one of 3 configurations. That is a 6-month supply, a 3-month supply, and a 1-month supply. And those 3 different options have a high price point to a low price point. Low price point being $59.95, and I think the high one is like $239 or $247. I forget which. So that's where the pricing structure comes from. That gives you an average ticket of $180. So it's not that the single product is where you're going to get that. It's that the configurations that I've just explained give you the answer there.
Okay, how do we check out our competition? I live in the UK and don't have access to USA newspapers. Yeah, I mean, there's, the only way that I can tell you to check out the competition is a very inaccurate way of doing it, and that would be to, essentially hire someone to purchase, several newspapers every single day for you in America and have them shipped to you in the UK. That's the only way I can think of doing it. But I can just tell you that you're not going to find, it's not going to be that fruitful for you. And the reason why is it's just there's not that many people doing it. So we're going to be adding more and more, ads to the mix, to the $1 billion swipe file as we go. So I guess, the prime source is going to be that swipe file over the coming weeks. Okay, with the $2,000 ad budget, can I test 3 different versions of the ad? What budget do I need to do this? You would need a minimum of $1,000 per ad to test. So if you have a $2,000 ad budget, then you'll be testing either 1 or 2 ads max. I still don't know what you mean by picking top appeals. I don't get what you mean by appeals. Can you give us an example? How do we identify the competition? For example, if I was doing joint pain supplements, how can I find out who is actively advertising in the newspapers and doing direct mail? I already spoke about the whole appeal thing, so you probably have the answer to that already. If not, you can just listen to this training tomorrow. It'll be in the members area, and you can get this and get the answer to that. How do we identify the competition? Yeah, that's the only way I know how to do it is to just purchase newspapers. It's a pain in the ass solution. I understand. If I was doing pain supplements, how can I find out who is actively advertising in the newspapers and doing direct mail? So there's tons of direct mail joint pain magalogs in the direct mail database. It's very easy to get ongoing, examples of killer direct mail. All you'd have to do is go into the direct mail database, purchase all of the, or not all of them, but a few of them, purchase the products from the joint pain magalogs, and you will, begin to receive to an American address. You'd have to get like a mail forwarding service, and you would begin to receive tons of direct mail magalogs got to do with selling joint pain supplements to that address, and you'd have it forwarded over to you in the UK. This is what I do. I keep abreast of all things going on in direct mail, and I have magalogs coming to me wherever I am in the world. So that would be the answer. For each product you market, do you have a DBA or one main then umbrella under it? The answer is both. It depends on the category, but sometimes we have a DBA and sometimes we just, we sell 3 or 4 products under the one business. Do you also have a website for any of your DBAs? Not
if the merchant broker asks you to do that, then yes, because I know that he may ask you to say, hey, can you put a business card style website up there in support of the application? The particular bank I want to submit your application to has a rule that they want to see a website, and it's just like a 3 or 5 page website that you can get on Wix.com or Shopify or something like that, something that's really cheap to do, is all they need to see. So that would be the only reasoning why a website is required. From the sales side of the business, from all of the formula that Caleb walks you through in generating sales, a website is not needed.
Wow.
Oh my.
Woo!
Is that the last? Is that the last one?
Is that it? That is it.
Okay, you can stop sharing your screen there, so Caleb.
All right. Did it stop showing?
High five, guys. Yeah, it stopped showing. Woo! High five.
Guys, another marathon. All right.
Marathon. Now, Caleb, while you were doing the slides, I took a short while. I don't know if you can see it, but I answered some of the guys' questions in the chat box. Can you see that?
No, I do not see who you would have responded to.
Okay, well, how about I take the lead in going through each of the questions that are in the chat box. Now, if Olympic call, says Carol, I totally agree with you. So guys, before you start pumping in questions into the chat box, I'd like you all to know that there is a long list of questions already in the chat box. So it'll be some time before we get to the ones that you decide to type in right now, if that's what you're about to do. Okay, so I'll start here with the first one. Can I have detailed information on the ongoing training course, please, from Tommy? So this is the support thing I think that you're referring to, Tommy. And yes, we will absolutely be sharing that.
Yeah, well, look, just to revisit it quickly, John and I are in a lot of different channels. We're in direct mail. We're in the newspapers. We're in the magazines. We're in radio. We're going to be getting into, retail. Our goal is that we're going to be, starting $100 million business and selling it. We've already started it, and we will be, our goal is to sell it in 4 to 5 years. So we've decided that we're going to take on a very, very small few, entrepreneurs who are looking to get into multiple channels. Also, they're looking to really succeed across, a lot of across multiple channels, and potentially, if they're interested in it, sell their business also and cash out for 100 million or more. So we're putting together a ongoing support group around that. Obviously, it's not going to be for everyone. We're going to be bringing in a lot of the top consultants. We're going to be, around the world, we're going to be bringing them in. We're going to be bringing in a lot of the top salespeople, a lot of the top business guys, and we're going to really be giving you guys, the people in that group at least, everything that they need to succeed on a grand scale. Because of that, and because of all the support and because of all the additional mentorship that we're and the high quality guys that we're going to be bringing in there, it's not something that's going to be a fit for everyone. It's obviously going to have to be very expensive. It's obviously going to have to be very exclusive. You're going to have to qualify for it. For the people on week 6 next week, we're going to have a little video that's going to talk a little bit about that. And it's going to talk about how much it's going to cost. Some of you guys better be sitting down when we drop the cost of it. And, you're going to have to qualify. We're going to have a call. If you do qualify, we're going to have a call and talk about whether, you are a good fit for the group or not. And that's really all we're going to say. But certainly, when it comes to week 6, when you guys are finishing, it is something that we're going to be offering to you guys. But as I keep repeating, it's not going to be for everyone. It's not going to be for most people. But when you come to week 6, we're going to be talking about it. We're going to be releasing a video that you can listen to, and we're going to be talking all about it. And that's all we can say for now.
Okay. Thank you, Tommy. Jennifer is saying that she'd love to form a small mastermind with a handful of others in the program to help each other. Is there a way like volunteer sharing or contact info so that we can arrange that together?
Yeah, we definitely won't be doing that. There definitely won't be that going on there. But John and I will think about something there, guys. So we'll think about something that makes sense for us and something that makes sense for you guys, and we'll come back with what we can do. So give us a little bit of time to come back and offer you guys something.
Okay, Sandra said that she had an appointment. She had to go. We'll listen to the recording. Thank you very much. Cheers, Sandra. Maria says, I would like to see the short script you give to the merchant account. I posted that there a few days back, Maria, in module, which one was it? In module 3. So that's there, Maria. Is there a sample of the welcome letter? There is not a sample of the welcome letter. This is the letter, Caleb, that when someone receives the product, there's a letter in there. So I don't know if we plan to. A welcome letter. What's the purpose of that welcome letter? Is just simply to affirm the sale, right?
Yeah. We spoke about it several times on the call here. Yeah.
If we want to formulate our own product, do we need a lawyer to navigate the laws? And would ShipOffers do this for us, or do we need to hire a chemist? So, why don't you take that, Caleb?
Yeah, you don't need a lawyer for that. You need a manufacturer for sure. You don't need a lawyer. You just need a good manufacturer, and I believe ShipOffers can help you with that. Yes. but you don't need a lawyer to help you with that. No.
Yeah, and Maria, from the research that you'll have been doing, you'll be taking that research, and I suppose you already know in your mind's eye what it is that you want to formulate. So talk to ship offers directly about that, and they can help you get connected in that formulation. And also, hit Google for finding a product that is very similar to what it is you're trying to formulate. And get your opinions about where that was manufactured. If you can track that back to where something similar to what you're doing was manufactured, that could be another valuable approach for you to be able to speak directly with folks that might already be manufacturing that, not selling it as marketers, but manufacturing. So that's another angle on that. But yes, the answer to your question is ship offers absolutely can help you with that as well. Lucas says, is it possible to have the video of the coaching calls downloadable if the audio cannot be? So this is, I presume, Luca, that you mean these calls. So Luca, I actually want, and I know you have a real reason here, because what you're saying is you'd like to be able to take these calls with you instead of having to be attached to an internet connection to listen to them. So Luca, I do my damnedest to make sure stuff is not downloadable, because I don't want stuff posted all over the internet. And Caleb and I have talked about this a number of times, and a number of other marketers who've done programs like this have kind of made this recommendation as well, that anything that's downloadable ends up being posted all over the internet. You guys, have made an investment in all of this material, and we don't want to have a situation where someone else doesn't need an investment to grab this stuff. So that's why we're not wanting to make downloadable materials. I know it doesn't make life perfectly easy in the situation you describe, and I apologize for that, but that's, I suppose, one of the policies that we've put in place here. Scott says, I don't have access to Module 2 yet. What gives? So Scott, you're in week 2 of Module 1, and you'll be in Module 2 next Monday. Peter, a similar point to Scott. I think that your point here is that you're not tuned into what exactly the discussions that we're talking about, and I know that I went back to you there earlier to say that you're definitely in the right place, Peter. And just to explain that further, there's a number of you are in different modules than others. Some folks are a little further along than you. And in that regard, I suppose that we didn't probably prep that properly at the start of the call to let you know that there was a number of you are in different places in the program. What I'd like you to know is that any of the materials that were talked about here in this call are in upcoming modules, but keep in mind that the purpose of this call is to answer your questions. It's not to highlight anything other than you have a question, you put it in front of us, and we drill into it and try and get you an answer. So if you've submitted a question here, that's what this call is for, is to give you the answer to it. So Jennifer says that she echoes the request to allow the early group access to the calls with the group that has recently joined. Like to keep us in contact and learning. It's feeling pretty intimidating to just stop here if we don't proceed with the advanced group. I may apply for the advanced group just in case. I'm asking here. So this was the question about sharing calls later. So Jennifer, we'll have a discussion about that and come back with what we've talked about there. So I know Mark S, you and I chit-chatted there a little earlier. So I think we've framed what's going on in the call here for you. Kevin, I asked a question about the free reports and letter. My question was redacted. I wanted to know specifically about the letter. What information do you put in the letter? The free reports I can figure out is Kevin's question. So this is back to the welcome letter again, Caleb. So I think what you're asking about, Kevin.
Yeah. I mean, I answered that earlier. So, the welcome letter is essentially, hey, dear customer, thank you very much for ordering XYZ product. I'd like to welcome you, aboard to our little family here. We really appreciate your business. We work hard to, essentially provide you guys, to provide you, not you guys, with, the very best, highest quality products available. And our goal is to, help you, help make your life better. So, here's the product. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. And, like I'm just making it up. I mean, it's just a welcome aboard, welcome aboard. Thank you very much for your order. I really appreciate it. And here's how to use the product. Just, whatever it says on the label, take 1 pill a day, take 2 pills a day. And then just get going, start using the product. So don't get caught up in this. You don't even have to put a welcome letter in there right now if you don't want to. It's just a nice touch, It can also be a refund reduction strategy, just because, people like to be appreciated, people like to be thanked. So it's just a nice touch. So it's don't get caught up on it. It's just a means of welcoming people, thanking them for trusting you and purchasing the product. And you're just stating, that you're in business to help people, and you're looking forward to helping your customer, with the product, and that's it.
All right. So next question, Renee. Hi, Renee. Once we have found a product we want to sell, should it be a completely different product name to be stated on the bottle, for example? Yes, Renee. I would like to sell a weight loss product in ShipOffer's catalog. You do need to name. You need to name that product, Renee. Yes, I've searched Amazon and can see that many use the name on their product. I have doubts about what you meant by finding a product name. So Caleb, Renee wouldn't name the product. Like, for example, if it was something like Garcinia Cambogia, you're not going to name the product Garcinia Cambogia, right?
Yeah, you'd never name the product after the ingredient. You would come up with a specific, unique kind of brand name for your own product. Your own product.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Jennifer says, are you saying that if we use a picture of a doc handing a bottle of pills to a patient, that even if it looks completely different from your picture, that it would be considered a copyright infringement on your ad?
No, I wouldn't say that. It would just, my point was just stealing things, so like, if it's a different doctor, then it's a different doctor. If it's a different setting, then it's a different setting. So, just the same doctor, you know what I mean? Like you can't go and do that. In reference to like taking doctor endorsements and testimonials from other, advertisements, that's essentially identity theft. If, how would you feel? Like, think about it logically. How would you feel if, like, you opened up a newspaper one day and suddenly your face was being used to sell a product that you had you don't have, any connection with or anything like that? I mean, it's a very serious issue. It's identity theft. So it's not that like there would be an infringement there. I mean, if it was a different doctor, a different setting, there's no problem with that. So, yeah, that was the message.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Mark says, best teachers I've had. Thank you very much for that. That's very nice to see here. Thank you. Yeah. Lucas says, if I create my plus offer with ShipOffers or another manufacturer, will I then have the problem of maintaining continuity of supply, or ShipOffers would have continuity supply even for my plus offer? I guess this would be considered a custom formulation. Yeah, when you go down the road of custom formulation, you are paying for that, and you're having to keep the supply line fed with product as you ship it. So yeah, when you just deal with the products that ShipOffers have, the continuity of supply is their issue, not your issue. So Luca, the answer to that is yes. Continuity of supply becomes an issue you have to manage when you move into custom formulations, or also if you're buying off-the-shelf products from other suppliers in bulk. Let's say, when I say bulk, by the way, I don't mean huge volumes. You can buy them in, like, you can buy a product for 200 bottles, 500 bottles, but that still requires some capital investment on your behalf. If they're $5 a piece, it's $1,000 to buy 200 of them. So that's another scenario that would be a hybrid description of what you're describing. But the minute you move away from the supply line of ship offers, you move into a management of supply line to support your business. So, okay, Tim says, yeah, we got that one earlier. Tim, you pointed out that that app was free. What's the name of it again, Caleb? The Hemingway app was free. Good stuff. And Matt's also shared a link, techtoolsforwriters.com/Hemingway app, a proofreading tool for writers. Very cool. Thank you, Mats. Rob says, if we know we have potential allergens in our product, should we include allergy warnings in the ad? If not, should we include them in the call floor script? So, Caleb, maybe you have a very clear answer on this one. I suppose it strikes me as I would, if I knew that there was an allergen in a product that we were planning on, I think you and I would have a hefty debate about whether we would proceed with it or not. But what's your take on that, Caleb?
Yeah, it's interesting. This has come up 2 or 3 times there tonight. We've never had that before. I never had an issue where we were selling something that, there was a blatant, risk to someone's health with it. So, it's a new issue for us. If you have to sell that, product, I really don't know. I really, really don't know. I know that, if it was retail, then you just it would have to go on the label. Do you have to state that? I don't know. I don't know. It sounds like a very tricky situation there, and I don't know. I would have to maybe go and talk to Shelley about that, the lawyer, and find out what the rules would be in that regard. But ultimately, the ultimate answer is I don't know, because we've never sold something that really had a risk to someone's health built into it, so I really don't know how to answer that. I'm sorry. I would be afraid to answer that. I mean, look, ethically, yeah, if there's a risk that people are going to, have some sort of a health problem with it, then yeah, you should probably put it in the ad. But maybe there's a whole legal protocol in that regard, and it would be a question for the lawyer, and that's something that would be over my head. So, yeah.
All right. Okay, Luca has a long question here. I'm hearing a lot of points of questions I would never have thought of. I would like to say that if you guys allowed us at a fee to get access to future calls you do with other groups, that would be a massively valuable offer for somebody starting out. Getting their first, second ad working would be far more realistic than building an 8-figure business. I would think that new people coming into the program massively benefit from listening to the calls we get access to in our program. Can I suggest to make access to recordings available to us in future groups at a fee? This would be likely offering a mastermind that you offer to your high-value clients, and help people starting out massively increase their ability to get started and really have success. Just a suggestion. I would really value such an offer, and I value the opportunity to keep listening to your experience and keep connected. That's a very interesting point of view, Luca, that I didn't anticipate, Caleb. I didn't. So that's something that Luca, Caleb and I will talk about it. Thank you for that suggestion.
Yeah.
So we need to talk it through,
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Luca, for taking the time to write that down. Okay. Hey, Ronald. Ronald says, should I mention in the ad that my company is new? In short, the product is so successful I founded this company, Inc., to sell and distribute this product. What do you think, Caleb?
Do you need to put your company name in the ad?
No. Should I mention in the ad that my company is a new company?
Oh.
in the frame of, in short, the product is so successful, I founded this new company to sell this product.
No, I would not do that. You know, I would not do that. Like I run everything I do in newspaper advertising through a very uh, strict filter of credibility. If it doesn't sound credible, I wouldn't do it. Like I would not choose to personally work with a company. If I knew that that company was just started, you know, like I probably wouldn't be interested in I don't know actually. I don't know what I'm saying when I say that, but that doesn't rub me the right way. I would much prefer that you would kind of not particularly point out that you're a brand new company. Um, I would much prefer that you would just stay away from something like that. It doesn't rub me the right way. It doesn't come off as credible. It doesn't come off as, like ultimately I lean more towards like presenting our company as like a drug company. Um, and I also lean more towards presenting the product as a drug, even though it's very clear in our advertising that that's not the case. Simply because I want people to kind of get the impression that, we're a very credible outfit, a very credible company that really knows what they're doing and are, very sophisticated and putting out the best products and, work with a lot of doctors and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of where I like to go with things. And that's where I kind of suggest that everybody go with their advertising as well. You want it to be credible. You want it to be trustworthy. You want it to be believable. So that would be my advice in that regard.
Okay, so let me just continue here. That was Ronald. Okay, so Elvis, hey, how's it going, Elvis?
Hey, Elvis.
On testing ads, are we able to run 3 different ads with different appeals using a $2,000 initial ad spend, or do we need to spend $6,000 to be able to split test? So I'll read it again there. On split testing ads, are we able to run 3 different ads with different appeals?
Yeah, you can test it. You'll need to spend a minimum of $1,000 per split test version. So if you want to test 3 different versions, you're going to have to spend a minimum of $3,000. Better that you spend $2,000 per test version because your data will be more accurate. But certainly, you can start out with $1,000, but it would be $1,000 per test version and not, like 2 versions per $1,000 budget. So it'd be $1,000 per budget. Per test, per newspaper test.
Okay. So next question. Where do you get the research for these products?
Yeah, so in week 1 training, we reveal exactly how to go about doing that. You would essentially go to Google, you would take the ingredients listed in the product, and you would take the ingredient, like for example, let's say the ingredient was EDTA, one of the ingredients in your formula was EDTA, then you would type EDTA clinical study and then the problem that like your prospect is suffering from. So let's say it's like, high blood pressure. So you would take EDTA clinical study, high blood pressure, and then, Google would fire back to you all of the research that you would like, all of the clinical studies that are available on EDTA, and then you would essentially acquire the necessary research in that manner, and you would step through that process for each of the ingredients in the formula, excluding the vitamins, because we would not be advertising, we would not be building the like selling argument for our product around a vitamin. The reason for that would be simple, that vitamins do not hold much value. Vitamins are very cheap, and that's not what we're going to be basing our product around.
Okay, Carl says, you guys are the best. Thank God for Hemingway. Laugh out loud. Very cool.
Thank you.
Okay, and I know Cam asked the same question as a moment ago. Are you able to test 3 different ads during the test phase and budgeting $1,000 to $2,000? I know you just answered that one as well. Tim says, is the welcome letter you ask about the insert ship offers can include? Yeah, anything that goes in the like the bonus documents that you'd put in with the shipment and the welcome letter that you'd put in with the shipment. Ship offers, place them into the package before it goes out to your customer. So I'll just look at your question again. Is the welcome letter you talk about the insert ship offers can include? Yes. Okay. Hey, Jennifer. Jennifer says, if ship offers won't work with us, does the rest of the system still work with other fulfillment companies? Yes, absolutely. Or do particular changes have to be made in your system? Well, at the end of the day, there shouldn't be a reason why ship offers won't work with you. The only reason ship offers won't work with you is that if you kind of approach them from the manner of, I don't know what I'm doing and I'm worried about working with you guys and et cetera, et cetera. So, I mentioned earlier about approaching all your vendors with confidence, telling them exactly what your plans are and where you're going and so on. But our ship offers a critical component. I know we've mentioned many times why we've included ship offers is because we've dealt with them directly. They're a sound company. They do what they say on the tin, and they've been extremely reliable from a product procurement point of view, from a fulfillment point of view, and they've been very, very strong on customer service for us. So, but that's not to say that there aren't other companies out there like ship offers that can do what they do also. They may not do it as well, or they may do it better, I don't know. But there's nothing... there are other companies like ship offers out there, and they can do what ship offers do as well. So it's not like this formula is broken if it's not ship offers. What you're looking to replace them with is people who can, do a no money down scenario where you can pick from a catalog and ship product and connect them with your call flow. I see no reason why other businesses wouldn't be able to do that also. Ronald says, didn't really answer about reports and letters to the fulfillment center. How do I assure they don't run out and can't ship products because no reports? Okay, so you asked that question a long time back, Ronald, and I know we addressed it. I know I spoke about it there, and just a quick comment to it again. How do I assure they don't run out? So you like, as you watch your orders ship every day, if you ship, 100 orders, let's say, this week as an example, so that's 100 orders times a letter, and one letter goes into those 100 orders. That's 100 letters that are now shipped. So if you only bought 500 letters to include in the shipment, you've only 400 left. So that's something you're going to be keeping track of. We do it in our company on a monthly basis. The girls here keep track of how many shipments went out. The print turnaround is only a day for the service we use. So as it comes up to the end of the month, the girls will tell me, hey, I'm just going to place an order for another round of print materials, and I know we've this much in stock, and that's how it works. So it's not a complicated affair. It's just the addition of subtraction, so to speak. So that's how that works, Ronald. Mark says, I am thankful every day for your efforts to help. Thank you very much, Mark. That was a nice comment to say.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Yogesh says, Johnny Caleb, I have full faith in your program, hence I signed up. Thank you so much, Yogesh.
Thank you,
I appreciate the comment.
Yeah.
Wayne says, okay, so Wayne, his comments must have been relating to a comment you passed, Caleb, earlier, because it starts with, yes, it hits home. And Wayne continues, guys, remember, when you change lives, great appreciation is coming. Absolutely, Wayne. Keep helping us, Wayne out. Thank you very much, Wayne. We plan to do exactly that. So Yogesh says, would you please list out all the triggers and signals indicating something is not right and needs attention? Okay.
Yeah, well, so I mean, the first and foremost signal would be your MER. If that ain't right, then it ain't. It's all wrong. So it's not all wrong, excuse me. But if that isn't right, that's going to be your first. MER is media efficiency ratio. It's essentially your ROI. It's calculated off ad spend. So if you spend $1,000 and you generate $3,000, then you have a 3 MER. And if you spend $1,000 and you generate $2,000, you have a 2 MER. So MER is essentially going to be the very kind of overall umbrella number that's going to kind of give you the health, give you an idea of how your overall campaign is working. So, if that is below break even, then you're going to quickly look at a few other metrics to find out where the problem is. If it's the ad, then you're going to know it's the ad by the calls per 1,000 number. So if your calls per 1,000 is like 5,000, if you have like one call per 5,000, then it's going to be very clear to you, that's the ad is not generating enough calls. If you essentially, see a low MER and you look at the calls per 1,000 and your calls per 1,000 is like one call per 2,500, then you're going to say, okay, the problem isn't the ad. Let's look at the call center metrics. And then you look, at the call center, and the metric you look at to begin with is your close rate. So if that close rate is at like 25%, it's like, oh, geez, we got to go and fix that one. Or else, like if your call floor close rate is like 40%, then the next number you're going to look at is your average order value. So it's MER, it's calls per 1,000, it's close rate, and its average order value. Those are the 4 primary ones. And that's going to tell you exactly where the problem is. So there's going to be essentially one overall number, like the MER, and then there's going to be 3 other numbers that are going to isolate the problem. You either have a calls per 1,000 issue, you have a close rate issue, or an average order value issue. If all of those numbers are in perfect harmony, then you're going to have a very good, profitable MER. So hope that answers that question.
All right. Let me just figure out here now. Okay, next one. So Tyler. Hey, Tyler. I am considering offering a complimentary product as my upsell, which is a private label product with the available bottle size containing a 2-month supply. Which is a private label product with the available bottle size containing a 2-month supply. Any suggestions on how I could structure the pricing for this kind of upsell, since the main product is a 1-month supply, but the upsell is a 2-month supply? So I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would pitch it as a 2-month supply, but first of all, okay, Caleb, you're probably better qualified to talk about that.
Yeah,
like
what you've got there is something outside our formula. So that's a tricky one for us to answer. So first of all, you need to realize any answer that we give to you is an answer that's outside our formula. So, immediately by putting a 2-month supply into like one bottle, it's smashed our formula. So now our formula no longer applies to how you would sell this. So immediately you're looking for a completely new formula. So on that count, it's a bummer. It's a bummer. So probably the best thing for you to do would be to try and replicate our formula just using a different, bottle count. So instead of it being like a 1, 3, and 6, it would probably become a 2, 4, and an 8. But that's, like an 8-month supply. I don't know. It's kind of messy, but but that's probably the best that you can do. And I have no idea how that would work out. None whatsoever. Your average order value would probably be through the roof. And as a result of that, your refunds would probably be through the roof. You would have to take a serious hit on the value of that product. So instead of a 1-month supply being, $59.95, and a 3-month supply being 3 times $49.95, the entry level for that product is going to have to be something like, I don't know, $90 or something. And then the 4-month supply is going to be 180, or 170 or something like that. I don't know how that would work out, but I have no idea how that would work out. It would be a pricing structure and a bottle, an offer presentation that we have no experience with, and it would be totally new.
Yeah.
So,
Check if you have other options, Tyler, I think is the bottom line.
If you can, I would go with that, because what I would think is that for you to employ that with our formula, I would assume what would happen is your average order value would be massive. Your refunds would probably go up. It would be something along those lines is what I would predict.
Okay. Hey, Janet, how are you?
Hey, Janet.
Janet says, I have a premium supplement brand now and intend to roll one of the Ship Offers private label formulations as you teach. If I use my current premium brand rather than a new DBA, do I run a risk of someone getting my product from a newspaper, then later discover that the very same is sold on Amazon for $20? Could this tarnish my premium brand? Am I being concerned about something unnecessarily? Or is it wiser to create a DBA and another brand? My intention definitely down the road is to build a big brand that can be ultimately sold. I appreciate your feedback on this.
No one is going to get enough information from your ad to be able to determine that a similar product to yours is being sold on Amazon. So it's not an issue.
Well, if I could, maybe if I could ask you, Caleb, here, I think the frame of the question is that Janet is thinking about just taking the Amazon product and now selling it on the newspapers with the same label, same brand name.
Okay, excuse me. I misunderstood that question. And then that would probably be a problem for sure. The same label, same brand name, same product, same company name. If people go from the newspapers onto, what'll end up happening is you'll send sales through the roof for your Amazon product, and your MERs will probably be not so cool in the newspapers. So what you'll earn on Amazon, you'll lose in the newspapers. Is how that would work. Better that you would relabel the product and rebrand it if that's the case.
Okie dokie. So Janet, if you're still on the call and we've interpreted that wrong, please correct the frame with which that question was answered. I hope we got that one. I hope we were tuned into the right question there. So Jennifer says, I think that suggestion was for a Facebook page for us to help each other, not for you to help us. Can you do that, or should we? If so, how would we let others know? Yeah, I'm not. I feel like I don't want to do that, Jennifer. And I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if Caleb, we can chat further about that. Okay, Noreen says, Hey, Noreen. So,
Hey, Noreen.
hi, John. You said that if the ad is ready, okay, so Noreen's giving me heat here. She wants me to step up and give her a flowchart. So you said that if the ad is ready, then we can approach the media buyer. But don't we need the label? Okay, so just stop right there, Noreen. So on week 1, we talked about the label. So I'm assuming that you've got your label organized already. So anyway, but don't we need the label for the customers, for that, the customer service number for the label? So should we be getting the number for the label, then creating the ad with the bottle? I'm confused. Flowchart, please. Yeah, that's a good point. You do need a customer care number for your label. So yes, that's a good point, Noreen. Customer flowchart, please. Gosh, I mean, I like that's a big piece of work for me to sit down and do a flowchart. So it's unlikely that I'm going to be giving it to you. It sounds like you already understand it from your line of questioning there, Noreen. But it would be a huge piece of work for me to sit down and do A to Z of every step. So I don't know, Caleb, am I being awkward there, or am I too tired, or what's your guidance on that?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's yeah. Look, we can talk about it and see if it's possible there. I mean, it's a massive undertaking but we're not designers. I don't even, I've never, attempted to do a flow chart myself. But let's talk about it, John. And if there's an opportunity for us to do it, let's do it.
Yeah. The easy flowchart for me to do is the business model, so I'll commit to that for sure. So sorry, Noreen. I hope you're not rolling your eyes with annoyment, with being annoyed there. But I hope you see that that's a lot of work on my behalf. So anyway, thank you, Christina. Hello, Christina. You said that depositphotos.com is there's good pics and it's very affordable. Good stuff. Thank you for that. Gary says, John, I know you've updated a few of the videos. Is there a way you could put an icon or some way to know that the video has been changed? An updated date or new info area for your new videos. I don't think there's an icon that I can put in there. If I type the word new, it becomes new the moment I put it in there and not new thereafter. So I look at and see, is there some kind of way to do that? I'm not really editing videos, I'm more adding new videos at this time. I know in Module 1 I did do editing of videos there on the first one, but I'm more adding videos than anything else there, Gary. But yeah, let me see if there's a smarter way for me to do that. Chris says, okay, thank you, to something that happened earlier in the call. Ricky, how are you, Ricky? Ricky says he's a little confused. During the training, you mentioned to focus on a single ingredient in our ad, but earlier in the Q&A, you said not to mention the ingredient because customers will just look it up and buy it. What is it exactly that I need to be doing? Also, you want to answer that one first, anyway, Caleb?
Yeah. So what I said, to be clear, is don't make the ad all about the ingredient. So pretty much every ad that we write, we mention the name of the ingredient one time. Every other time we have to talk about it. We talk about, the exact language that we would use is the active ingredient in, and whatever the product name is, So, my point was, if you keep talking about, EDTA, then everyone realizes, you know what? EDTA is awesome. And that's not what you want them saying. You want them saying, oh, wow, this product is awesome. Because if you just keep selling the ingredient, you take all the reasons to purchase the product out of the equation. And you place all of the reasons to go and purchase the ingredient into the equation. So now someone is saying, wow, this EDTA stuff is incredible. I think I'll just go to Google, check it out, and then they can go and find something on Amazon for $5.99. And your product name is completely forgotten about. So like tons of copywriters make this mistake and they have no idea how much money they're leaving on the table. You need to be talking about the active ingredient in the formula, when you need to talk about it and just mention the name of the ingredient one time. And that's enough.
All right. RM is on the same point as was mentioned a few moments ago, as Gary. He's basically saying that if you're updating the videos, how do I know which ones are updated? So, good point, RM. I will think about that and see how I can make sure that it's notifying you that if I make an update that you get that mentioned. RM also asks, what happened with the heart cream? Why are you no longer selling it? Can we sell the heart cream you sold, and will it still work?
You know, every dog has its day, and that product just had its day. You know, and there were other reasons, you know, that we moved away from that, but we're just no longer selling it. We were selling it for a long time. You know, it just became old. You know, so it just became an old product, and we moved away from it. So that's ultimately.
Yeah, ads have their life cycle, guys. So you know, that ad has come and gone.
Well, the ad, yeah. I mean, but a product as well. I mean, we've just been selling it for so long. The kind of the market, the knowledge, the sophisticated, like the kind of like the research in the space moved on in more and different exciting areas, into more and different exciting areas. The whole heart space is also transforming now as well. It's moving into a whole other level of sophistication in regards to new and emerging research that's coming out. So markets are constantly refreshing themselves. Scientists are making new breakthrough discoveries. And, you know, the lay of the land is changing all the time. So, you know, you just need to keep that in mind. You know, products have a kind of a life cycle. Yeah, so they come and they go. So, you know, it's you don't want to be glued to one particular product for so long. You want to have your hand in a lot of different cookie jars, and you know, so that you can move with the times, and you're constantly growing and evolving and moving with the current state of affairs in the market, and moving with the latest research that's out there. So you're staying current, you're staying relevant. Everything you're offering is new and exciting, and that's ultimately where you need to be.
Okay, RM says, what are the best appeals for the weight loss market?
I don't know. I'm not in that space, so I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we, you know, we're in spaces that we're in, and you know, I only know where I work. You know, the spaces that I work in, and weight loss is not one of those spaces that I personally work in. You know, John and I have clients in the weight loss space, but you know, to be fair to those guys, I'm not going to give away, you know, what they spent an awful lot of money learning and figuring out. But certainly, you know, presenting, here's something that's just universal. Everybody wants something that's new and exciting. Excuse me, new and exciting. And that something new, exciting that they've never seen or heard of before. If you've got something new and exciting that your prospect has never seen or heard of before, then you've pretty much got the recipe for a breakthrough pitch. Now, you might say, well, there's nothing out there that's new and exciting and never before seen or heard of. There is always something new and exciting out there that's never been seen or heard of before. You know, there was a product, you know, that was essentially a run-of-the-mill product, you know, but it had an ingredient that was clinically studied, you know, in Germany, and the German government had essentially sanctioned it as, or excuse me, they had been using it as an injection that they'd approved it as a drug. Excuse me, they'd approved it as a drug that was an injection, and they were giving it to people who had osteoarthritis. So in Germany, if you had osteoarthritis, you would essentially go to your doctor, and your doctor would say, "Hey, listen, you need to go to this clinic, and you need to get these injections." Since then, they have essentially, downgraded the injection, and it's not a drug anymore, and now you can get it in a pill. Now, I'm not going to give you the name of this ingredient, but it's an ingredient that's essentially very common, and available in a lot of joint pain supplements. And when I was doing the research, I thought, that's very interesting. It was an injection, and now it's available. It was a drug injection, and now it's available in a pill. And I came up with a headline, and I thought to myself, hey, you know what? That's really, really incredible. And $59.95 for a full month's supply, that breaks down to like $2 per day. So I came up with the headline: needle injection painkiller now available in new $2 pill. And the market had never seen or heard of that before. And it was a huge success. So if you can just present your product in a manner that is new and exciting and never seen or heard of before, that is the recipe for a breakthrough, newspaper ad. So that's an example. But, new, exciting, never seen or heard of before is something that's always going to work in every market, including weight loss, including everything. Everything. New, exciting, never before seen or heard of. So I don't have the appeals for you in weight loss, but I mean, if I was to sit down and write a newspaper ad selling a weight loss pill, that's what I would be shooting for.
All right. RM says, how many hours total should we spend on writing our first ad on average? Or how many hours would be too many? 12 hours, more or less?
I don't know. I've never heard anyone say, it must be a certain quantity of hours. It kind of takes as long as it takes. Some people will get it done quicker than others because, they'll have the desire to get it done quicker than others. I don't have a rule for how long it takes. It takes as long as it takes for you to go through the motions and put this thing together. So, what we've done for you is pretty much give you a formula and a strategy that allows you to kind of put these things together in a very, very systematic, formulaic, step-by-step approach. And that's, from that point forward, it'll take you as long as it takes you to do that. I don't know.
Okay, Caleb, I need your full attention for this one. Edwin says, I need to hear a Halbert story so bad.
Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh! You know what? I joke with John and another Halbert protege, Sam Markowitz, that I'll someday write a book of Halbert stories and I'll publish it, but it'll probably go in the fiction section because no one would believe some of the madness that takes place there. A lot of the stories that come to mind are not stories for public consumption. But
I remember one. I remember flying over to visit you after the first, maybe 6 weeks you were with Gary, and so I was the guy who didn't know Gary. You had kind of moved into a working relationship with him, so I was the awkward one who had arrived. And Gary commented to say, let's meet for breakfast tomorrow, and I'd like to meet your brother John, and let's meet for breakfast. And so I went out to meet you guys, and it was all, hello, how are you? I'm John, and so on. And we got into the lift, and as we got into the lift to go downstairs, very attractive ladies stepped into the lift,
Oh,
and
he
Gary
did this
paused for
all
a
the
look
time.
around
Yeah. He was
and
terrible.
immediately put on this act about, Caleb, I would just like you to know that that was the most satisfying night of my life last night. You really upped your performance well past. And the funny part of it wasn't like that's a skit that any guy would play with with another buddy or whatever. But the part of it that I found hilarious was you got to think of Caleb being 20 years of age, being totally focused on his image, on his, everything that was said about him was so important and it was the end of the world.
He used to do it all the time. we lived in so I lived in his apartment, for like a period of time. I literally like, he had an apartment, he had a room in his apartment that was his office, and I slept like literally on a pump up mattress in his office. And so I'm 20 years of age, as John said, I'm like so concerned about my image, which I didn't have an image at the time, but we were living in Miami, and it just so happened that in our building, like, there was a ridiculously large quantity of absolutely beautiful girls, like 21, like 19, 20, 21-year-old girls, exactly my type of girls. And every day in the elevator, he used to just humiliate me every day. So, we get into the elevator, it'd be like 5 or 6 beautiful girls. So, Caleb, how's that rash coming along? What was the results of that sexual test you got there last week? It's like, geez, Gary, will you stop? He used to do it to me all the time. And then we would walk into like the cafe in the building, and he would say, wow, what do you think of that girl over there? I was like, oh, she's beautiful. And then he'd shout and point over at her. What? You think she's gorgeous? It's like, he used to just absolutely, nothing pleased him more than like humiliating me. So we had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Well, he had a lot of fun in that way.
He was very good at it. Yeah, he had you totally wrapped up. You couldn't. And I remember being shocked at the whole thing. And as your brother, I was like, "What is going on here? This guy is relentless."
Yeah, and for a finish, like, for what used to happen is that like I went from being so embarrassed to like just I don't care anymore. I have nothing. There's nothing left for me to be embarrassed about. All the girls were like, you're with that crazy guy who loves humiliating you all the time. And it just fizzled out after a while. But any opportunity he had, he used to love to embarrass me. All right.
Yeah.
I hope that satisfies your thirst for Halbert stories.
Yeah, you've caught us off guard there, Edwin. I'm sure we can come up with tons more, but all right. RM says, can you please make a note to post that complete disclaimer script in the members area if we're not going to use a real CEO name for purposes of family privacy, personal names, details have been withheld, etc., etc.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that. Yeah. Okay.
So Jennifer is saying that she had 3 or 4 questions that she didn't see answered. I used the form that Julian supplied. Okay. All right, Jennifer. I can actually track that back, Jennifer. So I'm surprised that is the case. The only thing I'm wondering is, was it a link from a week ago or was it a link from this week, from the Monday email? But I can track that back, Jennifer, whether you answer that question or not. And I'll make a note here, Jennifer. I'll get those. I'll track that back, Jennifer, and I'll get you an answer on email. Apologies if that's the case. Okay, Carol says mastermind program, but I don't. It's probably in context of a conversation we had earlier. Tommy says thanks so much, John and Caleb. Good stuff. in my question just now that you read, it's not. Okay, gotcha. It's not for you guys to do the mastermind, it's for the members. Yes, I understand that, Jennifer. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, Joyce, I see you have a personal question there to us, and I'll just make a note of that as well. No problem. I'm sure Gillian is better suited to address that one, Joyce. Let me just make a note here, Caleb. I'm looking at Joyce's question. If you want to read out RM's, I'll make a note of what Joyce is saying.
Okay, RM says, can you talk about the call center capacity? How many people can they handle right now with all of the hundreds of students coming in from... who said there was hundreds of students coming in here, RM? Who said that? I didn't say that. Are they going to hire new people? So look, RM,
So I can answer that, Caleb. The call floor, guys, just to give you an understanding of the call floor, I'm sure you listened to the interview with Steve in the members area. So a company 30 years in existence, cover things like TV campaigns, radio campaigns, direct mail campaigns, online campaigns, etc., etc., etc. Our education of you guys. By the way, these guys have 2 large physical locations with hundreds of staff. So their business is, able to take huge volumes. If they have spikes in volumes past their current capacities, they have things like call overflow systems put in place and so on. So, like down through the years when we first started this crack, we were working with small call floors that we would, regularly blow out, get totally annoyed, and have to move on. So, you're not starting where we started. So you're not going to experience the problems that we've experienced because you're starting where we are now, not where we were over the 12 years, bouncing from pillar to post, trying to find out good suppliers and all that kind of stuff. So, RM, be careful not to dream up new problems that don't exist. I'd like you to know that you're not going to be walking into a capacity problem with the folks that we have introduced you to. I definitely see that ship offers are having difficulty speaking with everybody, but that's you're not going to have problems doing business with them from a capacity standpoint, or with people like ship offers either, or with people like Great Falls, for example. Okay, so RM says, since we don't know how to use direct mail at all and won't for a while, is there any way we can give our leads to you guys and have you mail them? Then split profits. Or just sell our leads to you for
the answer there is no, because we have our own thing going on that's quite unique to what it is that the goal is for our specific companies. So
I like your thinking, though, RM. Yeah. You're a man who, or you can see you're a person who's able to cut a deal. Fair play to you.
Yeah, there would have been a period of time there in the past where we would have probably jumped all over that. We just we're in a different boat today. But that's a great line of thinking there. Actually.
Yeah. So RM continues. If we were to ask you for an ad review after the program finishes, how much would you charge for that? If the ad didn't work out, how much would you charge for us to do ad reviews?
Yeah, we honestly, very honestly, it's $5,000 for a critique of an ad. We are open to critiquing ads for the people who signed up during the webinar, before the webinar ended. If you're in that group, then we're happy to do it. The reality is we just couldn't do that. For me to go and critique an ad is is not something that is it takes time. So I mean, we just wouldn't be able to do it for everyone. So the answer is, if you're a part of the people that signed up during the webinar, then you'll get it on the call. And if not, it's just not going to be possible. There isn't enough hours in the day to to do all of this stuff. But I mean, I hope you can understand that there's 80 multi-million-dollar, newspaper ad templates in the swipe file there for you. So I really don't feel like I'm letting you down in that regard.
All right. So let's second now, since we don't know how to use direct mail. RM asks, you mentioned Gary had supplements where he did not use the ingredient in the ad. So when he did that, does that mean he did not use a clinical study too, since he did not have an ingredient to mention in the clinical study? How exactly would you do this in our ad if we do not want to mention ingredient in our ad like Gary did?
Look, Gary was operating, at a time, like when Gary did not mention the ingredients in the ad, it's because at that particular time, back in, Gary was selling supplements in like the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Back then, in the 70s and 80s, he never mentioned, and he never mentioned the names of the ingredients. And even in the 90s, early 90s, he never mentioned the names of the ingredients either. As time moved on, he started mentioning the names of these ingredients, and he started, talking about like the research behind them. And I had witnessed the transformation that he was going through because he was moving with the conditions of the marketplace. The prospects were becoming more educated. They were becoming more, sophisticated in their understanding of things. They were becoming more skeptical. So the evolution of that is where we are at today, which is, we mention the clinical studies. We base the entire ad around the clinical studies. The examples of him doing that were examples of what was, necessary and not necessary at that particular point in time. Today, they're necessary. What I hear you struggling to come to terms with is, you have a common product that, is not that unique and not that cool, is kind of what I'm hearing. And you're trying to hide the fact that it's not great or not cool or not that exciting. If you're in that place, I would really suggest that you course correct before you waste a lot of your time and money. You're not going to be able to fool, your prospect. If, you're selling a single ingredient in your formula and, it's an ingredient that everyone is aware of and everyone understands that they can get it for a very small amount of money, you might be able to fool them into giving you their money. But the minute they get the product and realize what it is, all of that, all of the money they gave you, you're going to have to give back to them, once they understand what's going on. So my advice would be course correct now and save yourself a lot of time and money and refunds and bad vibes, and work with something that is much better for you to be working on.
RM has a RM, I can see the way you're thinking. You've started off talking about the cream ad, and now it all culminates in, you said on a past call that people do knock your ads off now because you're teaching this course and they're copying you. What exactly have you done to those people who have knocked off your ads?
Yeah, we've been ruthless with them. to be quite honest.
So RM, I'd just like to know that we've had to go figure this out, and we have found 3 very effective, strategic ways of stopping it very quickly. And I want you to know that more than anything else. I don't know, Caleb, if there's anything else to say there, but when you see an ad just like yours out there, you are forced to get very defensive and very insulted, so to speak, and we act on it very, very quickly and swiftly.
Yeah.
As for how we do it, I don't know if we want to get into that, but it's something really important to us that we've had to figure out.
Yeah, all right. Well, look, let's not get into it. But here's the reality of that. RM, we take it. We're very passive guys. We don't like getting tangled up with people, but it's happened so frequently, and it's been so harmful to our business, and it's been so destructive to the positionings that we hold in specific markets, and just so outrageously unfair that we've had to, become very, surgical in how we approach people who do that. And the people who do that, have, unfortunately found themselves very much licking their wounds as a result of having gone down that road with us. And it's not that we're bad people. I think you can and I think everyone can get from this training that we're not bad people. But certainly when it comes down to, people stealing from us and taking our positioning off us within the marketplace and just cheating us and ripping us off and we start seeing our conversion rates go down, and we start, so it's just a nasty situation, and unfortunately it has put us into a position where we have to defend ourselves very surgically, and that's, I guess, John, you're right. We better just leave it there and move on.
Yeah, and it's not even competition, actually. It's the insult of seeing almost a carbon copy of something that we've put a huge amount of effort into. That's where it actually really grinds hard. But anyway, it's a negative topic. I don't want to get into it any further. But nonetheless, RM, I hope you got enough of what you were looking for there. So Gary says, thanks so much, Caleb and John. I know by the time this gets read, I'll be long gone. I really appreciate all you've done in over-delivering what you promised. It is very refreshing. Had to jump to a 5:30. I know I'm for jumping on off at 4.5 hours. Jeez, all right, it's ridiculous now. There's still tons of questions here. Cheers, Gary. All right, Cara says, you will provide us with a script for the call flow, right? Absolutely, Cara. I believe this was mentioned, including the program when we first purchased it. Yes, Cara is checking in if we're going to deliver. Yes, Cara, it's in Module 3. Rob says, in the allergy question, as an example, glucosamine is made from shellfish, so people with shellfish allergies can't take it. Gotcha. I didn't actually know that, Rob. But I hear the reasoning for it. Tommy, hey Tommy, question mentioned about pricing, which was not covered in Module 3 yet, I think. First one is $59.95, upsell, different product, not plus version. What is price point of the difference product upsell? Okay, so actually, Tommy, this is what I was saying. I added a video in Module 3 there called Pricing and SKUs, and I've outlined all of that. So it's $69.95 is the exact answer to the question you just asked there. So yeah, and I understand that by adding videos in there, I need to find a way to notify you guys. So that's that one, Tommy. Tim says, let me read this out now. Okay, Tim is starting to talk about quotes. Just wanted to check if that sounds right, since it feels like it eats a serious chunk. Okay, so this is about the club. Oh yeah, very good. So the club does reduce your costs, just as you're pointing out there. So fair play to you, Tim. Tim is on the phone with GFM, and he's got his numbers, and he's seen that the club offer if he includes it in his calls, and we talked about the club offer a little earlier, will reduce his rate. So that is exactly right, Tim. I agree with you. And as usual, fantastic stuff. You're awesome, guys. Thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
And high five on your progress. Matthew says, okay, I was wondering which week I would expect to be able to do my first media buy. Thanks, guys. So I would expect week 5 or 6, Matthew, depending on how fast you move through all of this.
Well, week 7, I would say. Yeah. I mean, if you have your ad, I suppose you could move a little quicker. But certainly the design of this training is to set you up for like week 7. So, but if you can do it sooner, then great. It all depends on how quickly you can put your ad together, open up the accounts, and get locked, loaded, and rocking and rolling there.
Very good, Jennifer. Oh, did I skip one here? Sorry. Okay, yeah. So Jennifer is next. Hey, Jennifer. Jennifer's, yay, Caleb. In a nutshell about the red flags in your business, brilliant. Okay, she was responding to your list of the red flags there earlier. Cara says, you mentioned 6 weeks for the whole program, only 5 weeks for all the modules though, right? The last week is for consultation. That is correct. That is correct, Cara. You've got a lot to do in week 6 anyway, right? So it's all culminating at that point. So and the calls, exactly. So Rob says, I stepped out briefly a couple of times, but I didn't hear the question. Please excuse me if I missed it. Stephen told me that the payment processors charge a reserve. Well, a reserve isn't a charge, it's a hold on monies of 10% of gross sales until 1 month's processing volume. Has this been the case for you? Yes, it is. And they stop charging it then after a period of time once you've accumulated that. So I'll just paraphrase what Rob was talking about. So when you get a merchant account, for the first time this is, if you get a new merchant account, the merchant processors charge you 4% once a month for your total processing, and that's kind of standard in this space. And because if you're a new person getting a merchant account, they also hold back what's called a 10% reserve. And the reserve is, let's say the merchant guys don't know you and you don't know them, so you're starting a new relationship. So one way in which they gain trust in you is they put a reserve aside such that down the line, if you were to run off and decide not to send any product to customers, they're not legally left in a disastrous situation where they have to go and give the money back to the customers who never got their products. So because they really don't have a relationship with you as they start out, what they do is they take a 10% reserve of the monies processed per month, and they take that aside and they build it up until it's about half of your monthly volume, and they stop taking it then and they just hold on to it. And that's their reserve or their cushion, that if you just run off and decide not to fulfill your obligations with your customers, they would use that fund to close out the situation with customers that might have been left out of pocket. So it's standard in the business. It's not a new thing. It's been around since the year we first got in business 12 years ago. It was the same then as it is now. The good news is they stop taking it once it catches up to a point of being half of your processing capacity. And to answer your question, yes, we've gone through that. Everyone in this business has gone through that. So yes, the answer is yes, Rob. Janet says, follow up. Caleb's interpretation is correct. Oh yes, good stuff. Thank you, Janet. Jennifer says, okay, I just wanted to clarify. Okay, this is relating to. Jennifer says, geez, flowchart, I'm making one myself. It's a learning process. Okay. Jennifer says, don't be bullied. Thank you, Jennifer. Okay. Janet says, quick follow-up to my question. Caleb did start to answer what I was hoping to hear. I will be sending under my brand, not others. But with the ship offers private label fulfillment that many other sellers sell on Amazon for $20. So my concern is, will people do buy my brand from the newspaper ad, then see on Amazon and discover the same formulation for half the price? Will that threaten my brand? So the whole thing here is, so if you use the same brand name to sell in the newspapers, and that same brand name can be found on Amazon, what will happen is you'll get orders on Amazon, but not from not through the call floor, because your Amazon product will be cheaper, and they'll see that you're offering it on the newspaper. They can quickly check Amazon, see that it's there, and they'll buy it there at the lower price. So, and your overall financials won't be anywhere near as strong as if you had sent them directly to the call floor, if you had used a different brand name. So, will that threaten my brand? I think it will, by disparaging my current product. I don't think it'll be disparaging. It'll be that you'll send them people to the wrong place. I hope this makes sense. It would be streamlined to have one brand for all my supplements. But if this is a real threat or concern, it would start a new brand. Thoughts, please. I would encourage you to sell your product with a different product name in the newspapers, so that it's not driving demand to Amazon instead of driving demand to the call floor. Caleb, do you want to add anything, or did I get it right?
Yeah, no, you got it right there.
Okay, Cam says, how about never mentioning the main ingredient and just saying the active ingredient is X? Would you recommend doing that, or should we mention it once?
I recommend you mention it once.
Yeah. Cara says, ship offers should have data on which of their products have low versus high percentage of returns. Can they not share this with us? You can ask them, Cara. Keep in mind that ship offers support many different mediums and channels. And so I'm not sure that any data they give you would be enough data for you to interpret as which is in this channel, that channel, another channel. So I don't know, Caleb, do you have any further comments on that? It would be difficult to interpret the data, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't even think they'd have that data. I mean, maybe they would. Actually, they would, I suppose, yeah. But
they would have it. I'm not sure they'd share it, but they'd have it.
Yeah, and here's my thing, like I would say that they would be very reluctant to share that, because it's very dependent. Like if I say, hey, buy this pill, you're going to grow younger. You're going to grow 10 years younger in 24 hours, and you take that pill and it doesn't work for you. You're going to be very dissatisfied with the pill, even though the pill might be a fantastic pill for another reason. So, refunds are very much got to do with how you present the product and the expectations you set for people. Like how disappointed would you guys be if we said, come into our training and at the end of week 1, you're going to earn $10,000? Like how disappointed would you guys be? And, I think you can see that, like the training is an awesome training, and I hope you guys are seeing our commitment to you. But, it wouldn't have been the problem with the training. It would have been a problem with the framing that we had given you guys on the way into the training. So refunds kind of work in that way. Despite the performance of the product, it's more got to do with the expectations that you set in the minds of your customers. So it would be difficult for ship offers to kind of agree to share that information with you, because, the refunds that they would be seeing would not necessarily be reflective of the performance of the product.
All right. Okie doke. So, thank you, Sir Mike. Okay.
Thank you, Jennifer. I see your comments there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Sandra says 5 hours. Oh my God, you guys, good night. You deserve to be done already.
Yeah, I think that was about 40 minutes ago, was it?
That was 20 something minutes ago. Yeah, it's funny. Just
I'm looking at my clock here. It's 1:43 a.m. in the morning here for me. John, I know it's what, you're 2 hours behind you. It's coming up on midnight for you.
yeah. Actually, there's only about 10 or 15 questions left.
Yeah.
I want to put it. So Aaron has an issue with Global Inter, and they have really annoyed him. And I've been chatting with him here back and forth, and I don't have an answer, Aaron, as you know, right? So I don't have an answer for you, and it sounds like that they're after parking you in a spot that has left you really cornered in what they're supposed to have done for you. So I know that that idea that their service isn't a popular one, and the only other thing I can think of is to talk to PayRamp to see if they have opened up a new solution. But it also sounds to me like you need to get back on the phone with Global Inter to close this out, because you've just shared with me a timeline of engagements there. So it does look like there's a long stretch of time, but it also looks to me like you're back and forth on email. I'd suggest you guys speak it out and figure it out. So, look, I don't have a solution for you here in this discussion, but I do see that it's certainly not something that can go without getting on the phone and closing it out with them. All right, I don't think I'll have words for you there to make it better. Is my point. Sandra says, we appreciate your dedication. Thank you very much, Sandra. Luca says, wow, another super marathon of 5 hours of gold. Can the videos of the coaching calls be broken down into 3 or 4 parts? Gosh, I don't know, Luca, good point. It may never stream in a coffee shop. Okay, like Starbucks, just an idea. Okay, I hear your point there. I might put it into. I'll see if I can put it into a fast streaming service instead of the one we're currently using. It might make it a little better now that it's a large recording. So Mark S says, that happens to us. Would you be able to help us at all, point us in the right direction, Mark? Okay, Mark, your point is about something previously discussed, so I don't know what that is. You can type it in there.
Getting knocked off, I think.
Oh, ripped off. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Charles says,
reach out.
Yeah. Charles says, I don't know how you guys are doing it. Staying on the call for so long is awesome. Thanks so much. God bless, Charles. So Charles says, are we getting more modules? After week 6, no, there's no more. Week 6 is the one-on-one calls, and there'll be bonus materials there as well, Charles. Cara says, as always, you guys are the best. Thank you again. Mark says, how long does it take to get the reserve money back from the merchant account before we can actually use it? So it depends, Mark, which banks you work with. If you are talking with someone like Stephen, he'll tell you that there's not one answer for that, because if you get a merchant account with one processing bank, they have one set of rules. If you get it with another bank, they have another set of rules. So I don't know the exact answer to that, but Stephen will, in your particular case, will explain all that to you based on your discussion with him. So, okay, I'm freaking Janet out about this Amazon thing, Caleb. I'm going to let you answer that one. She's saying, she's being very nice. She's saying that she's sorry that she guesses that she's not explaining it herself well, but I bet you that it's me who's not interpreting it correctly. Do you want to take a shot at Janet's question there?
Yeah, Janet, apologies. It's like 2 a.m. in the morning here. I guess this is like 6 hours. So if our brains are a little slow here, forgive us. So I sell a totally different supplement on Amazon under my premium brand, but I was planning to sell this new ship offer supplement under the same brand but totally different product. My concern was if they buy from my newspaper ad, then discover on Amazon that other sellers are selling their brand that has an identical formulation as mine from ship offers, would that hurt my brand? No, I don't think so. I don't think that they're going to receive enough information. You're not going to be revealing the exact same formula. You're not going to be explaining the exact. You're not going to be revealing the entire formula or the label of your product in your newspaper ad. And therefore, you're not going to arm your prospects with enough information to be able to clearly identify that the exact same product is for sale on Amazon. So I wouldn't worry about that one bit. That's not going to happen. So hope that answers your question. Don't worry about it one bit. That's not going to happen. All right. What's up with this offer for next week? Says Rob. Rob? Maybe you're talking about the ongoing group that we've got going on.
Oh, he is, yeah, advanced training. So yeah, I'll let you know that.
Yeah, we'll let you know next week, Rob. We've spoken about it several times on today's 6-hour call.
Yeah, well, we'll let you know about that, Rob.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
Know about that. Okay, RM says if an ad review is 5K, couldn't we just sign up for the entire course again, get another full 6 weeks of calls, and then get another free 30-minute ad review? So RM is this the professional, let's cut it another way scenario. So yeah, it would be the same course, it would be the same materials, RM, I can see that you are a man to cut deals for sure.
Yeah, I hope you can appreciate that. Our time is extremely valuable. It's extremely taxing on both John and I to hang out here for 6 hours, and talk with you guys. So we're happy to do that within the confines of what we've committed to doing for you guys. We would absolutely love to invite you all to come and live with us and mentor you and all that kind of stuff. It's just, some of this stuff is just not practical for us. So in regards to what we've committed to you guys, we decided that we were going to commit to you in one way and significantly over deliver. And right now, I think it's very clear that we have far exceeded all expectations in terms of us over delivering, but there comes a point where there's a line, and we just can't be doing critiques of ads for everyone in the group here, and it would also not be fair to do critiques for you and not for someone else. So there unfortunately has to be a line, and that is the line. So we're happy to critique your ad. If you wanna reserve a formal critique, we actually don't even offer critiques. But when we did offer them, what we were offering was $5,000. So if you wanna request a formal critique, I will offer you that option, which we don't offer to other people. But I hope you can appreciate there has to be a line somewhere. So. Okay,
Prosper says, wow, double marathon. Maria just said that, the member site is down. I'm just after checking here and I see it is down. And the company we use for the membership site just said that they'll be back shortly, that they've experienced some delays. So I'm hoping that'll be back up here shortly. Okay, you guys are nuts. In a great way, thank you, says Chris. Thank you, Chris. Now, Caleb, it's very important. We we are on the very last question.
Ho ho!
We're on the very last. Oh no, hold on. Janet just popped up. So Rob says, let's hook up. Okay, got it, Rob. Good stuff.
Yeah, Rob, why don't you, I mean, if you know, if you're a good fit, then let's talk. So if you want to reach out to Gillian there, geez, I even forgot the email, John. What is it? It's getting late.
Oh,
Oh,
members. Excuse
me, members at Multi-Channel Marketing, Rob. Just reach out to Gillian there about that, and happy to investigate it with you. So, very good. Okay, Janet says, much appreciated to both of you. Now get some good sleep. Yes. Yes, that would be good. Okay.
Yeah, I see the site is down there, Tommy. We just mentioned that there, and I'm surprised. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen, and I expect it to come back up here pronto. They said that we're having troubles. Our systems are offline due to factors out of control. Anyway, you probably see that same message as well. So they're pretty good. I expect them to be back here very shortly. Maria says, thank you, guys. Aaron. Okay, let me read this here. Yeah, that genie thing, Aaron. That's not a good thing. I think Gillian already told you about that. That does not look doable. Yeah, I know that. Okay, well, there aren't a lot in this category, Aaron. But I get your point. I agree with you. I'll see. She's going to leave in March. So. Okay, here's what I'm going to do, Aaron, and. Again, I guess you've done this already because it's hitting you. You've probably been on the phone with Phyllis. I'm going to call her, and I'm going to ask her all the questions I'm sure you've already asked her. I don't think email is the way to go with this situation, and I think what I'm asking her isn't about anything other than an alternative provider. That's the prime question that's on my mind. Who else can do this? So that's the thing that is on my mind. So okay, and I see just another note. Christina says, sincere thanks to both. Great stuff. Thank you, Christina. Rob says you guys are great. Thanks so much, Rob. Appreciate that. Yeah, no phone calls though. We are both mad emailers, smiley face. Yeah, I get it, but I totally see the situation, Aaron, and we gotta get, number one, an alternative supplier. I'm not sure if she knows of an alternative supplier, but that's the first question I have in my mind. And the second thing here is, I think you need to speak with her also to get that closed out on your personal situation as to if there's anything else there to be talked about. So. I will weigh in on top of that, Aaron. I'm not aware of another company that does it. Otherwise, I'd just be clicking my fingers and say, hey, yeah, there's another solution here. So, look, let's work that issue and get it solved. Jennifer, Heroic. Guys, we are finished here. I will, when I get up in the morning here, Aaron, I'll get on that one and I will see if I can get you an update.
Whew, 6 hours, 4 minutes from 6 hours. What a marathon. Guys, thank you very much. That has been
all right, guys.
It's been a big deal.
Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much. Very much appreciate it. It's by the way, we're a bit whiny about how long it takes and all that kind of stuff. And it's not that like this is what we signed up for. This is what we're doing. We want to make sure that everything is delivered here. So, but I only mention that because. The vast majority of you are still on the call. Whether you're listening or not is one thing, but because the chat box is hopping along here all the time, I can see that there's still a huge amount of engagement. So high five, guys!
Yeah, your commitment is astonishing to us. It's as astonishing to us as our commitment is to you, I guess. But high five! I'm even losing my voice here. But guys, thank you so very much. Another awesome call. High five. go forth this week and crush it. And between here and then, take care. God bless. High five to one and all, and we will see you next week.
Oh, I have one more comment here, and Tommy puts it all in perspective. He says, "Thanks so much, John and Caleb. It's 7 a.m. here. I haven't slept all night with you guys."
Oh
Thanks.
my goodness, Tommy!
There you go. We have no whining rights at all.
Tommy, wow, jeepers! If I had a hat, I'd take it off to you.
All right, guys. Take care. Cheers.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Hey, Caleb, for that recording, you're just going to have to click on that record button and then to stop it, and then hit the end webinar thing.
All right, will do.
All right.
Cheers
guys.
Bye.
Good luck.